Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Put them in order of importance. Cam Smith, Christian Kirk, Rockets win.
Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk won because that's a whole year that we're going to be.
Yeah, and there's good and bad with it. Everyone's just going to say, it's Christian Kirk in a seventh. That's what I initially did. And then you look into it a little bit more like, they were going to cut him. You could have just
but they did, no. But they've done this before. They did it last year too.
But had he been cut, you get him for cheaper.
Well, seventh rounder though.
No. You get him for less than $15 million.
Well, not if you were going to give him $15 million anyway.
You weren't going to.
Well, his number is 20. His cap is 22. You're going to get him for you. Well, you get him. Now listen, you got no competition now though. You got no competition.
Yeah, that's true. But he's a veteran.
I think it's a brilliant move. Actually,
he's a veteran. All you do is
you did this with Joe Mixon.
You get with his agent, and you might not have had a lot of competition anyway. If he wanted to go to your club, that's all.
Yeah, but he might not have. He might not have.
Yeah.
Here's the deal: is they did this with Joe Mixon last year.
How many?
Same thing.
And I get it. I like all that, but how many games did he miss last 2 years?
Well, he missed.
Just take a guess.
Yeah, 5 and 9.
13 total.
13. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but you're taking a risk, but you got a 1 year risk.
Yeah. No, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I don't mind all that stuff. But
you got a good player.
I think you probably could have. That's just a matter of you just get.
Well, but you assured yourself this way.
You did. Do you have any money left? For free agency?
But you're spending $15 million on a really good wide receiver.
Well,
yeah,
not really.
Yeah, he's a good wide receiver.
No, he's not a really good wide receiver.
Yeah,
he's been hurt most of the time, and B, his number, he hasn't been really good. Let's not overplay this. Christian Kirk was a disappointment in Jacksonville. They believe him to be a disappointment. He did not produce the way they hoped. He was injured a ton. He did not play up to his contract. That's just the facts.
Well, because he missed a lot of games.
Well, I mean, if you're not available, we've complained about our players who don't play.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I mean, everyone, it's when it's someone else's. I was guilty of this yesterday. When it's someone else's guy, I don't care if he misses. That's still a good player. When he's your guy, you're like, I don't care if he's a good player. He's missing time.
Yeah.
He's not playing. Fred VanVleet's not playing right now, and it's not great.
Yeah.
Honestly. But he was a big free agent acquisition about 4 years ago, but to me, for a seventh, obviously for a seventh, you love it for a seventh. You get a starter for a seventh.
Yeah.
He's got to stay healthy, but he is a strong player. He's got good short area route running. He's going to be a safe target. He'll be able to do some things that Mechie has not been able to accomplish, I think. A totally different player than Tank, but he's a pro. He understands how to get around it's just a matter of, can he stay healthy?
Yep. I
mean, that's 100%. Right now, health has been an issue at wide receiver for the Texans. That's the concern, is 2 guys out for the year this year. You missed Nico for a while, and now you got a guy who's missed 13 or 14 games over the last 2 years. You really just want him to stay healthy. But if he does, you've taken care of one of your spots.
Yeah, I mean, he's a second receiver. Okay, so he's not going to be, and he was a second receiver, and nobody knew.
I think he's probably a third.
The rookie was going to come on. I mean, he was great. What a great pick, and he was a second receiver last year. I mean, he didn't have a 100-yard game last year. He's had 2 in 2 years there. He played a lot more in 23 than he did in 24, and but he's an explosive player, and he's not. Listen, I don't know who you were going to get that's going to be a number 1 guy with Nico.
I'm not looking for a number 1. He's probably a number 3, but I don't know that you have a number 2. But it doesn't. I mean, all you got to do is attack. It doesn't really matter. You got a number 1. That's all that really matters. I don't care who 2 is.
I think he's a 2. I think he'll be a good 2. I think he'll be a very good 2.
I think they're still looking.
I think they've got Nico that can go deep. They got him that can go deep. They've got now, at least you've got weapons on both sides of the ball. And and I don't mind at all giving up a 7th round.
Well, he's a slot more than likely. So you're still looking for a wide receiver. He
played some outside too. He
did, but he's not a real outside receiver.
Well, neither was Tank, but he went out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but let's not just put guys in places they don't belong. Is my point. We're not doing square peg. Remember, we're not doing square pegs round holes. He's a slot. Play him a slot and get a guy who's wide to play wide receiver in the draft at some point.
Well, hopefully.
Or in free agency if you have any money left. I don't Now I feel like now you have to cut Shaq Mason in advance.
Yeah.
I feel like now you have to restructure Laramie or Titus Howard. I have to check on the financial ramifications, but I mean, you just picked up. It's a $15 million hit for you. You don't have the same hit.
No,
because they accelerated the signing bonus, et cetera, et cetera. But it's still like, I don't know that isn't that about how much you had available? Oh no, because you
As it
picked up even more.
stands now, if we go by over the cap, they're currently over the cap.
well, over the cap. What's it going to be? What about at under the cap?
Well,
They're probably
then
under
maybe
the cap.
Well, and that
if they cut Shaq Mason, then I can go to under the cap.
that takes Nico's restructure into account.
Yes.
See, that's what bothered me
Yeah,
when
but
I found out.
okay, so they cut some.
When I found out his number,
if it's Shaq Mason, or
but you
whatever.
don't have any free agency money. Like, I don't know. They got a lot of work to do still, because that's my whole thing is had you played it the other way, and that takes a relationship with the agent. And I don't know who the agent is. You maybe get him in here for $10 million and you or $9 million and you get incentives built in for him that you can call likely to be earned are counted against cap, unlikely to be earned or not counted against cap. So I don't know. You could have played it another way. This way you locked down because they were going to cut him. They had to, like, he's just not worth the cap hit. So he was an easy cap cut for them. But you got him now. And from a football standpoint, I'm looking at this right now as a roster building, not football. If he's healthy, I like what he's going to do football wise. Roster building, I'm just not sure where your money's going to come from for all the other. We just talked about how many spots you have to fill.
Yeah,
there's a lot of spots, and now you just spent a draft pick, one of your draft picks, and now you don't have any cap space. So I'm not sure. I mean, clearly they have a plan. You don't do this kind of stuff without a plan. I'm just curious to see the plan enacted because I want to know where the money's coming from. It's got to be Shaq Mason. There probably is going to have to be a restructuring there somewhere as well.
Yeah.
Maybe both tackles. I mean, Laramie will take your money now. It's not a problem. I promise you. All of these guys will.
Yeah.
Pretty much every
Give
player
me the
will
cash
take
up front.
restructure is just you giving them money now. Every player will
And
take
what about the drip after you get the cash up
God,
front?
I cannot imagine what's going to happen at a Balenciaga store as soon as the restructure happens. It is going to be on. The Instagram posts are going to be popping.
Wow, Balenciaga's like, ooh, give him that.
Give him a restructure.
Restructure, Laramie.
Hello, Mr. Howard, Mr. Tunsil.
Is it?
Welcome back
Is
in.
Balenciaga still, isn't it canceled? Or no, it's that's done?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think people who
All
it's
right,
kind of like
we can wear it
it's
again.
kind of like Dell eating Chick-fil-A. It's not.
So Art can wear it again? Art can go, Art. Yeah, Art. Okay.
I don't know. And maybe that's not even the brand. Maybe there's something else.
Wow.
Maybe it's
There's
more
always
tennis shoes that look
Louis
like
and
they've been worn
Ease
for
and
30 years.
All of them.
My favorite is when rich people wear shoes that look like they're 35 years old.
Yeah.
They cost like $600. Like
the golden goose thing.
what?
I was like, my daughter's got them. I'm like, they look like crap.
It looks
are you
like they're
doing?
beat to hell.
Yeah.
Sometimes rich people like to look poor, and
So,
us poors like to look rich.
so the Rockets won last night. Boy, they didn't. They looked like crap in the first half. I was
Yeah.
like, are you kidding me? You're gonna lose to New Orleans? They're
Nah.
so bad.
There's always a third quarter.
The third quarter came and the Rockets just kicked their ass. They played great defense and they made shots. Holy crap! In the middle of the second quarter, they couldn't hit anything. And then at the end of the second quarter, they got it to within 3, and then they just kicked their ass in the third quarter. They came out smoking in the third.
They
I'm
use
gonna
that
tell
double
you,
big lineup again.
Double big, and I've got sound from Ime talking about the double big
Because he
that
just
we'll hear
started.
in a
He
little bit.
just started doing.
Well, he did it in Dallas.
Oh,
He
well,
did it in Dallas, and then he did it in Indy, and now he did it. Well, Indy, no, because it was a back-to-back. But did he? Whatever the case may be, he's done it.
He
now
did it
a
in
couple
Indy.
of
That's how they
times.
got back into the game.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, that's right. And he's done it a couple of times. He did it a couple of times before last night, and the double big works. The double.
Well, I mean, now that's a lesser team, but it is an interesting. It's funny because sometimes you got to push counter to what the trend is. So like it was. Well, you can't. They're going small, so we got to go small to match. And now smaller is kind of acceptable.
Right.
And he's just like, we're going to go double big,
Right.
and we're not going to worry about us matching you. We're going to worry about you matching us.
Well, I know. Yeah, it's that.
I want to hear what he has to
It's
say.
that. Not only that, but it is we're going to make you shoot from outside because we're going to play zone. You can't play man with the double big. They're playing zone, and you know what? You got to beat us from the outside. You got to beat us from the outside.
But that only works against certain teams.
Yeah.
Like he had some success against Indiana, but eventually
Indiana kicked their ass.
Eventually it's going to get you.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what I mean. But the double big is how they came back.
Right.
It was during that lineup, but eventually zone is going to get you.
Yeah. Zone will.
You can
only. And by the way, Steven Adams is only playing so many minutes a night. Alpy can play minutes, but Steven Adams has only got so many minutes in him a night. But it is working, and it's a change up, which a lot of teams aren't doing, double bigs. And so I guess it's tough for NBA teams, and it worked again last night. New Orleans sucks, and you got them again.
Yeah,
this is a great part of the schedule. And I thought in the first half, I was like, "Oh, guys, don't do this. Don't start like this." And sure enough, they did. But they came back, and in the third quarter, took control. Did you watch any of the Astros and Mets last night?
No.
Holy crap. Cam Smith, he looks real, dude. He looks real. 3 for 4. He's hitting .636. His on base is .733. His slugging is .1364. I mean, this dude is a 2,000 OPS guy. I mean, holy crap. He is on fire. I don't know how, you got to wait, I guess, for the Super 2. There was something that was put out. Patrick Creighton put it out last night. That if Cam Smith starts the season and stays up all year long and wins Rookie of the Year, you get a draft pick right after the first round.
Oh, that's one of the things they put into
yes.
For the Players Association.
For the Players Association to get kids up. And it's the same with Hunter Brown. If he finishes in the top 3, I guess, in Cy Young before he hits arbitration, he can also get it. But you can only get one a year. But you've got 2 opportunities to get that first-round pick, which will make up for if you lose because of the competitive balance tax or, you picking up an extra first-rounder. But so you got a decision to make. If this kid continues to do this, I don't know. If you're as bad as you are, maybe he can play a corner outfield position. You got to work on him with the corner outfield position, obviously, because he's a third baseman. But if he could play, maybe you send him down and don't worry about that whole getting the extra draft pick. You send him down and put him in right field. We've seen him do that with Pedro Leon, right? They were talking about him possibly moving to shortstop, and so they were moving him all over. Then they put him in center field to see if you could play center field. This kid, holy crap! I don't know, it's a small sample size, but nobody's hitting major league pitching like this kid in spring training. He's got to be the best hitter in all of spring training, and nobody's got this kind of OPS. Nobody.
No.
And so I don't know how you keep the kid down and tell him, listen, you're not ready yet. Okay.
How you gonna tell your
fans?
You mean
Jake Myers is ready, but I'm not?
How you gonna tell your fans that? You
right.
Let players walk every single year, and now you get a star, and you want to put. Now I understand. Then if that's what you're gonna do, you just say, hey, listen, our plan is to bring him up at this time. Like, say it out loud. Let people know this is our plan. Don't play little games. Just say, well, we think he needs more seasoning. No, just say, look, from a timing standpoint, this is what we need to do. This is what we're going to do. You may take some hits, but at least people know they're serious about, like, this is not just because it already looks like a money thing. Like, let guys walk for money, and then it looks like another money thing. But
if you're telling them we're going to bring them up as a Super 2, everybody, then you're telling them, hey, we're kind of screw you, get you 3.5 years instead of just 3 years out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
It's true.
This guy, he can't do anything more to earn. You need players. You need hitters. I don't care if I don't know what you do. I guess you move Jose Altuve to right field now.
Well,
and then Cam is the DH, and you have
Jordan and
left.
No. I don't know what. I
guess
you do
we
either,
make Altuve throw the hardest throw, the right to third throw.
No, he's not doing that. And I'll tell you what, Gusto started. Ryan Gusto. He looks pretty good.
Mucho
Gusto. Mucho. That's his nickname. Well, we just named him. I don't think anybody else.
Ryan Mucho gusto.
I don't think anybody has thought of that though.
We're probably the
we
first
probably
one,
made it.
especially on that team.
Yeah.
No one thought of mucho
nobody
gusto.
thought of mucho. 714 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got some. There is beef, okay, right now between ESPN and TNT. That is.
Oh, yeah. And between Stephen A. Smith and LeBron. Did you see that?
No.
LeBron, after the game, went over and told him, stop playing with my son's name.
Oh,
he confronted him after the Lakers-Knicks, got in his face and was being very serious and said, keep my son out of it. I don't know what Stephen A. Smith said, but Stephen A. Smith didn't look – you can't see his face, but he certainly looked like he was just listening.
Oh.
It got a little – like that one –
LeBron might be an imposing figure if he's up in your face.
He's a bit imposing.
Yeah.
And LeBron was extremely serious when you see his face. This is not one of those.
Stephen A. was at the Stephen A. was at the Oscars, and then he was at the View. Stephen A. is a real presidential candidate.
Oh no, I believe. It's so funny.
No.
I 100% he's doing this because he wants to run.
Yes.
No, I believe. Did you see he just signed a new extension yesterday?
Oh.
5 years, $20 million a year. But as part of the deal, he gets to get off of some of the other shows, and he gets to talk. He gets to start doing more political stuff.
Oh, God.
He said, I mean, we're going to have Trump. We've got Trump already, who was on TV. Now we're going to have Stephen A. Smith, who is First Take yelling like,
yeah,
we are not a serious. I'm just telling you, we're not a serious people. This is literally Twitter's already like Mean Girls High School. It's people act like high schoolers.
It is
on Twitter.
Stephen A. is president. Awesome.
Oh no, he's gonna make it.
Have
you heard him? Like you've seen him?
No, I know it.
He's been taking the common sense approach and this, that, and I'm like, man, he's doing a lot of political stuff. He's not doing this for no reason.
No, he is.
That could be a money run. It could be he's getting ready to do another TV show.
Well, the list of Democratic candidates right now in 2000.
You should never be able to say, Stephen A. Smith is actually a pretty good candidate.
He's actually one of the favorites, dude.
He's not a politician.
He's one of the favorites.
That's what the joke is. That we have to seriously have conversations about people who aren't even in that realm. I'm not saying he wouldn't win. I'm not taking the Rock out of this one. Stephen A. out of anybody.
This one.
I used to just think, hey, you know what I like? Who I like cooking my food? Chefs. I'll keep politicians. I don't love that all politicians are. I think a lot of them go with the right things. I'm going to go and I'm going to make changes, and then you get caught up in the machine and whatever. So I'm not even having a comment on that. I just really think that it's crazy that we have conversations like, the Democratic's best candidate might be Stephen A. Smith. I mean, over Kendrick Perkins. But Charles Barkley's got to be considered in this also.
Hey, he wanted to run for governor of Alabama.
I know.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Right now, if you want to get in here, we'll hear from Charles, and then Kendrick had some response.
Lamar? Oh, my God, Charles is in trouble.
So I want to talk right now. If you're in trouble with your windows, if you're in trouble with a door, if for some reason your door busted, your front door, boy, you want to talk about beautiful French doors. You want to talk about not just French doors, but all doors in the kitchen or in the back where you have sliding glass doors. They're just different at Gulf Coast Windows. They're just better. They're just thicker. They're more secure. Their privacy, the beauty, all of the things that you're looking for in a door or a window, they have them at Gulf Coast Windows. They don't skimp. It's not saving you. Listen, it will save you money because your electricity isn't going to escape. And maybe your electricity bills are really, really high because they're escaping through the windows or the doors that are flimsy. And how about the security? If you've got a family and you've got flimsy windows, you've got a flimsy door that's easily broken into, the security of having those doors from Gulf Coast Windows is worth it, period. The warranty is great. Everything about it. And the installation is going to be second to none. The guys won't leave until it's perfect. So if you have to replace windows or you're building a new building, a business, or a residential, get Gulf Coast Windows and get the best. GulfCoastWindows.com. Jim Fiumi's been doing it for about close to 40 years, and he's just the best at it. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so Charles Barkley went after Kendrick Perkins. And not only Kendrick Perkins, he went after all ESPN, how much they talk about the Lakers and Warriors. And listen, I don't know what happened, but they've got beef.
They've got beef.
No, I know. No. I don't know what happened to just regular criticism of, but we've gotten into a point now where we name call, as opposed to just, hey, listen, they over there at ESPN, they're talking about the Lakers save. Come on, the Lakers saving. But Charles took it a step further.
Yeah,
and and it starts to get insulting. Now you're insulting me. You're insulting my manhood. Now all of a sudden we got to throw hands, and that's what Kendrick Perkins wants to do now. So here is Charles Barkley, and then we'll have Kendrick Perkins' response to it.
I saw a fool idiot on TV talking about the Lakers save the NBA.
Save the NBA.
Yeah. He's an idiot and a fool, but he know he is. What's his name, Shaq?
Which one you talking about?
Kendrick Perkins.
Oh,
he said the Lakers. First of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're gonna be working for next year. That's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Right.
I like that.
Hey, man.
I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great. Got a long way to go. But the reason the season's been going great for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But y'all are idiots because y'all talk about the Lakers and the Warriors all the time. Y'all don't. The Cleveland Cavaliers have won 12 straight games. The Oklahoma City got the MVP, and they are on fire. Y'all are talking about who's in second place. That's the reason I get pissed. Hey, the Lakers are doing great. I don't mind being wrong. The Warriors are doing great. But that's because you fools on other networks, which we're going to become fools next year. We'll be working on that network. But Oklahoma City and the Cavs been balling for 6 months. Y'all talking about teams that had two great weeks.
Time out. I get what you're saying. You went at the whole network.
They talk about the same stuff.
Whole industry.
Whole industry. They talk about the same stuff every single day.
I would have to, but there's
is there some credit? Is there some credit to be handed out here?
Yes. But don't say basketball's only watching now. First of all, between that and this lame-ass LeBron-Michael Jordan debate, which is lame. I've said for years, the only people talk about LeBron and Michael is people on television who got no talent to talk about anything else. I've been saying that for years. I ain't hanging on to the 90s. I've always said LeBron's great, Michael's great. But y'all talk about it all the time and then got LeBron out there posing, talking about he all mad about being the face of the league. But it makes me mad. The Oklahoma City and the Cleveland Cavaliers are the two best stories in the NBA this year. Congratulations to the Lakers and the Warriors. They've had 2 good weeks. The Cavs and OKC have had 6 great months.
Okay. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say, this too, John, and I really know this from now doing TV for about 10 or 11 years, only sparingly. It's not even their call, really. Like the producers say, this is what we're talking about. You know what the producers are doing?
Yeah.
They're doing it based on ratings. They look at ratings. When we talk about this, our ratings are here because they can measure that in 5-minute clicks now. And so ESPN, if you haven't noticed, they play the lowest common denominator all the time. They have been for a long time.
That's all.
For a long time. You know what? LeBron moves the needle. They have the same Justin Fields conversations. They have the same, whatever the conversation is, they do it all week long. And it's true. So it's true. But it's not only that, there's a laziness involved in it. Yeah,
There's an
but-
easiness involved in it.
Totally.
Yeah,
But is it
yeah.
is that
The
Kendrick's-
Justin Fields doesn't move the needle, and yet they talked about Justin Fields every single day.
they know better than we do.
No, but they're not looking at. Listen, I know this business. I know this
I know,
business really well.
but you don't know their
Producers don't look at
ratings.
the ratings every day. They don't look.
Oh, no,
you know who looks at the ratings every day is the general managers.
Yeah.
Now the producers, though, the producers play the hits.
Yes,
And the
that's what it
hits
is.
are LeBron and the Warriors. People love the what blah 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 blah. If they rate for their games, and then we got to talk about them and whatnot. But producers are also lazy, and producers are also predictable, and
Yep.
they don't. Yeah, like you.
Yeah.
And they don't.
Dell just literally did this when you said producers are lazy. He pointed.
Yeah.
He did that.
and they're not invented, and they don't have any
No.
innovation.
No, I help my producers, and they're cool with it. I say, hey, why don't we do this?
See, because
Because
if
I think
they-
I'm in radio, and I know this is late. They just don't know
a
better.
lot of times a producer just I got to fill this hour,
But
I
they
gotta
don't
fill
know.
this
They're not
2
in the
hours.
space. They're like, well, let's just do that.
Let's talk about LeBron again because blah 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 whatever. Oh, and this happened, like whatever. They're not innovative,
Right.
And that happens a lot. And ESPN has fallen into that trap. ESPN talks about the same thing. Goodness gracious, when Aaron Rodgers was a free agent, how many
That's it.
every single day? It was the same crap every single day, every
And
single
they
day.
do the same topics
He's-
throughout every show.
Charles isn't off. He was a bit aggressive with the fools and idiot stuff, and your insult. That's just 2025. We can insult people, Pocahontas. We can do this kind of stuff, now in 2025, and as opposed. And now Kendrick Perkins had this to say on Twitter. Hey, NBA, hey, at NBA on TNT, might want to tell that senior citizen Charles Barkley that I'll be around. When he see an idiot or fool in person, make sure he keep that same energy. He can come plan with me if you want to, and I'ma address his ass like the numbers on a house, straight from the 409. Straight from the 409, homeboy, and we bar none and fade all. Hashtag Texas boy.
I just really enjoyed John Reed and Kendrick's tweet. I really enjoyed it.
Listen,
We bar none and we fade all, homeboy.
homeboy. Straight from the 409.
Port
Okay.
Arthur.
Hey, the 409. Shout out to the 409. We're
Beaumont, PA.
big there. We're big there. You know
He's
that,
from
right?
Beaumont. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
from Beaumont.
Yeah.
Beaumont Ozen.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah,
is where
yeah.
he played.
Yeah.
So he's shouting out 409. Bun is 409.
So who you
Bun
got?
is 409
who you
and
got in this
713. Well, I don't think they're going to do anything.
Oh,
I don't think
Now,
they're going to do anything.
what?
I mean, this
this
be-
reminded me
Let's
of
be real. This is a 60-year-old man
yeah.
and a 40-something-year-old. Like, how embarrassing would it be if they
Well,
got into it?
no, yeah, it would be, but
I mean,
it'd
you're both.
be, so now listen, they're moving over to ESPN. You can't put them on the same set ever.
well, they won't be on the same.
No, but
Now they might be at the same game, maybe.
maybe.
But Charles is the headliner.
Yeah.
Kendrick is just a guy who speaks in
yeah.
like on in
Well,
a Zoom.
Okay, so yeah, I got Kendrick in this one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's younger, but if something goes to that, but how embarrassing would that be?
That would be
Two
awesome.
grown ass men.
It would be awesome.
It would not be awesome for ESPN.
Okay, what was the best? You remember what happened with James Harrison in the casino?
I don't. I just remember James Harrison and Chad Ochocinco apparently going to fight too.
Well, yeah. Now that they were sitting next to each other and giving each other the business. Don't you remember that James Harrison he choked out a fool at a casino? Remember? Wasn't it James Harrison? Remember they were in a casino and he had beef with somebody? You remember
Sorry,
that?
I'm not inventive and I'm lazy, so I can't look that up. Apologies.
Well, you're a producer on ESPN, so
I know. So I have to follow the lead of all those other guys. I remember what you're talking about. I remember that happening.
is that? Yeah, was it James?
It's not a casino.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, put in casino
Oh,
fight.
choked that.
athletes.
Oh wait, Josh Cribbs.
Was it Josh? Was it Josh Cribbs? I remember there was anybody on Twitter, if whoever remembers this, there was an incident between guys and they actually went at it. They met each other in a casino at a blackjack table, if I'm not mistaken. And it went down there. I could see if Kendrick Perkins sees Charles Barkley
Oh no, that was football. He knocked out. There's a lot of knockouts for James Harrison. It's just all on the football field.
Okay, maybe it wasn't James Harrison. It was some badass in the NFL that because as soon as I think of badass, I think of James Harrison in the NFL.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Yeah, but whoever it was, you wouldn't enjoy it if Kendrick Perkins went up and took his shot.
No, I like
Shoots a
Charles.
shot. Yeah, I like Charles too.
Yeah,
but you can't just go around fooling idiot people.
Well, you know that didn't just start yesterday, right?
Yeah, no,
that's been going on for I think a couple of years, and I don't know where it started. It probably started because of Charles.
If
we're honest, I don't think Kendrick would say something about Charles. I think Charles is fed up with ESPN and probably said something years ago about Kendrick
because Charles did not agree with his take
Jokic?
on Jokic.
Yeah. I didn't either.
Yeah.
I didn't either. I thought it was a dumb take. You thought it was a racist take.
Yes.
Charles will go a little far with stuff.
Yeah.
On that set. I don't think has Charles ever cared.
No, Charles.
This is who Charles. He told you he doesn't whistle when he walks by graveyards.
He does.
He just told you that.
Who? I don't.
That means he's not scared.
No, I know who whistles. Oh, so that's it. If you're scared, you whistle. I'm just going by.
Distract yourself. Like I don't. Oh, no, just a little graveyard here, nothing to see. Charles is like, no, I walk by graveyards and I'm fine.
I wouldn't mind. Maybe Charles will get a few shots in. Maybe Shaq will join the whole melee.
So you're looking for wrestling, really? If someone's joining in.
Well, how about them? If Mr. McMahon would like to see that in the wrestling.
I think he's been pushed aside because of his issues, but
maybe he make a comeback with Charles and Kendrick.
But he's already made more comebacks than I could have possibly anticipated.
Right.
I think the comebacks are over now.
His son-in-law.
There's a new one that came out on McMahon.
Is that it? Oh,
and he even survived that mustache.
Triple H took it all over?
Yes, his son-in-law.
I never watched it in my life, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I was in the doc.
It was like I watched it when I saw the Netflix series. I was like, oh yeah, you mean Attitude Era? Yeah. I remember Attitude Era from the doc.
Yeah, right. Houston Powder Coaters, I remember that. Just for the other day, I saw Robin. She's wonderful. Jennifer, everybody over there is going to make sure that you get in. You know what? They're going in this morning. They want a call from you because you've got patio furniture, or you've got a car part, or whatever car part, or a boat part, or you've got if you're a business and you got a fence, okay, that's rusted out and you need it powder coated, or if you're a business and you've got your outdoor furniture rusting out, of course it's going to rust out because you're not taking care of it, because the weather is going to make it, shoddy, shungad. Of course it's going to happen because that happens. It's just natural. Well, let Houston Powder Coaters take care of that business. If you buy new outdoor patio furniture, before you put it out, have it powder coated, because it'll protect it against the weather, against the elements that are going to destroy it. So the first thing that you do, I saw, West Side Tennis Club did that. They bought all kinds of tables and chairs, and they had them all lined up at Houston Powder Coaters. I was like, well, these are all brand new. They're still in the packaging. She said, yep, you do it beforehand, and guess what? It makes it stay for a long time. So you're looking for the best way to get that powder coating. Get the people that got 5-star Google reviews. It's just awesome. You'll love Robin, and you'll love what they do. It's HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Well, I just saw a tweet about it's Kalen Bullock working out. Kalen Ballhawk. That's a good nickname.
That is a good nickname.
Kalen Ballhawk.
Let's let people get in on some of the if you want some of the because there's a lot of talk about it on social media yesterday about Christian Kirk. So if you want your thoughts on Christian Kirk, if you missed it, Texans trade a 7th rounder for him. A little bit of a situation. He was going to be cut, cap casualty. The Texans said, screw it, we'll give you a 7th so that we can lock it up and have him available. The option was to let him get cut, and then he becomes a free agent. He's a veteran, so he can go wherever he wants. But then you might be in competition with other teams. So the Texans said, but you also could change his contract number too. So a little bit of a, it's not a gamble by the Texans. They're willing to pay a little bit more. And he has missed, I think it's either 13 or 14 games due to injury over the last couple of years, which is a concern. The production level has gone down over the last 2 years along with those injuries. But, you know, that's kind of been across the board with that offense in Jacksonville. So we'll see what we have. He's getting to be an older player now. He's got to be in his 30s now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was in one of the first draft classes I wrote up, I think 16 or so. Not 15, right? Was it 15 that I wrote him up or 16? It was one of those few years because I remember The Office.
28.
He is 28.
He's 28. Okay.
Yeah.
When did he? What year was he in the draft?
2018.
Oh, it was 18. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was later than I thought.
Second
Okay,
round,
28's not
47th
bad.
pick.
Yeah, 28's not bad.
Dude's had a nice little career.
Yeah.
For a second rounder, 47th pick, not bad. Yep. 28 years old. He's still got left in the tank. I mean, I think he's going to be, I like him on those slants running. I mean, if you send Nico.
I don't think you're going to get your money's.
slant.
You're not going to get your money's worth out of him. You're not getting 15 million worth of production out of him, more than likely. However, it's not really what the thought is. The thought is just give us a second. Like we need a second receiver to go with, and then we'll figure out the third.
You need a threat to open up to help the running game. You need a threat on the other side, not just Nico, so that they can't triple Nico or Nico's going to always be shadowed.
You just got to have you got to have functional wide receivers. You can't have a bunch of 4s and 5s on your team.
But this guy can. If we're going to have a quick passing game, quick slant game, he's going to be
both
good
them.
for it.
Yeah, both them can do that. We don't know what Kaylee's going to do exactly yet. So the new offense coordinator. So we're not sure what he's going to do offensively. My guess is he's going to really lean heavily on CJ and say, what do you like doing? CJ's going to say quick passing game and the Ohio State passing game. I like what Ohio State did.
Yeah.
That's my guess is you're going to see a lot more of that. That's just a guess. I mean, I would think that might be the direction. So you guys want to talk about that. Christian Kirk. Now that's one fewer player they have to get, but that's one fewer draft pick. They got a lot of spots to fill and they're going to have to figure out their salary cap. They're all capped out right now. So there's going to be some work to be done in terms of clearing out cap space. And that means some guys, you know what? Danico Autry might be gone now. I mean, but you still have to feel like that's the kind of player you don't want to lose because he does a lot of what the Texans want, which is rush from the interior. But we'll see. You're gonna have to make some tough decisions to get your money right so that you can sign some free agents. Just have a functional. You got to have a functional roster. You got to have a roster.
Listen, you filled a need yesterday. You filled a big need.
Yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm.
You did.
Hopefully, he stays healthy.
You
God
can't have.
You just paid $15 million, where you're going to have to get rid of other guys, and he's not on the field.
Oh, that's a killer.
That's a killer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a risk.
It is for a guy that is that isn't always healthy. That it's a bit of a risk.
At a lower number. It's but he was never going to come for $5 million. That was never going to be the case.
No.
If he hit the market as an open free agent, I don't know what his value is after the last 2 years league wide, but it would have been higher than 5.
I could still see 3rd, 4th round for a receiver.
Yeah. Yeah, I could. Yeah, 100%.
Now it's not going to be.
I could also see
now you change if you had Emeka Egbuka. If you had Egbuka with their pick in the 1st round, you change it.
Yeah, I really think they're going to try to find O-line, D-line.
Yeah.
D'Amico really honed in on that at the combine. I think that's what they're looking for. I don't think you're going wide receiver in the first now.
No.
I just
Right.
I
That
don't
changes
think
that.
so.
That changes that.
But listen, if you don't trade up, then I would trade back. I don't know that I'd set at 25. We'll see who's on the board. But if you can pick up another pick in this draft, I might do that, because it's this draft is known for being like from 20 to 40. They're all about the same kind of players. It's just, what do you like? So, he could go. I'll have to look at my list of guards, but man, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. I would love Donovan Jackson for the Houston
What if he's
Texans.
sitting there? Take him.
Yeah, you might not want to play games with it, and you get 5 years on him. So you're probably right. You probably do take him there. You could play some games and go to 33 but see, if that's the case, you find out who the Titans or the Browns or whoever you trade out with, you find out who they're going to pick. You have to know who they're going to pick. And then you have to, this is why mock drafts are important to teams. Mock drafts are important to teams because they're simulations. I had a team tell me this, a team who uses my mock draft, because they did a study and they found that my mocks tend to be a little more accurate than some of the other ones. My last mock, my third and fourth. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. And so they
Hold
said,
on, let's not just go by that from the preeminent draft expert. Let him know, Lance.
Yeah,
Say
I'm
it
just
with the
telling you.
chest.
but they used 3 to 4 mocks, 3 to 4 people.
He is pretty accurate.
They did
I'm
a
not
study.
knocking him.
Well,
We gotta let 'em know.
accuracy is relative. You're looking
Right.
to get the top 32.
No, I'm not talking about which team take which guys, but who is at the top of the draft.
Who are the guys?
Yeah, in that neighborhood.
And what teams will look for. So they look at first 3 rounds, which positions are taken. Did you get their positions right? So anyway, what they do is they've got this one particular team has 3 to 4 guys that they use their mocks. And then all they're doing is it's a simulation. So they have an idea of the Rams might do this behind us. The Ravens might do this behind us. The Commanders, here's 2 guys that we're going to look at. And in so doing, you put together your own board, and you're doing it yourself. Like you're basically doing your own mock drafts for NFL teams. NFL teams do their own mock drafts, right? They go really pay attention. Like I had a team, oh my God. I had a team tell me that one of the greatest follows that they have. I don't know if I should say this on the radio, but I'm going to say it anyway. I had a team say, hey, you know who's one of our favorite follows? I said, who? They said, Aaron Wilson. I said, why? Because he tells stuff the team doesn't want him telling. And when we're advanced scouting the Texans, because apparently there was a big beef because he let the cat out of the bag that Titus Howard was going to play left guard before the Miami game. And apparently that was a real no. They tried to keep it quiet.
Oh, really?
In the building,
Yeah,
and in practice, no one was allowed to say that.
You're not supposed to talk
and
about
I guess he said something
really?
on Twitter, and I had a team tell me, and I get along with Aaron fine. I just thought it was interesting that they said, we follow certain people on media. We know who the ones who are yap. So we want to follow them because they may have intel about the team that we need. And so teams are doing that also. They're reading everything. You know that. The Texans Charlie used to get newspaper clips, and they would read everything that's said about them or whatever the case may be. But good teams will do it about other teams in the draft that they're targeting. Like, okay, here's the teams that have the same needs as us. We need to know who they may like. Who are they bringing in for their 30 visits? And so when you do the mock drafts, even though it's just like a goofy thing publicly, teams look at it because they want to simulate who may go somewhere. So if the Texans want to trade Donovan Jackson, or trade back and still land Donovan Jackson, for example, guard out of Ohio State, they need to know, do the Commanders need a guard? Do the Chiefs? Ooh, Chiefs need a guard now. Do we want to play that game?
Well, not only that, but
Chiefs,
who's behind you that might move up in front of you to grab the guy?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, well, you can't really do anything about that.
No. Well, but you might
You're
think,
sitting
okay,
target.
we might have to go up a spot or two.
But that's why you don't want to be predictable. That's why teams will fill some need. You're like, dang, that was a big need, and they just signed a free agent who's just okay. They don't want to be. If you're predictable, teams will trade in front. Texans are looking for guard. We're trading to 24.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't want to be predictable. You don't want teams to know what your needs are.
No. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. What do you guys think about the Christian Kirk? What do you think about the Rockets last night? What do you think about Cam Smith?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about Charles Barkley? What do you think? We got a lot of stuff to talk about here on ESPN 97.5.
What a lazy day for the callers again.
They're the worst.
Only
people.
Gilbert is on hold,
bad.
and he needs a
well,
nurse
Gilbert,
in there.
that's the first time he's ever called. So we got a new caller named Gilbert that'll be joining us hopefully soon. But right now, I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. That's a new company, relatively new. But I've gotten to know some of the owners around the city, and
one of the
I want
owners
to tell
is
you,
jacked.
the what? Sean. Oh no, Jarrett.
Yeah.
Jarrett's jacked.
He's jacked.
Yeah, Jared likes to go. Yeah, he goes in the gym. But you know what? One of the things about him being jacked is, well, he's the owner of the Edo store, and Sean too. Sean likes to work out as well.
Oh yeah.
But they
But you
know
just don't
how.
stand
You know
next
what?
to
You
Jared.
know what they do? They got the peptides where they're able to bounce back. Okay, that's one of the things about working out. You're going to tear the muscles in your arms, and then how quickly are they able to heal so that you can work out again and then build up your muscle? Well, they know all of that stuff at Game Day Men's Health. They know how to make you, if you want to get thinner, if you want to get bigger and stronger, they've got all of the peptides and the ways that you are going to be better. What are you looking for? Do you want to be more focused at work? Do you want to be sexually more active? Do you want to get bigger? Do you want to get thinner? All of these things, they can help you along the way. You're starting to get, maybe, you're working out and you're not getting the results that you used to get. Well, chances are testosterone, or you need some kind of peptide that's going to help you along the way. They've got all of this. You want to be better. You want to look better. You want to feel better. You want to think better. It's Game Day Men's Health. It's just different. Free consultation everywhere at GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back. ESPN 97.5. And yeah, we got people that want to talk here about stuff going on here. Quickly, we'll get to Gilbert, but it's going to be a quick one because we got other callers. Brett and Will want to get in here to talk about stuff. Gilbert, what's going on?
Not so good anyway.
What's the matter?
They changed me to another room anyway.
They changed you to another room?
It anyway.
You what?
Yeah.
You mad about it?
Yeah, I'm really mad about it anyway.
Who you have a roommate now or no?
Yeah, I got a roommate.
You got a roommate now? Ooh.
Yeah, I got autism anyway.
You got what?
Yeah, autism anyway.
He has autism.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's
I know you're gonna come on. I know you're gonna come last Wednesday. What happened?
yeah. Well,
I was out of town.
yeah.
They both were out of town.
We told you that.
Yeah, we just got back, but yeah.
Dell, were you out of town?
Dell
No,
was here.
I wasn't out of town. But
Dell,
he didn't
I thought
ask
Dell
for
was
me.
definitely going to be there.
But he didn't ask for me.
Gilbert, would you like Dell to come?
No.
Well, let's find out.
No.
Gilbert, would you like Dell to come?
No.
Gilbert?
Yeah, I want Dale to come.
Yeah, Dale.
Attaboy.
Yeah,
he said Dale. I don't know a Dale, so
Yeah, he wants Dale to
Yep.
come. Yep.
Gilbert.
Yep.
Gilbert, I don't have.
What about to go after the phone? What about to go after the phone?
Oh, Leo.
Oh, yeah, Leo.
Oh no.
Leo.
No.
No, we
what are
could
you
get,
doing?
no, we could get in
No,
trouble legally
no,
for this.
No.
We
I
could
don't
get in
know
legal
if
trouble.
there's legal issues, but we're not going to subject our intern to Gilbert.
Yeah, no, she can't. She
What
doesn't
about that girl who
have,
answered
she's
the
not old
phone?
enough to drive, Gilbert. Sorry.
Gilbert, I don't want to say.
So what about the other guy?
Who?
He came. What's her name again?
What about Joel in the
Well, wait,
afternoon?
wait,
He
wait.
wants to come.
Wait. What other guy?
What guy?
Probably somebody who brought him food.
He gave me some.
That's right.
Tiger. Steak?
He
Gave
brought
me
you.
some food.
Yeah,
You're talking about Tiger.
Tiger. Yeah.
I think he's probably out of the food bringing.
Yeah,
business.
Tiger. Yeah, Tiger.
Well, he's brought you a few times, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares about Rockets regular season games. So
Yeah.
if you're guaranteeing wins for that, I
Yeah,
don't
we
think he
need
cares.
we need a big game coming up for Tiger to do it, so that you can get us a win, Gilbert. But you know what, but Gilbert, we got to go. But listen, hang tight over the weekend. We'll see what we can do next week. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
All right then. It's Gilbert right
You
here.
may have to bring two
First time
meals.
caller, long time listener.
You may have to bring 2 meals.
I'm gonna try and get there next week.
No, 2 meals.
2 meals.
Like 2 days?
No, one for him and his roommate.
Oh.
You think the roommate's going to like to sit there with their steak and corn on the cob and French fries and Dr. Peppers? And
Bring it up
salt
for
and pepper
everybody,
there?
John.
Can you imagine?
You got to bring it up for everybody.
You got to bring like $50 worth of food for.
Can you
for the
imagine
room.
being Gilbert's roommate?
No, I don't want to.
He's
Brett,
literally still on.
let's get Brett in here to talk about Christian Kirk. What do you say, Brett?
Hey, morning, fellas.
How we doing, Brett?
So, y'all may be somewhat of a homer because I am an Aggie, but I like the pickup, especially for what we gave up, which is basically nothing. I'm hoping that Tank is back, but if not, CK could be a good fill-in, and the ones that are hating on him for, saying it's a waste of a pick, or the who comments, just really, in my opinion, haven't really been watching him since college because he can even help out in the return game. And as much as I like Woods, he is faster, a little more shiftier than what Woods is as a returner. So I don't know what y'all's feeling is about that, and what do you think the chances are that we're actually going to try to go after Diggs more by filling in a slot receiver for basically nothing?
Yeah, that 7th round pick came in the Cam Akers trade. So somebody pointed out, we basically gave up Cam Akers for Christian Kirk.
Okay.
That ain't bad.
No, Cam Akers actually performed a lot. I thought he was going to do a lot better for us.
Yeah.
And when he went to Minnesota, was it?
Yes.
He actually played pretty well at Minnesota. He actually played like we saw him play in the preseason. I don't know what happened with Houston. He just got kind of stuck. I thought he was better than Dameon Pierce in the preseason, but regardless, Christian Kirk, once again, Christian Kirk's whole thing is, he missed 5 games and 9 games. Yeah, you're right. 14 games he's missed over the last,
it was 14. I thought,
it was 14. Yeah, it was 14 because it was a 17-game season. So, you look at it in the first year he missed 4 games. The next year he missed 3. The next year 2. The next year he played all, missed 5, missed 9. You're right. I mean, it's more penal. It's not the 7th round pick. It's the amount of money you're paying him that maybe necessitates other cap casualties. That's the scary thing. If he's playing, okay, he's playing. And if he performs like he did in 2023 with the Jags, oh man, I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. But if he's not playing and he's hurt, this one could be a double whammy. But I get it. I mean, you're trying to fill that spot, and you don't want to do it in a draft with a rookie, and you don't have the money to do it in free agency. So you say, you know what? Let's use our draft pick and do it. Let's use the late draft pick. So I get it. The only negative is that, it comes with a pretty high cap spot that now has eliminated any cap space that you had created. So that's now a concern. So now there's more work for Nick Caserio to do. Who's their cap guy? Not your Mike. Your Mike. Yeah.
Who's the Texans cap guy?
Yeah.
I don't. You know what? That's good.
I'd like for them to have a good cap guy.
Well,
Chris Olsen was a good cap guy.
Well, I'm sure that they have somebody that's. I don't know. The best cap guys are like referees. You don't see them. You don't.
It's
see
not
or
an
hear
official.
from them.
I just typed in Houston Texans cap guy. See, I don't think they're known as cap guys.
No.
I'm not sure if that's on the little placard that goes on the door.
No, they're probably CFOs, chief financial officers, or something of the sort.
Yeah.
How much? Christian Kirk didn't do much this year. He didn't have a 100-yard game this year, but how much of that had to do with Brian Thomas Jr.?
Well, I mean, Nico Collins is going to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Nico's better than Brian Thomas
Right.
Jr. So,
but if Christian Kirk averages 70,
I'm not. Oh, that's
65?
a lot. 70's a lot.
Yeah,
You're over 1,000.
That's
yards,
1,000,
and he's only done that one time in his career.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's
okay. If he averages 55,
he's right at 1,000. He's right at 1,000. I think it's 56.
If he lasts all 17 games.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want him to make a difference in some games. I want him to be healthy and make a difference in some games. There's going to be, Tank Dell, even as a rookie, there were some games he didn't do as much in.
What would we take right now? We'll take 55 yards a game and 8 touchdowns.
See, this is why I don't get caught up in individual stats, because it doesn't necessarily tell the story of how your offense is doing. I just want a productive offense where CJ feels like he can go to all 3 spots, really 4, all 3 wide receivers and the tight end. I just want an offense that flows. If he gets 1,000 yards, if he gets 600 yards, I don't care. The end goal is for the offense to be better.
No.
And this fills an important roster spot.
Well, how about scoring points? That's better.
Yeah. However, by any means necessary, I'm not going to judge the Texans season based on Christian Kirk's productivity. In the same way, he could have good production and they could be an 8-win team, depending on how things go. So we'll see. I just want him to be healthy. If he's healthy, he's going to make a difference.
Yep.
I would expect better production just simply because you won't have to hear this anymore.
Duval.
Oh,
that was not. But that's not what he heard. That's
he heard
Liam Cohen.
He heard a version of it
Duval.
over and over.
Duval.
It's not Duval. It's Duval.
I just think that man will be in a better frame of mind because he won't have to hear that stupid thing anymore.
You don't have to hear that. That's so stupid. It's stupid. Hey, listen, it's great that we got callers. Anthony and Will, you're up next when we get back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 8:06, 8:07-ish. Our topic so far, Cam Smith with another monster day in preseason spring training baseball. And we talked a little bit about what that means for him. Does he stay up the whole time? Do they send him down on a technicality to slow the clock down on him? That's a conversation. Christian Kirk was picked up by the Houston Texans for a 7th-round pick, has some salary cap implications, but also he should fit right into a starting wide receiver role for that 7th-round pick, maybe changing what the Texans look for in a first round of the NFL draft. And your Houston Rockets beat the New Orleans Pelicans. It was a very sloppy game in the first half. The Rockets were sleepwalking through the first half. They turned it on in the third quarter, took a 12-point lead going into the fourth, and handled business. And one of the catalysts was their double big lineup again. It's something that they've recently, Ime Udoka's recently gone to Steven Adams and Alpy playing together, and it's caused some problems for whatever reason.
Well, and we got some sound. We got Ime talking about it after the Indianapolis game, but we got after the Indiana game, but we also got Steven Adams and Alpy talking about it. We'll get to it in just a minute. One other note from yesterday that was really, really good was that Christian Walker is back here for an MRI, but Christian Walker didn't feel like, because he had an oblique that took him a month to get back last year.
Yucky.
He said it wasn't the same. He said it's not as bad. So he did. The prognosis is hopefully that, because he said it worsened the next day. He said this time it didn't worsen.
They don't have MRI machines in West Palm?
Not like Houston's.
Look,
is this not the medical capital of the world?
Why does he have to get on a plane for imaging?
Imaging, okay.
That can't be done down there.
They don't have that in Florida.
What kind of place is Jim Crane running?
You want that redneck state
to
be looking at your oblique?
So MRI machines are pretty expensive. They may not just have one in the facility.
What kind?
No, but
I would
they have
think that
all
you could
kinds
run
of
him
them
to
in
a
the city,
to a location.
Yeah. Why does he have to fly
because
back?
he's not in.
Because
it's not. You're going to doctors that aren't in network. Jim Crane's got to get his doctors in network. It's a PPO.
Wait, I don't know if it's a network thing as opposed to a team doctor thing.
But you also want guys in network.
Why is the team doctor down
what
there?
If they call?
Wait a minute. All the guys are down in West Palm.
All of them are
and
here.
And the doctor's still in Houston?
Because
Why?
it's the
because it's like
the
Walter
medical capital
Lowe
of the world. I don't want them rednecks looking at our guy.
Well, why don't you have your devoted team doctor down with the guys?
If they're big, what if they're big Marlins guys? And then
there are no big Marlin guys.
Accident. Okay, what happened to Teddy Bridgewater? Got stabbed, and what happened?
What do you mean?
He got stabbed in his lung.
That wasn't Teddy Bridgewater.
No.
That was Tyrod Taylor.
Same thing.
No,
way different.
No different.
Way different.
Tyrod Taylor got stabbed.
Same thing, huh, John?
Well, they play the same.
Same.
No, they do
Tyrod
not. Actually is way slippery. And
this is John when it comes to backup quarterbacks.
Look at my African American over here.
I knew it started with a T. Anyway, here's Anthony. He wants to talk about Charles Barkley. Hey, Anthony.
Oh, yeah, guys are killing me. All right, so Charles Barkley, like, he's absolutely right. Like, he's usually right 95% of the time. The 5% is just blatant disrespect, and I think he does that on purpose. But ESPN, they talk about the Dallas Cowboys who suck. They talk about LeBron James who, I mean, yeah, he's great, but, yeah, get over it. And then they just talk about the Jets. They talked about the Brett Favre saga when I was younger. It's just a throw up, eat it, throw up, eat it. It's like a dog returning back to its throw up. And I haven't watched ESPN in 15 years. So
you haven't watched ESPN in 15 years?
Yes. Like, I think since Keyshawn Johnson got released from the Buccaneers is the last time I watched it, because they just kept talking about Keyshawn Johnson and John Gruden having issues over and over and over for a month. And I was like, okay, I'm going to just watch something else, because this is the same throw up. So.
Microphone. Your mic's always off. There you go.
We got it's our business, so we got to watch it we got it on in here every day. It's every once in a while has content, but you're right. We watch this and it's the same stories time and time and time and time. Look, they got
but it wasn't that year. It wasn't that way.
They're going to do a story about Steph Curry when they get back.
It wasn't that way 15 years ago, though.
No, No, probably
he just
not.
checked out.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's fine. He doesn't want to watch it. That's fine.
Yeah.
713-780-3776. All right, we've been talking about this. Steven Adams and Alpy both talked about the double bigs. Which one you want to do? Steven Adams first or Alpy? Del?
Oh, they're both fine. I mean,
okay.
Pick and choose.
Okay, let's do Steven Adams. Talking about Steven Adams comes in. The double big has been very productive for the Rockets. They play zone, and for whatever reason, because maybe it's because a lot of teams, it's like facing the option in college football. You just, I mean, we don't see it. The players aren't as good, but we don't see it, so it's hard to beat. And maybe that's what's going on with the double bigs and the zone that they're playing. And here's Steven Adams talking about it.
What did you like about playing alongside Alperin when y'all got that double big lineup going?
That's good. It's good because it's something new. So it's, in terms personally, it's just engaging. Also, it's just a lot of my career has been spent that way as well, playing double big lineup anyway. But yeah, no, it's just good, just figuring it out, and I feel like we play off each other pretty well. Just gravitate the defense in a certain way. It's a different look. So I think it's a pretty useful tool going forward.
We talked about it after the Dallas game. You said, there were maybe some timing kinks to work out over these last couple games. Do you feel like you guys got that?
Yeah, I mean, there still is. Like, again, the pace that we played, and then just our ability just to read everyone. I mean, it's been going good. Again, that was the first time we tried it, was Dallas. So yeah, from then until now, I feel like we've cleaned up some stuff, but there's still a lot more to still do. You know what I mean? It's still relatively new. Got positive results, but can't get too happy about it. You know what I mean? Like, because the sample size is too small for you to determine if it's it's worth pursuing. But got to take it as just coincidence. I'm more of a pessimist. I don't know if you can tell, but yeah, just got to prove it first.
All right. Well, back to the double bigs. And I'm figuring it out. I don't know about figuring it out because they looked like crap for a while against New Orleans. If they play like that, they did in the first half against any really good team, they wouldn't have been down 3 at the half for sure. So and listen, even on the Rockets, the headline, I think maybe it was the Rockets Twitter site. I don't know. Rockets escape New Orleans with win. And I think escape is the right word. They got out of there. They didn't play they played really, really well in the third quarter. But before that, and really after that, they maintained it. But it was really not great. And that first half was really scary, actually, if you want to know the truth. So I don't know about figuring it out, but I do know that the double big is working. And he said it. It's something new. It's something new.
Yeah, I like it against certain lineups, certain matchups. You don't want to you want to throw it out there with a purpose against certain, there needs to be a reason for it. And I'm sure it's matching up with Alpy. I'm sure that's the idea, is they've got somebody at their 4 who can't match up with Alpy. This is a bad matchup for them. I'm sure it's something like that's part of it, at least. It's where I like that Ime's doing different stuff. I like it. This is one of the reasons I like Ime Udoka. Number one, he didn't take any crap. He didn't put up with any nonsense. From the beginning of the year, he basically said, look, this really dates back to last year. He just says, look, if I don't like the way you're playing, you'll come take a seat with me on the bench, and you may not get back into the fourth quarter. I don't care if you're Jalen Green, Alperin, Şengün. I don't care who you are. Love it. We always talk about accountability. Well, are you really about that life when one of your favorite players is on the bench in the fourth? Even if he knows that player might be a better option, if he's got a point to make, he's making a point because there's a bigger picture here, and he gets that. I just think I love the fact that we have him and Kelvin Sampson as our basketball coaches here. I love it. I couldn't be happier. It's a great combination because they know what it takes to hold people accountable, to make people mentally tough. They require toughness. They require mental toughness. And that's the thing that is like a separator between teams. Finesse teams don't like tough teams. They don't like mentally tough or physically tough teams. They don't like them because when it's time to get a 50-50 ball, they're not getting it. The tough team's getting a 50-50. You don't like seeing Amen Thompson because not only is he tough, he's crazy explosive, and Tari Eason and a lot of Rockets, and Jalen's getting like that now. He's got some of that. So I love the fact that he will try different lineups. He will make points to players. He will go with different strategic philosophies like he has now with the double big lineup. He coaches. He's not just rolling the ball out there and doing the same thing over. It's not playing by the book like blackjack. This guy is actually strategically making moves and actually coaching. I love it. And Kelvin will do some of it, although Kelvin's pretty much like, this is the way we play. We ain't making a whole lot of changes. Play hard, play fast, get rebounds, get loose balls. There's not a whole lot of strategic. At least I don't seem to see it. Like, I don't see a lot of strategic. Like, Kelvin's really playing chess today. I just think, Kelvin's just like, you guys are dogs. Go beat them up. Go beat them up.
Yep. All right. And if you've got any kind of issues whatsoever with your plumbing, here's something, and we've talked about it before, but how about being preemptive? Okay. If you start to feel like, wow, this is clogging up, you put in the Drano like I did, it doesn't work, whatever, and they can come and undo it. If you've got any kind of issues with a toilet that's stuffed up and it's not flushing right, the water's not going down right, man, maybe you got some kind of problem in there, you need the giant snake, then let them come. If you've got a water heater, tankless water heater that you haven't checked in a while, then you got to do that. You got to be preemptive. You got to get that residue out of there. And Billy Brown and his peeps over at Aqueduct Plumbing get that job done. A big repiping job like you had.
Billy, yeah, that was a nightmare. It was a nightmare finding out about it. It wasn't a nightmare to have it fixed, because I watched them out of my backyard getting all the work done, and they got it done. They're very honest workers. I love the workers too. The workers. I had the same guy who did the repipe. One of the guys who was leading that charge. He was at my house working on toilets, some small things that I needed done, and he did that. And just like, Billy's just got guys who, it's the same guys over and over, low turnover, because he's got good workers who do great work, and you love the work that they do. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I'm so glad to hear Billy say that so many of you use their services, because they are the official plumber of this show. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776.
Is there anything that we haven't we talked about? Is Stephon Diggs gone now? I think he is.
This is it.
He
He's
has
done.
to be.
He has to be. There's no way you can afford him.
Ugh, a second for that, man. God almighty. This didn't work out. You took a shot.
Yep.
I mean, I don't blame you. You took a shot. That's on Nick. That's on Nick's ticket also. He's had some good picks. That was not one of his better moves, but I can't really bite it. I can't beat him up for it because I knew what he was doing. And he took a chance, and I'd rather scared money don't make money, but don't be dumb money. There's a difference between aggressive money and dumb money. And that was aggressive money. I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It was an aggressive move. I get it. It was a 1 year. It was a 1 year risk, which has its pros and cons. The cons are if he gets hurt, then you don't even get a full year. And that just happened to happen. The pros are, hey, if he's an a-hole, you don't have to deal with him. You get him out of there. Now, then the negative is that because they canceled out the rest of his contract.
Ripping up the 3 years was I know you wanted to have the best of him and not have him and make sure that he played hard because he was in a free agent year. But it backfired.
It did, but I don't think he would have. I don't know if he had no trade, but he basically that's what he wanted, and the Texans were cool with it. You're right, because here's the thing. Well, there was still a lot to go.
He's never going to get that much. I thought it was dumb on both sides. When he did it, I said, I don't get. What if you don't get $18 million next year? Why are you ripping up that deal?
Well, his thought is I'm coming off a good year. I'm one of the best wide receivers.
Yeah, guess
if
what?
I get to free agent,
You're
I'm
also
getting $23 million.
And if you get hurt like he did.
Yeah. Well, no one thinks they're going to get hurt.
No.
But when it happens, all of a sudden you're like, because he'll never make that money back. I don't think. If he's lost a step even, how's he getting, what is it, 54? 3 at 18? Is that what it was?
It was 3 at 18. Yeah.
Something like 54 million. Do you think he's going to make 54 million for the rest of his career?
I never thought he would.
And let me tell you what teams hate. Late in your career, when you're not as good or you're slowing down, they hate all this in the public eye with rappers, girlfriends and stuff. Just like they don't want, you know what they're like? Owners and GMs and head coaches, they just don't want hassle. They don't want any hassle. They'll put up with it from good players. Like Micah Parsons, that's a hassle that nobody with the Cowboys likes. But he's a special pass rusher. You put up with it. If Stephon Diggs isn't special anymore, they don't want any hassle.
No, you know what? He's probably what? How much would you give? You need wide receiver help. You know who needs wide receiver help if they don't get DK Metcalf is the Chargers.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know if
I don't know that the locker room is strong enough for him. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're not in it. But how much do you give him? 11?
That's what I'm thinking, 11 or 12.
11, 12. And he's going to be
happy.
But
I'm only giving him 1 year.
I know. He's like turning into Odell right now.
Maybe. But Odell didn't have, but he could still play. Odell couldn't play.
Yeah.
Odell really wasn't a player
coming off this.
Odell did have a good 3-game run with the Rams, 3 or 4 game runs with the Rams. So he did have that. But before then and even after that, Odell had nothing. Stephon Diggs was still playing well.
Yeah, but coming off this knee now as an older player.
Right. We don't know.
But
I think the game, I think he still has some game. He's just, now you have to deal with some off the field attention where it hasn't been a problem. Like he hasn't been arrested or anything like that. But it's like, man, his name is popping up with, what is it? Somebody's suing him and now he's suing the girl. And
he's suing a girl for several things. Like,
but she's suing him for assault.
I don't know if she's
civil
actually,
suit, I guess.
I don't think she's actually filed a lawsuit. She after the lawsuit was filed against her, she came out and said, "Stephon did this to me."
That's right.
But as far as I have seen, he's the only one who's filed something.
He filed first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like the preemptive attack.
He's filed only. At this point.
I like thinking ahead.
That's what Sun Tzu would do.
Yeah.
Sun Tzu would have preemptively filed a lawsuit.
That's what you do.
Yep.
All right, get ahead of it. Get ahead of this whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what Trump learned from Roy Cohn.
So he claims the
They
defendant
sue you, you sue them 3 times.
Mia Jones assaulted him and destroyed his valuable property during an altercation at his Houston restaurant. And then she came back and said she was assaulted, but she has not filed a lawsuit. He has, though.
No, he has. At his Steph has a restaurant here?
No, his apartment.
Oh, I thought you said
I thought you said
restaurant.
something about a restaurant.
You said
Maybe
restaurant.
I misspoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
did.
his
That's what I was like.
apartment.
That's a weird.
Apartment.
Okay.
He's being accused. He's accusing her of punching him and destroying his wristwatch and gaming system.
Oh,
He also alleges
Now we're on
gaming system.
The suit also alleges
now it's
that
on.
her and another woman attempted to extort Diggs for millions of dollars. And then she said he punched me in the back of the
I
head.
can't imagine what some athletes have to
Go through.
put up with the extortion thing. I'm thinking that probably happens more than we think.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all women are not. I'm not making any. I'm just saying.
I think you just said that.
No, I think they probably deal with some people that are not that are hoping to catch a paycheck from time to time.
Yeah.
You got to navigate. That's why that's why you get married.
That's
at
how
age
that's
21.
how I am with Wendy.
You just get married at age 21 and everything's fine.
Yeah.
Aren't you with a second wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a felon the first time. But
So it wasn't fine.
there's a felony involved. Not with me. I was already out of that.
Right. That's how I am with Wendy, though, trying to extort money out
Hey,
of her. And
Lance,
it
your
ain't
house
working.
is being foreclosed on during your
Ain't
your
working. I
divorce.
can't
Like
get any out of
my
her.
house is being foreclosed on.
Wow.
Huh. I thought I've been paying all this money. I thought she was paying the house note. No?
There's something to be
I
said.
guess I have to pay to get my house out of foreclosure.
There's something to be said for not earning the nickname Community D. Because if you don't earn that nickname, there are probably less turns for you to be
if you get a wife like our wives now, like you got my wife graduated college in 3 years. She's got a law degree. I mean, not currently practicing, but still.
That's all right.
I got a wife that has my back every step of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Can Stephon Diggs just settle down?
Well, he's not looking for a
nice
wife.
Girl, settle down.
A nice girl. Somebody else's, but she's still a nice girl.
Well,
he's alleging this woman wasn't a nice girl.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think he's with nice girls. I just think he hasn't found the right one yet.
Do
you think
you know where you can go find one? Basketball Wives.
No.
If he can get on a Real Housewives or a Basketball Wives show.
Basketball Wives.
Oh, she was?
Yes.
She was.
Do you think he's looking for the right woman?
I think he's looking to settle down, yeah. I think he's had his fun, and now Stephon Diggs is like, you know what? I'm in my 30s. Let me go find the right girl to be the mother of my children. Mm-hmm. We'll get married. We'll probably find a nice house somewhere out in the suburbs, and I'll really slow this thing down, and he's going to have to start looking at 401ks, Roth IRAs. Is he going to save? You got to start saving money for kids going to college. Like, I think he's going to settle into, hey, let me get a more reasonable car, probably trade down a little bit in car so he gets something that gets better gas mileage. Would be smart, especially if he's living in the suburbs.
I don't know, man.
But you get more house for the dollar in the suburbs.
You're talking like a man who doesn't have as many options as Stephon Diggs does. Like Diggs,
he's got more options.
He's got more options.
Okay,
he's got more.
In theory,
if your name's Community D,
yeah.
In theory, he has more
options. It's not in theory. It's in practice.
It's in practice.
But in theory, he has more.
No, it's not in theory.
I mean, financially, he can live in a lot of different.
Well, since you're a loyal husband, he's got a lot more options.
Yes.
Well, those are smash options.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Which is
that's
more
not
than
what
you
I'm.
have.
Well, yeah, but I'm married. But even if I weren't, he would.
No,
yeah,
I think he
but
would.
I also
Pretty
am pretty sure that had I met what's her name, Mikey Madison, when I was like 30,
if she was born earlier, is what you're saying?
Yeah, if she was born earlier, and I was at that stage of my life, I probably, her or do a
cash in.
If we had met at some like draft party.
So you believe the guy? Who were you hanging out with? Some noted gambler at the time? What?
No, I was in college. I was with
college.
Buffalo Jimmy.
Okay, so but at
he's hanging out at the pool hall. Wouldn't he be very attractive
to Mikey Madison?
Oh no,
I
was a 10 at the pool hall
because
with White Bear, Black Bear, Spider, Buffalo Jimmy.
Oh, he was. Yeah.
You know he comes from the Leone family.
What was your nickname?
Kid Kerwin.
Kid Kerwin.
You think Kid Kerwin is pulling Mikey Madison?
No.
Dua
Further
Lipa?
down the road. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
not Kid Kerwin, but like when I was yeah.
I've asked.
Well, that's when
further
you
down
used to hang out with the
There was
bookie.
no women. If
That's
there's
when-
any women in the sports palace,
That's when you used to hang out with Jackie P.
well, no,
When you were in your
when I
about
was here.
30 or so.
Yeah, when I was here. No,
That's when you were more
27.
attractive with Jackie P.
27.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at 20
I was.
so at
you choose
27
between me and Jackie P.
Well,
I'm almost positive.
No, I know that.
I'm almost positive. Oh, this is something I can't say on the radio.
Okay, do it.
So
I'm not gonna say this.
So
I'll
let me
just
ask
tell
you a question then.
I'll tell you about the concubine.
Oh yeah, I know this
Yeah.
story.
So let me ask you a question. In your Jackie P era,
not me.
in your Jackie P era, at the height of your
Who?
Jackie P era,
Jackie P. That's where I got my Drayton McClain.
you
from Jackie
think
P.
you think Mikey Madison would have been on the table for you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
On the table? Which table?
The table she got on in her role as Honora.
Hey, wait a minute. No, I just think that, like John said, he could have pulled Angel Reese or whatever.
Well, I said a woman of that stature. He said yes, he could at 22.
Yeah.
Yes, even if he was broke.
Yeah, I
He
said
could
him.
pull a
I
rich
said
lady.
I said him at 22, whatever
Yeah.
that was. He
Yeah.
said he could. Yes.
Yeah, and I'd be a sugar daddy. I wasn't really making
She
that
makes-
much
yeah.
money.
She makes more than you. How could you? Be a
Yeah,
sugar
but I
daddy?
had a Charger
Listen,
at the
it's
time, a Dodge
it's great
Charger.
when they make more than you.
I know you're living the life. Understood.
It's awesome. Hey, you know what else is awesome? Give me the VIN. You can make money. How about 20,000? Get this. Give me the VIN.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Give me the VIN.com giving away $25,000 in cash every month. That's the big cash giveaway. 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry. Okay, go to givemethevin.com and find out how you can mail it in. Or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup, truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic. GiveMeTheVin.com. Also the place to sell your classic or collectible. That's GMTVCC.com, classic or collectible. GMTVCC.com to sell your really, really nice old car. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships. You don't have to anymore. Okay. GiveMeTheVin.com. Put your car right on the money, providing you with hassle-free online option to sell your car. It's as simple as going to givemethevin.com, putting in your VIN number or your license plate. You'll get an offer of your car in minutes that always well above any dealer quote, guaranteed to be CarMax. So they're going to send you $100. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. They'll deliver the money to you and pick up your car. Easy. It's fast. It's America's best car driver, and it's a big cash giveaway. $25,000 in cash every month, and you could win. Go to givemethevin.com. Givemethevin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number. Big night last night. Christian Kirk, a Houston Texan. Rockets win. Cam Smith. Let's get the Cam Smith sound. Cam Smith had 3 more hits last night. His OPS is 2,000. The kid, he's hitting over 600. He's incredible. The kid is on fire right now. And yesterday or the day before, the Astros put out, their Astros site put out, how you think? What do you think, huh? How about this? Like, yeah, we like it a lot. What do you guys think? And what are you going to do with him? Are you going to start him? Is he going to start the regular season with the team? And the answer is probably no. But this oblique thing with Christian Walker, and if the kid keeps on hitting, what do you do? I think Chandler Rome had a piece in The Athletic that said he could start the season. He could be here to start.
He said the Christian Walker injury potentially provides one of the few avenues for Cam Smith to be on the opening day roster.
So here is Cam Smith via Brian McTaggart after the game last night.
You had the 108 off the bat. When you just seeing the ball well right there, guessing on the pitch, or how do you see that?
On defense?
No, the one you hit, hit
no,
the Ento, so you couldn't catch it.
Yeah. That was pretty cool. He talked to me when I was at second base. He's like, easy. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, like you're saying, I'm just getting pitches and I'm swinging at them.
Had you seen Brandon Sproat before?
I have not. That was the first time I saw him. I know he went to Florida. He went to the University of Florida and big rivals over there, but I didn't get the chance to face him. But he's got a lot of good stuff.
When you're rolling like this, how can you express how you're feeling at the plate? Just uber confident, or how are you?
Yeah. I try to stay grounded and even keel as much as I can, because if you ride the wave, it's gonna be a tough time. So just like obviously being grateful for the success, but at the same time, did we win today, or what do we have to work on as a team? So that just kind of keeps me grounded.
Last at bat against Ghosts, I mean, he's throws hard and can be a little unpredictable. How tough is that at bat? And you trying to go the other way there?
Yeah. I'm talking to the hitting coaches with the scouting report before, and they're just kind of telling me what to do, and it worked out pretty good.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm not a baseball person. You guys are certainly baseball people. You're a numbers guy. Lance was a baseball guy.
Yeah. You are a numbers guy, Lance.
Is there an equivalent as far as competition in the other sports? Like, is this not G League? Is this summer league basketball, like Reed Shepherd when he went off? Is it, because we always hear when an Astro pitcher struggles in spring training, he's working on stuff. So how can we evaluate? Because pitchers will tell you, I'm just trying to get into form, I'm working on things, I'm not at top level. How do we judge what's going on here?
Yeah, if pitchers, that's a good point. If pitchers are always working on stuff when they get hit, well, they still are trying to get you out. That's true. That's the lie that people tell. Oh, he's just working on stuff. Most of them are actually, they are working on stuff, but they'd also like you not to hit them.
To me, it is like you're playing lesser competition in football. If you can't play against lesser competition, why do you think you can move up a level? But if you are excelling at that level,
dominant,
then you're dominant at that level.
Competition.
Then I think you've got a chance.
Yeah.
When you get to the bigs, when you get to the NFL,
he's hitting like they're looking at ex velo, but he mentioned it 108. Like
the third baseman had no. The ball was hit so hard. I think it went off the third. He had no chance for it. And then he went to right field, to right center.
He's new for us.
He is,
but he's a known. He's new for the Astros. He's a known commodity in baseball.
But the kid goes the other way. He hits it to straightaway center. He pulls the ball. He is. I mean, we've seen guys have big springs. This is about as big as it gets.
I'm just trying to work my mind around it, because when an established hitter struggles in the springs, whatever, he'll figure it out.
Right.
Yeah. So when he does it, and like you said, thankfully, we know, at least at this level, he can perform. He's not overmatched. I just don't know what it means other than, hey, he possibly deserves a shot to be there when they start.
Right. Well, if he was having a crappy spring, you'd be like, well, he ain't ready.
And you wouldn't overreact because you know the talent's there, right?
Right.
He's not ready.
Right. And he's got, you know what? It's a process. It's a process. Well, he looks like right now he's far along in the process. And you know what? It could be that. But they're still major league pitchers, and they're still bringing it and they're still throwing curves, they're still throwing sliders, they're still throwing, fastballs, major league fastballs. So, and the kid is just seeing now baseball is cyclical. Baseball is,
And
you get on a roll.
And scouting reports matter quite a bit in baseball. So once again, you might know more than me. Do pitchers work on sequencing of pitches to individual hitters, or are they just, hey, I'm going to throw stuff to try to get a guy out?
That I don't know. I don't know that they put as much time.
Are they game plan? Are they?
You don't show your best.
Yeah, they're not game planning.
They're
for
not game planning.
lineups.
They're
yeah.
not game planning.
Yeah.
And there's no, I doubt there's no scouting reports in spring training. You're going to get an inning. You get an inning or two. Josh Hader, we're watching a game last night. The guy goes, Josh Hader's in the fourth. He's just trying to work. That's all.
Yeah,
and he's got to get out of there.
Yeah.
He wants to go. He wants to get to,
Where does Josh Hader want to get to, John?
He wants to get to Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't know. I don't know where
might.
Josh Hader's going.
Maybe.
He's got the long hair. He's in Florida. He's probably at a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yes. I mean, or
You
a
could
biker
also
bar.
be at
I don't know.
strip club, or also.
I'm not putting strip club
Well,
on
I'm
Josh
just saying
Hader.
these are the things that are big there, and laundromats.
West Palm,
And
Buffalo
tattoo-
Wild Wings.
and
Let's
tattoo
see.
parlors.
What's the nearest Buffalo Wild Wings to the
Oh, there's
Astros?
going to be one. John's probably right.
Have you gone to that Buffalo Wild Wings before, John?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's
sounds
Florida.
very
The one on
accurate.
Okeechobee Boulevard.
Okeechobee. I've been on that. Okay. I'm sure Josh had to get
Name
over
another
there.
state where you've got an Okeechobee.
Oh, yeah.
If you told me, hey, there's a boulevard called Okeechobee, where is that?
Possibly
I'd say, let's say
there
Minnesota.
or in North Dakota.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd say somewhere up. I'd say
Native
Minnesota,
American, yeah.
North Dakota,
Yeah.
Native, maybe Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, Oklahoma could absolutely.
Where's Apopka? Florida.
Well,
That's probably where it
Okeechobee
is.
is a city in Florida as well.
And Arizona.
Yeah,
Arizona has a lot of Okeechobees.
What? What?
Street.
No, stop. That's not what you meant.
What are you gonna say next? A lot of Bridgewaters. You already did that earlier.
I didn't do nothing like that.
Tyrod Taylor. You need to tighten it up.
It's time to talk about Zadok Jewelers. Okay, That's what we're talking about.
Zadok Jewelers is the place you go. Really, I mean, to be honest with you, I've been telling you about Mother's Day and Valentine's Day previously, birthdays and engagements. How about watches? Let's talk about men's watches, luxury watches. You got your watch game up. Do you want to get it up? Do you want to have new? That sounded different, but do you want to have another watch? Do you want to trade in your watch for a different watch? You say, I like this watch, but I've got a couple watches in my collection. I want to trade. Zadok will buy, sell, and trade watches with you. So if you'd like to come in and maybe trade your watch for another watch, maybe it's a watch that they traded with someone else that's in pristine shape, or maybe a new watch, they'll be more than happy to do that for you. People who are really into watches understand that Zadok has the best selection that you're going to find in Houston. It's frankly, people come from around the state because they're a boutique location for some of the top brands around the world. So they have very unique timepieces. So if it's something that stands out to you, you want a timepiece that shows off your charm and your sophistication and your worldly manner, you're going to find that at Zadok. Their watch collection and selection is amazing. So much of their store, it's 28,000 square feet. They've got a huge selection for men to go to take a look at, and for women's watches as well. It's Zadok Jewelers. Go to online. You can go check everything out at zadok.com, or just head on over to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have so much stuff going on here. Stephen A is going to address the LeBron issue
on First Take.
On First Take.
Yeah.
He is going to address it, so
You want to take it live?
I don't want to take it
No,
live.
this is not a press conference
Are
for
we
a
sure?
trade by the Astros.
So for those of you who haven't seen it, Stephen A was sitting up close at the Lakers game. It looked like a floor seat, and LeBron came up to him. Was it right after the game?
After the game.
Right after the game, and he was in his face, and I guess lip readers are saying, or someone who was close to it says, keep my son out your mouth, okay?
But when you talk about me and whatever criticisms you have,
Yeah.
don't include my son.
Yeah. So I don't know what Stephen A said about it.
Where there is a clip from Stephen A's, I guess, podcast. He's criticizing LeBron about his thoughts concerning the GOAT stuff and the face of the league. I think,
yeah.
and he's running B-roll of Bronny playing terribly. So he's talking about.
But once
LeBron.
again, that's producers doing that.
Yeah. Yes, it is. But
did he mention Bronny?
I don't believe it had much to do with Bronny, but Stephen A is going to have final edit on his own show. He's going to see it and go, wait a minute.
Maybe.
They're not going to run stuff by him. Hey, we're going to do this.
You never know. You never know
was
what the
a
B-roll is,
reason that they put him in, that they put Bronny in there. Maybe he's saying, he has so much pull that he's got even this able to play in the NBA. He got his son a contract. He's, whatever he was, whatever the. I don't see the correlation in talking about LeBron being the face of the franchise or of the league and putting Bronny up there. But
yeah, we don't know the context.
We don't know. But Stephen A is going to address it, and we'll have that sound. Anyway, it was LeBron was in his face last night, and none too pleased with Stephen A. Smith, the presidential candidate. So Draymond stuck his foot in his mouth, and apparently Karl Anthony Towns did not play against the Warriors, and Draymond said he heard that Cat didn't play because he didn't want to play against Jimmy Butler. Well, a reporter then addressed that situation and asked Draymond this question.
Well, we don't have. I don't know. Oh, you put something on the rundown?
Oh, I put it in.
I
there,
didn't.
yeah.
You didn't.
Oh, you don't have it. You don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't know that you did.
We'll get to it. We will get to it because let that story play out itself as opposed to us talking about it. So, yeah, Draymond said Cat didn't want anything to do with Jimmy Butler. Now, Jimmy Butler is good. I don't know. Cat is dodging him.
Well, he's just playing a basketball game.
Yeah, right. It's not like
this
Jimmy
isn't Barkley and Perk.
Well, yeah, and
Jimmy hasn't been on the. This has been years since he was with the T-Wolves.
Yeah,
Draymond, but tell the real story. I mean, Draymond makes that comment.
The reporter asks, and here's the exchange between the reporter and Draymond.
You've seen your reaction today to your comments about Cat?
No.
And what the circumstances were?
No. No. What's the circumstance?
Apparently, he said he was at a funeral for a family friend.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. But my comments that I made was what I heard was this. And that's what I heard. So I do, send my well wishes to him and his family. None of us. It's inevitable. We all experience death in one way or another, and we'll all experience it in the same way one day. So it's unfortunate. You never wish that on anybody, but the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis must go on.
Yeah, no accountability.
I definitely.
So that's what
I heard.
So
Too bad.
So for those of you that maybe you didn't understand it because it was a little difficult at the beginning to understand, the reporter said, do you know what really happened? And Draymond said, no. He said, well, Cat had to attend a funeral of a family friend. And Draymond went, well, I heard what I heard. He didn't want to play.
Yeah, but that's really unfortunate.
Wait, what?
That's just what I heard.
It's really unfortunate, but that's what I heard.
Now,
wait, what?
As you mentioned, Jimmy Butler has not been a T-Wolf for quite a while now, and Cat has played Jimmy Butler since his departure. So I'm not sure why this game, when Cat's having a pretty good year, is the game where he decided, I don't
It's just
really
reckless.
That's just what
stuff.
I heard. Though.
It's typical reckless Draymond stuff.
I love that though. Hey, I may be wrong, and it may be totally off, and it may be defamatory, but that's what I heard.
I watched somebody's
podcast.
life get ruined a week and a half ago. A girl's life get ruined from Ole Miss. I don't like that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like that. It may be defamatory. It may not even be true, but that's just what I heard. So I'm going to tell it. We got to get off that.
Well,
stuff.
that might be a little bit. That might be. There might be some more vengefulness in that one.
Doesn't matter. People shared it like crazy.
Yeah. No.
Draymond says, well, that's what I heard. So I'm just going to put it out there. Don't care. Yeah, but he had a family friend die. Well, still, I heard it. So
I heard it.
I should share it. He's a clown. Draymond's a good basketball player, but clownish behavior. Nothing's ever his fault.
The podcast is going on, whether you like it or not.
I know.
I'm not
the
gonna
most important
apologize,
thing is his podcast.
And I'll mention the name of my podcast so you guys can go listen.
Yeah.
The next time I say something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Nothing's ever been his fault when he's fought with people, when he's just grabbed people by the throat. He never took accountability for any of that. Yeah. Nothing is ever. Can you imagine being married to him? Nothing. He ain't saying sorry for nothing.
No.
Nothing.
I think a lot of people can
never. That's one thing I've never imagined in my life.
Yeah.
Being married to Draymond.
Maybe not specifically Draymond, but the personality. A lot of people are like, yeah, I know that person. I'm married to him.
Yeah.
Never say you're sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never admit when you're wrong. Yeah, I know that person.
Yeah. There's a lot of us out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us out there.
Always deny.
Yeah, and even when I'm caught in a lie,
yeah,
I don't
bring up other stuff that they had done before.
Yeah.
Draymond ain't alone.
He just happens to be a basketball player with a podcast. He ain't unique.
No, we out there.
You ain't slick.
All right,
Draymond.
9:00, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A little taquerias today. How about some fish at Taquerias around us?
Yeah, they have shrimp. They have fish. Absolutely. You can go get fish tacos if you're doing Lent. Taquerias around us is great. You can stop in, get their shrimp dishes. Now, you're not going to get the shrimp with the bacon wrap shrimp. That's probably, you could pull the bacon off of it, I guess, but it kind of defeats the purpose if you're doing Lent on Friday. So, but they have shrimp dishes. They have fish dishes. Absolutely. That's an option for you. And of course, those of you who aren't into Lent, aren't doing the Lent thing, it's just a Friday for you. You're going to go have their carnitas. You're going to go have their carne guisada, their pastor tacos, whatever the case may be. They're going to have that. You can take advantage of it and enjoy it yourself. For breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, there is amazing choices with authentic Mexican food, great options, great opportunities at Taquerias Rondas, and their sports bars right there at their bar. They're turning it into a sports bar. So where you're watching your March Madness, it better be there where they have multiple TVs. You can post up, drink, eat, and watch ball all day long. It's Taquerias Rondas.
All right. 904 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is a controversial day. Stephen A. right now is addressing the LeBron moment last night. For those of you who missed it, LeBron came up to him after the game last night, got in his face about keep my son out of your mouth. Okay. Don't make this about Bronny. And Stephen A. is right now saying if we were in a different environment, where he chose that environment to come and attack me, and but if he'd have called me and said come and we'll meet and talk about it, then it would have been a different situation. And I would have said this. I would have said I've never done that. Blah 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 blah. We'll hear some of it, maybe. But last night, Charles Barkley calling Kendrick Perkins a fool and an idiot. Stephen A. getting accosted by LeBron James. Accosted.
He had a dialogue. It wasn't a dialogue, a monologue.
Well,
Stephen
it was.
It looked like a monologue.
It looked menacing.
Well, because LeBron James is 6'8",
He said he came at me like a dad, not a
60
basketball
pounds.
Yeah.
You missed that part, but that's what he said.
Yeah. It wasn't a. He wasn't a
He
basketball
came
player.
at him like a dad. Is a dad not menacing? Yes.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. And then a little less Draymond having his cat thoughts, and in
So
which he
just-
thought
you
Cat
mean
was
there's-
dodging Jimmy Butler.
There's drama in basketball.
Wow.
Are you telling me that there's drama in the NBA?
And you guys don't love this game.
Listen. The Lakers saved basketball. Y'all don't even get it. LeBron in the middle of this thing. LeBron and the Lakers in the middle of the Charles Barkley thing.
Are the Rockets providing
The
this type of
Warriors
content?
and
No.
the Lakers, he said.
No.
The Warriors last night talking about Cat. Are you kidding me? They saved basketball.
Well, the Rockets are barely escaping the Pelicans. They're not providing the type of content we're looking for.
No, they're not. Well, that's why Kendrick Perkins is right.
Hey, Amen, stop with the spectacular dunks.
Yeah, that was a
Toss
spectacular.
CJ McCollum around. Keep doing that. We need you back. We need some people to talk about you.
They never mentioned the Rockets.
Yeah, you're this
The
fifth
Rockets
seed.
are the best story in the NBA.
No. No, Charles's entire point was, did you know Cleveland had another 12-game win
It's
streak?
three
going?
12-game winning streaks this year.
Yeah, this is now 3 12-game win streaks. You literally wouldn't even know. You have to search for information about them. But as we talked before, these like ESPN is a play that hits, and so is Fox Sports, whatever, Fox Sports 1, FS1. They're a play that hit. Like, just so you know, TV stations, we're supposed to do that too. You just find what the 3 biggest topics are. If we were doing it, it would be about mostly Christian Kirk, Cam Smith, and then that's about it. But we get into other stuff as well. But TV, it's like keep pounding LeBron and LeBron and Luka, sweet. We got a lot of that.
LeBron and Stephen A. haven't.
No, this is their entire content.
Right. Well, that's their
entire
$20 million man.
But people watch that. His viewers love. They know what. Listen, First Take and ESPN. They know what listeners want. Look at the way they've changed. Did you see Tony Reale's show Around the Horn?
Yeah,
That's
it's canceled. Yep.
You know why? Because they're streamlining. They're cutting back costs, and they're just going to all argument shows. That's all it is. They all talk about the same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Bombastic personalities, former players. Now you start getting Kai Cenat in there, streamers and influencers. That's all ESPN's going to be. And you know what? It's not for me and you, but they don't care. They're not trying to program for us anymore.
No,
we're not there. We're not who they're going.
It's not about sports anymore.
No, well, they want to go after they want to go after 20-year-olds right now because that's your next wave that you're going to ride for the next 20 years.
Yeah, right. And by the way, I just watched it again, and the camera didn't catch it till late, but that Cam Smith hit was at third base, and it came off at 108, and the third baseman had no chance. So, yeah, I still like to talk about sports. I still like to talk about how the Rockets played. I'd still like to talk about, Cam Smith and coming up, and all this drama is just.
Dale, do you have Archie Bell in the drills? If you have it, I want to play this because what you're saying is that instead of having all this other crap, you're trying to tighten it up. You're trying to tighten the show up and like, this is This is what you should be talking about. The basketball and the play, not the sipping tea, gossipy stuff. You don't. You like to gossip a little bit.
Well, I like to have fun.
Right? Yeah.
I like to have fun.
At others' expenses.
If they're in the way.
In the way of your fun?
So listen, the great Archie Bell from Houston, Texas, and we've played the song before, and this is one headed into Friday, and Ryan reminded me of this. He's like, you guys need to tighten it up. And I'm like, we do need to tighten it up.
Who's telling you to tighten it up?
No, Ryan, and he's right.
Ryan?
This show has been loose. This show this week has been a problem.
Show's always loose.
This show's been very problematic this week.
Somebody sent me a picture of a girl who was putting on a hat, and it says, "I am the problem."
Yeah.
And,
Jason sent it to us.
Yeah, and I think that was directed at me.
It is because your nickname's the problem. Del, hit play on Archie Drill. I want you to listen.
Never
to this.
been my nickname.
I want you to listen to this. Okay, just listen to the words, and this is really. Sometimes you do need to tighten it up, and it's a Good Friday song too.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Archie Bell with the Trails of Houston, Texas.
Yep.
We don't only sing, but we dance just as good as we want. In Houston, we just started a new dance called the Tighten Up. This is the music we tighten up with. First, tighten up on the drum. Come on now, drummer. I want you to tighten it up for me now. Oh, yeah. Tighten up on that bass now. Tighten it up.
Sometimes you just have to tighten things up.
Now let that guitar fall in.
Eat the fifth ward bass.
Is the entire song going to be about just telling his musicians to do stuff? Or are there actual lyrics?
No.
You tighten things up.
Everybody's just tightened it up.
Because it's a song. It's a dance called the Tighten
You know
Up.
what this really did? It loosened it up.
Yeah.
This really.
Listen to this. What are you talking about?
Now make it level. Let's tighten it up now. Do the tighten it up.
So it's
Everybody can do
Are
it
you
now.
going to do the dance?
I don't know what the dance is. Oh, see, he's probably slide. He's probably right.
He has wanted to get this song in for 2 days.
The prep.
Why?
I don't know.
No, it was today. It was just today.
No, I think
It's
you
for
even
2
said it
hours.
yesterday. Felt like you said this yesterday too.
Did I?
I think you might have said, "Get that song."
Dell hates this song.
Yeah, it's not
Lance,
great.
you used to go see Sammy at the Gallant Night. Yes, Sammy did a song for me and John. Our intro song is 610.
Yep.
Sitting on the bench at 610. Woo! Talking sports with John and Lance.
Yeah.
And it's been talking sports is what they do. And he goes like this. Talk to them, they'll talk back to you.
That's
And he
good
goes,
stuff.
and then you hear the girl say, hit it. Sometimes you and them disagree. But please keep it in the family. And then I can't remember how
Why
the
do we
rest of it
have
goes.
that?
I got it on a cassette tape, which Sammy gave me back in the day. I'm gonna have it put to a CD. I don't sitting on the bench at 610. I don't care. We can play it.
I don't care. That's
cares?
banned.
Who cares?
Why?
We don't care.
We could do whatever we
I don't
want.
care. We're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What do we care?
Yeah.
Bill?
What do we?
The reins have
Basically,
been.
What are
you
they
hear
gonna
what Barry
do?
Bonds said?
What are they gonna
Barry
do?
Bonds is almost
Take
in the
us
Hall
out
of
of
Fame.
the Hall of Fame?
Barry Bonds is almost in the Hall of Fame, and he said if you throw a 100-mile-an-hour pitch to him right now at age 60, he's hitting it out of the park. Well, he didn't say hitting it out of the park. He said he's hitting the ball, though.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Do you feel like Pete Rose is going to get in the Hall of Fame now that he's been pardoned by President Trump?
No.
Oh, might be. And the president said he wants him.
What
in
was
the
he
Hall of
Was
Fame.
Pete in jail?
What was he pardoned for?
Was he in prison?
Yeah, he was in prison.
Pardoned right now? Pardoned for what?
Well, he's dead. He wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, he took away his apparently he took away his felony conviction.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
He's dead.
But
Who
that's
cares?
not the reason he's not in the hall.
No, but the president said he wants him in the Hall.
Yeah,
so
he's never getting him.
okay.
Well, he's
No,
not the
but-
boss of Rob Manfred and
Well,
all of
maybe
baseball.
Rob Manfred will get fired.
I want him in
by
the
Doja.
Hall.
Maybe Elon Musk will
I'm
fire
taking it
Rob
to
Manfred.
I'm taking it to Supreme Court.
I don't think he
don't
has.
we? Hey, listen, they're getting rid of all waste and stupidity in government.
Are they?
Get rid of it in baseball too.
They're
Are
just
they?
firing people.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about those $18,000 soap dishes?
But-
Can we get those out
need
of
to
here?
get rid of those. Yep, need to get rid of those. And Rob Manfred, because he makes stupid statements. Okay.
No, I don't. I'm glad Pete Rose is in. Good. Screw that guy.
Oh my God.
Screw that guy.
You're not American.
We don't need him in.
You're not American.
Yeah, what are we looking for? What do I care if he's in or not?
Yeah.
Well, he don't care anymore.
Right,
now
he's dead. So who's it for then? People who feel bad?
For his family.
Whatever.
And the city of Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, you really feel for the city of Cincinnati.
Yeah. They
Really
got
worried about those
great
people.
food. Got one meal. It's spaghetti with beef on it.
We got a quarterback with
Ground beef on it.
They should be worried about that quarterback with his back blown out more than they should. Pete Rose.
Oh, really? That quarterback was back blown out was the comeback player of the year.
When your quarterback can be the comeback player of the year twice, perhaps
Fourth in fantasy scoring.
twice in how many seasons he's been comeback player of the year? How many? maybe work on some things up there where your quarterback has
got
to
him
come
every
back
other
from
year.
traumatic
You got him every
injury
other year. You're good.
twice
Twice.
in lessons.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
No. Comeback player of the year should not be now. Time to talk about, she came in this
Will
week.
Trump pardon John for his actions at the Oscars?
You can't pardon creepiness.
You
He
can't.
could do an executive order.
Yeah. All right. Doc Manavis came in this week, and she's awesome. And she told me about, okay, so if your wife, and if she has a fibroid issue, if your doctor, if she's gone, fibroid issue, talking about surgery or whatever, Doc Manavis can help her. It's the same procedure with an IV that she helps guys with prostate issues. Okay. So if you have a wife or you're listening and you're a female, because that happens too, and you have a fibroid issue, go to 975prostate.com. I know it's not called 975fibroid.com. It's 975prostate.com. But Doc Manavis can help you there. And it's only an IV. Okay. And it can shrink the fibroid. And because the growing fibroid in the uterus is a problem. So if you have that issue, then Doc Manavis is here for you. If you have vein issues and you're not, the circulation to your feet or your lower extremities not happening, then if erectile dysfunction, Doc Manavis can help because a lot of prostate issues create erectile dysfunction. So there's that as well. So Doc Manavis is here for you for all of those issues, knees as well, and any kind of aches that you got. There could be a blood flow issue. So Doc Manavis is here for you for all of those issues. Prostate, guys. Yeah, listen, you got a prostate issue, there's only one place to go. We've been talking about it for years, and I continue to say do not get surgery. Go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
920 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. So busy day last. Okay, back to our Rockets. And we got Alpy talking about the double bigs. The double big is, I wonder how this is going to evolve come postseason, because teams will be able to combat once you see it. I likened it to a college football team playing the option once a year, and you're just not ready for it. It's just different. And teams are going to go, wait a minute, the Rockets are going double big. This is what we got to do, and they're going to watch film on it and see how they can beat the double big. But right now, the double big is pretty impressive. It's doing well. Their plus minus with the double big on the floor has been great.
It's been great.
Yeah,
they made their comeback against Indiana that way. They made their comeback, or they played better comeback kind of against the Pelicans yesterday with it.
Mm-hmm.
It has worked for them. It has worked for them.
And
Steven Adams has been such a good pickup. I mean, you didn't have him that whole first year. You didn't have him last year when you picked him up because he was injured.
What a
great addition.
That's looking ahead. I'm telling you, Rafael is a good GM.
He can say what I don't even know what people would say. Rafael Stone has done a really good job. He really has. He's put the roster together. I don't know how much is Ime, how much is Rafael Stone. I don't care. His job is to get that done.
He picked up Tari with the 17th and Alpy with the 16th before Ime got there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are really, really, Ime now has a lot to do with the decision-making, but, what he had to work with was pretty damn good, and that was Rafael and Patrick Fertitta as well.
He has not missed on his draft picks.
No.
He hadn't.
He's done it.
I mean, Reed's not a miss yet, despite what Israel thinks. Cam Whitmore's a hit. Cam Whitmore's been a hit. Alpy has been a hit. Jalen's been a hit. Amen's been a hit. Jabari has been a hit relative to who they could have drafted. You might find someone better you like better behind them, but they've not busted any of those.
When you get rotational players and good rotational players at 16, 17, and 20, now you understand, Jalen at 2, Jabari at 3, and Reed at 3. Those guys are, they're top of the draft. But when you're picking up 16, 17, 20, and those guys are making big contributions, not only big contributions, they're two of your best players.
Tari Alpern, yeah, I mean, it's been
well,
tremendous.
and Amen at 4.
And Amen and Cam Whitmore as part of the 8-man rotation, they grew their own. This is how you build sustainable winners, is you grow your own.
This is how the Warriors did it.
Yeah, now he's got the next part is how do you keep them and who do you let go and how do you managing it. It's one thing to build it. Building it's kind of easy, provided you evaluate well. In football, basketball, baseball, the Astros did it. They evaluated great and they built it. Keeping it together is hard. Getting it from good to great is hard.
Yep.
Daryl couldn't get it. Daryl got it from good to very good, but he couldn't get it to great. He just couldn't unlock. And part of it was he put it all on James Harden.
And part of it was at Golden State, and part of it was
and some of it was Golden State
injury. I mean, they were one win away from being in the NBA Finals.
Yeah. It's not all on Daryl because he did have a team that could have won a championship.
Yeah, absolutely did. Here's Alpy talking about the double big situation.
Playing more and more alongside Steven in the double big lineup lately?
I mean, it's nothing new for me because I play for the national team too, and I growing up playing for too. I had a lot of big guys next to me, so it's nothing new for me. But in my NBA career is new, so I already know what I can do. So open space for my teammates. I think when we play me and Steven too, it's open space a lot on man. And Tari too, they can get a lot of offensive rebound out there. So it just got good with testing. It's working. Just keep it doing.
Steven also came out and had 6 assists off the bench, something like that. I know, as a passing big yourself.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go up anymore. He's old now, so he's just passing, and we have a lot of athletes around him. So he's just playing easy, pass the ball. We have a lot of guys stacking the ball, so he's just saving his knees, his body,
He's old now. So he doesn't want to shoot.
Alfie's got a great sense of humor.
He does. He really does.
You can tell he has fun when he plays.
Yeah.
I like it. You know, we love the Astros having fun. I feel like the Rockets have fun too, for the most part, until Ime says, cut it out. Cut the crap. Let's get serious, guys. Cut the crap. I don't know if the Houston Cougars have fun.
Oh, I know they love each other.
No, they do.
Yeah.
Do you see them like having fun on the sideline? I think it's a pretty serious venture. Which
I
I'm cool
do.
with.
I listen, but I see their celebrations after they win. They have fun, and Kelvin has fun with them. You see after they win big games, after the Kansas game or the not the Tech game, the Iowa State game, the Kansas game. They were in the locker room jumping and dancing and having a good time. Yeah, I think they do. I think it happens when you all like each other, and I believe that they do. Yeah, by the way, tomorrow night, a late game at Baylor. I don't know how many Cougs fans. I know a real one of their donors and a real big Coug fan. I saw her last night, and she said, Baylor in Waco at 9:00, and if it was an early game, you could drive home. But I mean, but I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna go. Listen, Baylor's gonna fill that thing. There's gonna be lines just like the Texas University of Houston is everybody's biggest game in the Big 12 now. Everybody's biggest game, and filling the place up and bringing, and it'll be. I think it's another. Is it another ESPN game or it's another nationally televised game? Cougs are real. Did you see the stat? 13 SEC teams have more top 25 wins than Duke does.
Say that again?
13 SEC teams have more top 25 wins than Duke.
Well, they play each other.
Right. And they play in the preseason and whatnot. But the ACC is so down, they don't play anybody.
Yeah, no
that's why
top
Duke
25. Yeah,
I mean, at home, Duke is like a plus 27 point differential per game. It's ridiculous how weak the ACC. That's the kind of team you got when you're breaking this down. And Cooper Flagg is great, and look how great Duke is, and everything else. Listen, they were playing an inferior schedule. While the SEC is playing night in and night out. Ole Miss beat Tennessee the other night. Tennessee is a top four, is a number one seed. Florida goes into Alabama. I mean, when you're playing top competition all the time, like you are in the SEC or even in the Big 12, not as good as the SEC, but still really, really good and top 25 competition. Duke didn't play that this year.
No,
that might. I don't know that I'm gonna. I don't know that they're gonna be ready.
I'll say old Denny Crum, like the good coaches they don't care what the regular season record is as much. They want to get tested. They want to be battle tested. And SEC is going to be battle tested. I'd say the Cougs are kind of battle tested.
Yeah.
They had some pretty good battles.
Well, listen, early on, they played Auburn, Alabama. They lost to San Diego State. Those are the three losses early on. They lost to a top 25 Texas Tech team. They beat Iowa State. They beat Kansas. These are top 25 teams. And they beat them. And they played them. And Kelvin, at one time, what were they? 7-3 or something in that neighborhood.
Yeah,
and
early
on. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep, and I don't care. I don't care. You know what? We're playing really, really, really good teams, and it's gonna help us in the long run. Duke didn't have that.
Where does Kelvin Sampson play his college basketball at? What conference?
His college basketball?
Where does this school play their conference
In Big
basketball?
12?
Who cares?
SEC.
Go back to the SEC stuff.
He used your SEC against you there. Dell did.
I don't.
Your love for the SEC. He used.
I don't want to hear anything.
He used it against you.
I don't want to hear anything about college basketball outside of the best conference in America. All right.
What are we, ESPN?
Oh, Kelvin Sampson dominates the inferior Big 12.
SEC.
What are we?
We're SEC.
What are we? Pardon the interruption. That's all we can talk about.
The SEC has made us their 51st state.
That's right. We got two current
Texas is the
universities in the
SEC's 51st
conference.
state. And if we don't like it, they'll put tariffs on us.
That's right.
And
You
I don't
better
need
stop.
tariffs on
Well,
their.
if we talk about any other conference, we're getting
Wait,
tariffs.
Texas could put tariffs on the SEC with the talent they take.
Yeah.
How about we put tariffs on their NIL deals from when they try to steal
late.
players from Texas? Of course, Texas,
Texas
now
is in the SEC
and
now.
A&M.
Yeah. So what are you talking about?
So
John,
that makes it tricky.
So cut it out. All the Kevin Sampson, Dominic, whatever. Do they play in the toughest conference in the country?
No.
All right then. So it means less what they're doing.
It means less.
So the
Yes.
only
The
team,
Big 12, it just means
It
less.
just means less. Yes.
So,
Wow.
wait. So the only team that's got will win the national championship. It's from the SEC. That's it.
And if it doesn't, that means they were cheated.
Wait, they were cheated.
If the SEC doesn't win the national title, something happened. Cheating.
Patrick Mahomes referees.
It just
Is that
means
what we're
less.
saying?
I don't know.
The Big 12 referees.
All I can tell you is that accomplishments by other teams and other conferences don't matter.
He
as
just
much.
tell you it means less.
It just means less.
Yes. Oh, look, two straight outright Big 12 titles. Did you do it in the SEC?
Okay.
Fair.
Okay. Okay. If
Maybe-
you don't
perhaps-
do it in the SEC, it doesn't count.
Perhaps you only have one loss in your conference because your conference sucks.
Or maybe it's really good. And you
Or
kick
not.
their ass.
Well, you can always go back to SEC. Well, that's a new little toy you got there. Why did you not say, I need a nurse in here? You could have used that so often.
I could always grab it. I mean, it's not like I can find when he called.
You
to grab
also
it.
need to go back and get Reed Shepherd is trash. Do you know how often you could use
why
that?
do you want
Good or bad, you can use it.
Well, unfortunately, they're going to be more bad the rest of the way, I feel like, if he gets to play, honestly.
So you can just do it for
I
fun.
don't want to call Reed Shepherd trash. I don't want to do that.
Well, yeah.
You want to do that?
No, Reed's not. We're not the king, and he's a sorry people.
Yeah.
No, he's a young player finding his way.
Yeah.
Just like Cam Whitmore, who didn't get to play yesterday, but Jeff Green did. I'm not even going after Rafael Stone for hitting. I think those guys are talented, but Ime's like, talented. What do I care? Jeff Green's standing over there. Let's play him.
No.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain that, like Mason goes, they're going to give an extension. He's obsessed with Van Vliet getting an extension now because he thinks all the problems have started with Fred Van Vliet not here. He goes, he's going to get an extension, right? And I said, probably. And it's not because he's good. I mean, he's not because he's 40 million good. It's because coaches love veteran players and they love players who quote unquote play the right way. It's just true. I mean, Jeff Van Gundy was like that. Now Jeff would go old. Remember he brought Rick Brunson in, Jalen's dad. He brought you couldn't be old enough for Jeff Van Gundy.
It was.
The more veteran he could get,
that team, those teams,
the more veteran he could get,
Yeah.
the better. And I'm talking about guys he'd bring in for the 8th, 9th, 10th players. They were vets, old for no reason. Jeff Green, you'd probably have about 22 coaches in the NBA that'd love to have Jeff Green because you don't play him for 14 games,
matter.
and if he gets in, he'll give you a good quarter.
Yep.
That's
what he does.
That's a pro.
Yeah, that is a pro.
That's a pro.
Right. No, he absolutely is. 934 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's take a quick one. And wait, we still got 2 segments left, right? 2 segments left, so don't go anywhere. If you've got a question, listen, you got 1 segment left this week to get in here. And if you want to do that, let's go. 713-780-3776. And in the meantime, John Daspit.
The Daspit Law Firm, fighting for you. If you've been injured, you need help. John Daspit's the phone call. Don't wait to do it on your own because, frankly, you have no idea what you're up against. These insurance companies are brutal. I don't have to tell you that. You already know from being, they decline this. They're not covering this. And what do you think they're doing after an injury? The first thing they're going to do is sweet talk you. This happened to my son. Before I knew John Daspit, my son got T-boned in an accident, and we didn't know any better. And I tried to help him along with it, and the problem was they come at you really quickly with an offer like, hey, we want to make this right. We're really sorry that this happened. So, here's $1,500 for your pain and your suffering, your injury. And then, we're going to get the car taken care of. Well, his medical bills came to, and everything he had to do came to about $1,300. So really there's nothing for his pain and suffering. He was out of work for he couldn't work for, I think, 6 of his shifts that he had at that particular time. I just didn't know better. Well, I'm telling you because I know better now, and I want you to know better. John Daspit is the one to have on your side. His lawyers understand, no, we're going to make sure the pain and suffering gets taken care of. Your time missed from work is going to be compensated. All of your medical bills and physical therapy and anything that needs to happen is going to be taken care of. And whether it's a really, really bad accident or one that's of lesser, a lesser accident, maybe it's just loss of property due to security issues, someone's negligence from a security standpoint. There's so many things that John Daspit and his law firm will cover for you, and they work against insurance companies to keep you from getting the squeeze put on you, like I got put on me. So make sure that you make the right decision. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. It's 9:40 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A couple seconds left here for the week. I mean, we had a lot today. A lot on our plate today. Is there anything that was important enough that before we hit the weekend? Rockets playing New Orleans tomorrow night again after beating them, after winning the third quarter. And basically nothing else, but they did win the third quarter, and they won it big. So
I feel like weren't there some more things that happened in the NFL yesterday that we
Aaron Rodgers is apparently, according to New Jersey, a NewJersey.com columnist, it's close. Aaron Rodgers to the Giants is close.
Which would take them out of the Cam Ward stuff, do you think?
Are they even in the Cam Ward stuff?
Well, we heard there are reports that they could trade up to 1.
Yeah. But would you rather have Aaron Rodgers for a year?
Why not have both?
Yeah. I mean, Aaron Rodgers isn't costing you. Well, I don't know. What does Aaron Rodgers cost you now? Honestly.
Your dignity,
Yeah. Your
autonomy.
you had to,
you
you
hand
have to
over.
seed leaders. You have to seed power.
Yeah, you have to turn over your entire organization to him.
Yeah.
What did you think about this? This is interesting. Lawrence Butler, good player for the A's.
66
million? $65.5 million contract extend that includes a club option, locking him up. Now, it's going to look low, but remember, there's a lot of club options still left. So basically, they're paying him in advance. It's a total Astros move.
Yeah, right.
But what a deal for the A's. You're locking him up. You're taking a little bit of a chance, but this is less than $10 million a year moving forward. Now, some of it would have been low money. So I get you're giving him money early, but anything that you can buy beyond that to make sure he's there in Las Vegas I love that idea for them.
If they're in Vegas in 7 years, we'll see.
Oh,
I mean,
what do you think?
They're talking about 3 years from now.
Because of the financing or what?
Because of everything. It's going to take at least 3 years to build this stadium.
Maybe that's why they got him for 7 years.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he continues to be a good.
Does Lawrence Butler know something about himself that we don't, that he's signing that deal? Like, I ain't got much left. I get my money now. What's he doing?
That feels funny to me, but a lot of people
want Sacramento, Dell.
No, I mean, Lawrence Butler.
Listen, he's set for life now.
Yeah, but
even after taxes, he'll make 31, 32 million.
He would be more set for life if he waited.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 6'3", 210 pounds. He's only 24 years old.
What?
He's played he's played in the pros 2 years. Basically saying, give me my money now.
Yeah, so what's going on? He
doesn't want to wait 4 years.
Does he know like, I don't even like baseball. I don't know how long this will last.
I don't know. That dude hit 22 bombs.
This is what I'm saying. What's he
year
doing?
And stole 18 bases, had an OPS of 807.
Remember, he was kind of a pain in the ass last year.
For the Astros, yeah.
He was a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Now, he played 125 games last year, so I don't know if there were injuries or if he just came up in the middle of the year, possibly. But basically what he's doing is, I'll take my money now, thank you. He does not have the weight factor to he probably wants some cash to spend. I mean, there's other players who do this too. He's only 2 years. He's got at minimum 4 more years of club control. And actually, I think it's probably more than that. So basically, he's getting paid for those years in advance, and he's taking less on the back end.
So when would he?
It's not advantageous to do this.
If he had not signed, when would he hit free agency or arbitration? Where if he's playing at the level he could possibly be playing,
how old
and
is
he'd be
he
making
right now?
more.
He's 24.
Yeah.
He probably hits it at about 29.
So 2 years earlier.
I mean, wide open free agency, not arbitration.
2 years earlier.
Because arbitration is after 3 years, right? In the first year, I don't think counted because he played 42 games. I'm not sure the first year counted. So the problem is he doesn't hit free agency until he's close to 30. But at the same time, if you believe in yourself and you're good, like Kyle Tucker would never take one of those deals. George Springer didn't want one of those deals. John Singleton, dope smoker that, John's like, yeah, give me that money now.
Yeah.
It kind of plays into your, I'm a little concerned about a guy that is this short-sighted.
This is what I'm asking. Does he know something about himself?
Well, Jordan did it. Why are you concerned about that?
But what did Jordan get?
100?
Yeah.
I mean, 33 more, but this is a Sacramento team.
And not for that
versus
many.
the Houston Astros.
Was it that many years?
Did he sign for 7 years? Did Jordan sign for
one of the things you'll find is there was a study, not a study, there was an
it
article
was
about
5.
this.
Yeah, 5.
But he's already been in the league. I mean, he just bypassed arbitration, mostly arbitration.
So
years.
players with, and I don't know anyone's financial background, but if you come from less money, you're more likely to take a deal. That's why the Latin American players are I would say preyed on. But it's an open choice they make. Do you want to be given money up front where they have that one group led by a former Major League Baseball player who will pay minor leaguers? And he said, I'll give you money in advance, but I get this % of your contract for the rest of your life. for the rest of your life.
Well, that's
and there are some Latin American players
that's what
who come
Tatis
from
did.
abject poverty, and they take it. And guess what? If they never do anything, they still get to keep the money.
I still don't get why Fernando Tatis did that. His dad was a major leaguer.
I know.
That's so stupid.
It's short-sighted because you want money now to spend on spend. That might be what Lawrence Butler's thinking.
Lawrence
He
Butler-
may just say, I just want this,
Hey,
this
listen.
cheddar now. I don't want to wait that long.
Why? It's $66 million. We're scoffing at it. It's
We're
$66 million.
We're scoffing because his trajectory suggests he would be worth
You never
more
know.
than that. I
You
know.
never
This is
know.
what I'm saying. What does he know?
You never know, but
most of the time, these guys also never know, and they still don't do this. No one ever knows, and they still don't do this.
No. Well, how pissed off was the league with John Singleton? But John Singleton knew.
He knew.
When he took $10 million, the league was like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah,
You're
the
bringing
Players
all
Association.
the Players Association
Yeah.
was pissed. And then he was like, nah, I like my weed.
Well,
Okay.
that's why I'm asking
Let me get
about
it in
Lawrence
right now.
Butler.
Yeah.
you know what? Maybe Lawrence Butler says, I need money to flex now at 24.
I would hope
because the flex
not.
doesn't hit as hard when you're 29.
I guess.
You can't be flexing when you're 29 like you can when you're 24.
Larry Tunsil flexes just fine. He flexes just fine.
Yeah, he's been able to flex multiple times.
Yeah.
He's had like 3 contracts now.
You know, there might come a time. They may. Well, we'll see. It's the A's, dude.
But
I love it for the
It's
A's.
But
yeah.
for, but
This is
for
a great move for the A's.
Well, you tell me for
if guys have fallen off too, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's a risk.
But for arbitration's sake, the A's are not the A's. They still got to pay him what the arbitrator says,
They
right?
would have
Yeah.
now.
So not now when he reaches. So let's just say he doesn't improve, but he's a 262, 22 home run, 57 RBI guy throughout the next 3 years. What's that worth
That's
at
not-
arbitration?
You know what?
Not the first
Then
2
he
years.
got a good deal.
Yeah.
Then he got a good deal.
What's that worth in
No,
arbitration?
he'll get paid like year 3 though. It's not. He won't get $7 million plus until the last year of arbitration. It's actually lower than you think in arbitration. We've gone through this. Like it's actually a lower number than you think it's going to be.
Yeah. I mean, there's very few guys that get 12, 13
But now
million.
it's made that way because once you get to free agency, your money is locked in for like you can be terrible. You can be hurt. You're going to keep getting paid. I feel like this is a problem. I feel like the guaranteed contract is an issue for a lot of sports because the money's getting so high now that you're going to have guys who either don't play or maybe don't try as much. Giving them a guaranteed amount up front, is maybe beneficial, but then taking away some of the guaranteed years, I think it would make it better for baseball, maybe better for basketball. Football's kind of that way already anyway, but it would be better for baseball if you could get rid of a guy with 2 years left on his deal on one of these 10, 14-year deals. Like, I wish there was a way to make it because then, like, the best sports were played when guys were playing for another contract. But if you're making $40 million a year, 50, and you got it guaranteed for 5 years, 7 years, whatever the case may be, is there really the only incentive you have is if you really love, like you're playing for something bigger than financial security. And there are plenty of players like that, but there's a lot of players not like that.
Yeah.
Their end goal was to be taken care of for the rest of their life. And if they win a championship or not, it's really becomes less relevant. If that's the case, then what's to keep you working hard in the off season? What's to keep you striving? In the past, you always had the financial incentive, but now the financial incentive is gone. Once you hit second contract, pretty much in any sport.
Which is why you got to find a guy that's
more than ever locked in.
Yes.
Yeah.
That loves the game.
Like Amen Thompson, I have no doubt he'll play just as hard in his 6th year in the league as he does in his 2nd or 3rd year in the league. I just don't have any doubt about that.
Yeah.
You don't know that. 50.
You don't know.
Sean says, wait till he starts making 35 mil. We'll see how he feels. By the way, the only
that guy hates money. He loves basketball and hates money. And
you
girls,
say so, sure. Yeah,
he doesn't want women
girls
in his
icky.
way.
Icky girls. Yeah,
He's not going to make. He
Poopy
hates
girls.
tattoos. Here's what he hates: tattoos, gold diggers, and people who get in the way of him winning an NBA championship.
So
Amen Thompson.
So
Amen Thompson is a saint.
So he hates Jalen Green.
I think he looks at him like, I don't know what this dude's.
By the way, the only person hitting better in spring training than Lawrence Butler is Cam Smith. Lawrence Butler's having a good spring.
He's got a 1588 OPS this year in spring.
15. We spit on 15.
I know the only one.
OPS.
Cam Smith.
We got a break. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't you go anywhere. News of the Weird finishing up strong after this. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 news of the weird. Good news. Oh, did I tell you? Yeah, we got more raw sewage in our right now. The Supreme Court had said, we can put more raw sewage into water supplies. It's okay.
That's okay?
Yeah, apparently the ruling by the court, it undermines the 1972 Clean Water Act, said more raw sewage. It's okay. Nice job, Supreme Court. We appreciate you. What else do we have here? A fake captain stole an $8 million fishing vessel. This is going to be a movie. A bizarre turn of events. An imposter managed to steal an 80-foot commercial fishing vessel while the crew was still on board in Westport, Washington. How about that? That is a movie. Or a doc. There's no question.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now. Man was accused of swallowing $770,000 worth of diamonds from Florida's Tiffany's. How hard is it going to be for him to poop now?
Did he put it in those balloons that you put heroin in?
He's got them in his gut right there.
Not individuals.
In connection with a robbery 2 days ago, he was arrested for allegedly attempting $770,000 he swallowed. Okay.
That could be 4 diamonds.
He was shown.
Those are big diamonds, though.
Yeah.
They're gonna cut your stomach.
He was
up.
shown.
His
he was
colon is going to get wrecked.
He went to a private room, shown a diamond worth $587,000 and 2 sets of diamond earrings worth $609 and $160 each.
So
he allegedly jumped out of his seat, grabbed the jewelry, and ran to the door. And then when
Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please show me the most expensive diamond you have? Ooh, what now? Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, give me the most expensive earrings and the most expensive diamond.
Well, apparently the ring was knocked out of his hand, and then he was seen swallowing several objects. No, he didn't put them in baggies or anything. He just swallowed them.
Ugh.
Goodness gracious.
Colon breaker.
Man, is that going to – how about cutting up your insides?
No.
That is awful. No,
Cutting up
thank
your
you.
insides is Jetter's nickname in high school.
Wow. That is –
What else?
I didn't know we'd have a Jetter's nickname reference here in
What
news,
else
News
happened?
of the Weird.
What else weird happened?
Apparently that in Germany, they don't it's not Tinder. Apparently they go to an
Strafstragel.
No, they go to an oak tree.
Slide to the right or slide to the left. Strafstragel.
You got it though.
You don't.
Okay.
His only saving grace is there's background music. So it ain't
That's not you can't separate them.
No,
we don't have that
we don't-
technology.
we can't separate his mic's channel from the music.
It's known as Brotakachimichi. And Bridegroom's Oak has a famous knothole that has been a mailbox for lovers since 1892. Okay? They don't do Tinder. They go and they put letters in the knothole each month. You got to climb in there. Do you want to climb in the knothole?
No, I don't.
Del, you want to climb in the knothole? You might find true love there.
Who says I'm looking for that?
We are climbing in the
You could wear your Lederhosen, Del.
I like to meet a nice German girl, but not to fall in love and marry.
But, a nice German girl be fine, right?
For a week or two. I don't know.
East German?
No.
Do they separate themselves that way? still?
No, not anymore.
No,
No,
but
that
in the Olympics.
That was a while back. We're
Yeah.
not doing that anymore.
Yeah, there are questions about the legitimacy of the East
I feel
German
like
girls.
East Germany would have a real comeback in today's culture. I feel
I
like
think
people would be
you're
like,
right.
you know what? East Germany's not that bad.
We always relitigate like bad things. Go, you know what? Not that bad.
That's not
that bad.
East Germany's getting a bad rap.
Yeah, let's rethink this.
Yeah, East Germany deserves it, I think.
Well,
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But we always we like to go. You know what? Let's take another look.
Well, shouldn't we be forgiving? Aren't we a forgiving society?
Not everything should be forgiven.
Well, no, but we're very forgiving in this country, in this society.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's right. We cancel everybody. Never mind.
Except unless they're on our side, then we forgive. We
Well,
forgive
yeah.
if they're on our
If
side.
they agree with us.
Yeah, we forgive.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not the most consistent people.
No.
I believe this. Wait, no, I don't. What am I supposed to believe? You tell me, and then I'll tell you who I don't like.
We are done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we will talk to you again on Monday.
Welcome to the show. It was a interesting night for really stuff that had nothing to do with stuff on the court. We have a NBA superstar confronting a media member about his son. You have Chuck calling out Kendrick Perkins. It was a hater's delight last night. If you like drama, it was the NBA's duty to provide it for you, and we will certainly get into that throughout the show. We'll also have Michael Carroll at 11:30. He'll walk you through what you should or shouldn't watch this week. Maybe he'll just tell you to watch last night's episode of Severance. Maybe he's got something new for you to watch. I don't know. We'll find out when Michael joins us, the host of ComicCast, at 11:30. But this has been a thing for the last two off seasons with the Texans. They go out hunting for big names, and they acquired one when they traded for Christian Kirk. Didn't cost them very much, just a 7th-round pick. The financial responsibilities, we don't know quite how that's going to play out right now as far as what's accelerated for the Jags and what they have to take on. But it looks like the Texans are going to owe Christian Kirk I guess around $15+ million, and the cap hit may be a little bit more than that. So as it stands right now, they're over the cap. These things fluctuate. They can make one move and they'd be under it by quite a bit. But the Nico Collins move, the restructuring, gave them the space to trade for Christian Kirk. He is a player coming off a big injury that cut short his years, the last couple years where he hasn't been able to play full season. So he's only 28, so you do get younger if you're comparing him to Stephon Diggs, and you had hope that Diggs would be back. The price tag for a number 2, somewhat reasonable. If the Texans had more space, I wouldn't be as bothered by it. Will Christian Kirk cost them 2 to 3 contributors, whether they be on their team currently or ones they had plans to acquire? We will see how much money they can free up. But he's your 2, but I wouldn't think of him as an outside receiver. I think he best works in the slot. So I do believe they still need to go find I guess you'd classify the other outside guy beyond Nico Collins as a 3rd receiver, but they need one. I don't particularly trust the guys they have on the roster right now beyond Nico and now Christian Kirk, and we'll see if he can stay healthy. Last year's wasn't a leg injury. I believe it was a collarbone that he broke. So it's not as if he's coming off an ACL or Achilles or some lower extremity that you worry it'll affect him. But that's now 2 straight years of him not playing very much. And if you're the Jags, the reason you're cutting him is because that contract was, as I heard in the break, the word untenable. The contract for the Jags was untenable. He wasn't providing the production at the cap number that it made sense for them. So they were going to cut him. And we talked about it yesterday. In fact, nothing's ever really official, even when people report it, because the league year doesn't begin until the 12th. None of these trades can really be official until the 12th. But they are going to cut him. And the Texans swooped in and said, we'd rather get this done now as opposed to dealing with the potential market where he could be out of our price range, or he simply wants to be someplace else. So this morning we were talking about it, and Lance brought up the fact that maybe they get with an agent, his agent, and figure out, hey, you want to come here? Cool. We will pay you something similar to what the Jags would have if they kept you, but a little less because you're a bit cost prohibitive. Maybe you talk to the agent, you work it out beforehand, call that tampering if you like, and you bring them in. Instead, you cut out all those conversations, you cut out a potential bidding war, and you go get your number 2. It's an improvement. He's a good player. Is he worth the $15+ million? He wasn't for the Jags the last couple of years. I can attribute some of his lack of production to having to play with Trevor Lawrence. That's my fallback. He is playing with a better quarterback, and hopefully the Nick Kelly system is one that benefits him. Not that Doug Peterson couldn't get guys into the right spots, but I will lean into a different spot. A better quarterback will get Christian Kirk to play at a higher level. I can't account for injuries. I don't know that the Texans training facility is going to keep Christian Kirk healthier. Maybe I need to go look at that draft, that NFL grade from the PA and see if the Jags are far worse than the Texans. But a broken collarbone is a broken collarbone. I believe that was the injury that knocked him out for the year. Don't know how the Jags can be blamed for that. But if I can find a way, I will, because they're Jacksonville. The best part about it for Christian Kirk is he doesn't have to hear a certain thing from his new head coach. I mean, it's better for your mentals to hear D'Amico say swarm or to hear Liam Cohen say this.
Duval.
Which one's better for your mentals? I'm going to go with swarm. Hearing him butcher and bastardize Duval and say it the wrong way, I think it can help. So we welcome the Aggie to Houston. Not you, Sean.
I don't care.
You don't care. Your rivalry only extends to when they actually wear the colors.
Yeah, honestly, yes. Like when
it's over, it's over.
I care a lot less.
Yeah, it's like me
on
hating,
both sides.
It's like me hating on Cam Smith because he went to Florida State. What am I, crazy person?
Yeah, and even like I don't know if Matthew Golden doesn't work out in the NFL, I'm like,
it's not gonna hurt your feelings. I know.
Luckily, he got a great education,
and he provided that 1 year of moments for you.
Yeah,
4th and 13 will live on forever, right?
Glad he had that.
Is that a thing? Is that play a thing that will live on forever, even though it didn't lead to a national title?
I mean, it'll live on at least recently. I don't know. And then if they do win a title, I think
it's not Ricky Williams' run against A&M, right? The one
that also did not lead to a title.
Yeah, but at least it got him a Heisman. Although he probably was going to win it anyway. Of course, we know the Vince Young run. What are the other memorable moments for you, at least, that you go, you know what? That's Texas.
Oh, I mean, the Tyrone swoops against Notre Dame.
Texas is back.
That lives on forever for me because of Joe Tess.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear Joe Tess live. I was there.
You was at the game.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a list off the top of my head. There's like George Shipley touchdown against Oklahoma, the kickoff return.
Oh yeah.
There's random ones. They're not like interesting.
They're not. Are they legendary ones?
They're just like what they turn into is just highlights that get tweeted out every time they play Oklahoma, or they're 8 days until the season opener.
So
they do
Shipley
a countdown with different guys' numbers.
Yeah.
Like that's really.
There really is only one in modern history, right? It's the run into the end zone.
Yeah, if we're like holding it to like a super high standard, like there's the Justin Tucker kick. Ugh.
The beat A&M. Yeah.
There's redacted kick.
Will they be highlighting that clip ever again? Will they ever make that a thing?
Yeah. Luckily, thank God they got a game in
beforehand. Yeah.
Now they
the
can
news
just
broke.
Yoink, take that one out. Oh, Cameron Dicker kick against OU.
Yeah, do you guys have like a beyond the Vince play? Do you guys have like a wide right like the ones I grew up with, or it has a name and people every time a rivalry, when the rivalries come up, of course they'll play them. But do you guys have any named plays that?
I'm sure they do.
You don't know.
You're
not a historian.
Well, just also off the top of my head. I don't know, like
I had right off the top of my head.
They have the Mac Brown 1 second in the 09 Big 12 title.
That didn't lead to a title either.
No.
It led to.
I mean, they've won one title since 1970.
Not a lot of things have led to a title in the last 35
Let's talk about the
years.
1970 highlights.
I don't remember any of those.
Okay.
Don't have them at the top of my mind, but there it is. We're not going to hold anything against Christian Kirk. Just ball out as a Texan and you'll be good. And if you don't ball out, well, typical of a Jag.
I mean, they gotta. If I'm the Texans, like, I think an easy way to get under the cap is just to like renegotiate his contract.
They're gonna pull a Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, or the opposite. Just give him 3 years.
Oh yeah, Joe
less
Mixon.
than the money.
Yeah, Joe Mixon. Sorry,
Yeah.
I said Stephon Diggs. They're gonna pull a Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Are you? Oh, I questioned it at the time when they did it for Joe Mixon, and at least through year one has worked out. I'm not sure about that. I think I would just leave this as a 1 year rental, since it didn't cost you anything more than $7. The concern with the Stephon Diggs trade, when you shorten the deal and he wanted to get the free agency quicker, and we know that's not really worked out for him, is you gave up the second. This is a minimal, minimal draft compensation. So if you're willing to just make it a rental where all it does is cost you cap space for the most part, okay, cool. And if it works out
and he plays well and stays healthy, he'll only be like 29.
Yeah.
So then you can have another conversation about whether you want to bring him back or not.
This is also why if I was in GM, I would just never have a 6th or 7th round pick. I would
always ship him.
I would just wait to trade it for Christian Kirk. I would just wait to trade it for like a solid player instead of like, oh, let's see if this guy makes camp. Just like I'll trade for a number 2 wide receiver. Boom, there you go.
Yeah, you set aside those late day 3 picks for these opportunities, and if Christian Kirk becomes available, you make the move. And if the Texans were needing a pass rusher, and this is just hypothetical. Look, no one did it, but maybe you trade for the Bosa if you were a team desperate.
Yeah.
If you had the cap space to do it.
I think some of it has to do with the money that this guy will be owed. So like you can't do it for guys that's making crazy amounts of money because you just are taking on the contract. Where I guess Christian Kirk also would have taken a pay cut, but I think that I just don't understand really the NFL market for trades where it's like this guy's good and we're either going to cut him or trade him for a 7th round pick.
Yeah, and I don't know what the cap ramifications of the Jags are and why trading him for a 7th actually hurt you more than just releasing him. I don't know how it works.
I imagine the dead money's the same.
Yes, like I said, not a capologist, never will be.
This
Feels
is
like
where
an annoying job to have.
This is where like the NFL, like it's the biggest sport in America, and just like no one really understands how the salary cap works. Like just like it's like so complicated that every offseason it's like the Texans right now are over the cap, but they'll figure something out.
By the official start of the new league year, they'll be under the cap because they have to
renegotiate with enough guys to get under the cap. And also they'll probably add 5 more players.
That's why the NFL trade machine never broke big.
Never took off because you need NFL restructure machine
to figure out how all this works and who takes on the accelerated money when the trade happens. And the NBA is pretty straightforward. I mean, certainly the second apron has made it more difficult for the teams themselves to make the trades and understand it. But you just plug in numbers and go,
yeah.
Can the Rockets acquire Kevin Durant in the offseason? Yes, they can. They have the contracts to do it. In the NFL, I'll be like, I don't know how much this cap space is going to be available when you trade for Tyreek Hill, and some of it gets accelerated for the Dolphins. How much belongs to you? I don't know. See if it works.
Also, DK Metcalf, you're going to have to trade a 1st and a 3rd for the right to pay him $30 million, or you can just trade a 7th and get Christian Kirk.
Yeah. And you can team him with your already present number 1, who's better than DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
There it is.
And Christian Kirk is like overpaid, but he's making what? Like 17 million, 16 million? Wasn't that like the crazy deal he got?
At the time, I think it's around, at least as far as his base salary for the Texans, it's like 15 something, and the cap hits more. But yeah, his deal was about 4 for 72, something around those lines.
Yeah, I remember it was crazy, and it's one of those deals where it immediately gets what's it called? Compared to Saquon Barkley. So the best and Derrick Henry, like the best receivers or the best running backs in football barely make what Christian Kirk's going to make.
But that was the offseason where the Jags
$16 million cap hit.
Wanted to spin because they were tired of being terrible.
Yes.
And they were no longer terrible for a couple years. They just weren't very good. And then they benefited from a Chargers collapse in a playoff game, and that's the highlight of the last several years for the Jags. They played a team even more worse off than they were in the playoff game and found a way to take advantage of it. Okay, the Texans, Christian Kirk, you got your number 2, you got your starting slot receiver. We'll see what else they do to bolster the weapons on offense. When we come back, we will talk a little bit about the Rockets. I mean, it wasn't a compelling game, unless you love misery in the first half, because the thought of losing to the Pelicans and make it a 4-game losing streak after their recent run of losses would have been tough. But they had a big third quarter and won. We'll hear from a couple of their bigs as well, because at least Steven Adams, we'll hear from him mostly because of the accent. He talked about playing with Amen and what that might mean. Steven Adams is a bit of he'll tell you what he is. He's a bit of hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys. It was fun, but you just never know. So we'll hear from him when we come back. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. It's me, Sean, and then Michael Carroll at 11:30. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
All right, welcome back to the show. Rockets going to New Orleans and win, thankfully. That would have been depressing. And it was getting a little sticky early. Now and then they had a big third quarter to get some separation and they win that game. Amen probably has a play of the day. It's a dunk that the NBA official account tweeted. It's a double pump. Takes off, has the defender in his way, kind of somehow, some way floats around, double clutches it and dunks it. So Amen had several dunks, but that was the most impressive as they find a way. Big third quarter for them. It's like the Pelicans realize, wait a minute, we're not actually supposed to win basketball games right now. What are we doing? It was just the Rockets' luck that they got a Zion game. Like Zion had a big game in the previous game against the Lakers where they lost. You're thinking to yourself, he's going to take the night off, right? Because this is what Zion does. No, he was available, and at least early on, he helped the Pelicans take a lead. In fact, it was really Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy was ridiculous in the first half, cooled off in the second, and the Rockets pull away. So you get a win. It's the Pelicans. There's nothing much to take from it other than people are kind of excited about seeing two centers on the floor at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why people are excited about it.
It's new. It's different.
Yeah, I think you should be
It
interested.
works. Maybe
Yeah.
is that what? Maybe
I would stop at interested, but if you guys want to get excited,
you and Steven Adams think the same way. Steven Adams was peppered with questions about it because, hey, look, 2 7-footers or near 7-footers on the floor at the same time playing with the same team. It doesn't happen anymore. So he was like, cool your jets a little bit, but he also acknowledged that at least right now it is working. Here's Steven Adams on playing with Şengün.
What did you like about playing alongside Alperen when y'all got that double big lineup going?
That's good. It's good because it's something new. So personally, it's just engaging. Also, it's just a lot of my career has been spent that way as well, playing double big lineup anyway. But yeah, no, it's just good, just figuring it out, and feel like we play off each other pretty well. Just gravitate the defense in a certain way. It's a different look. So I think it's a pretty useful tool going forward.
We talked about it after the Dallas game. You said, there were some timing kinks to work out over these last couple of games. Do you feel like you guys got that?
Yeah, I mean, there still is. Like again, the pace that we played, and then just our ability just to read everyone. I mean, it's been going good. Again, that was the first time we tried it, was Dallas. So yeah, from then until now, I feel like we've cleaned up some stuff, but there's still a lot more to still do. You know what I mean? It's still relatively new. Got positive results, but can't get too happy about it. You know what I mean? Like, because the sample size is too small for you to determine if it's like thing it's worth pursuing. Got to take it as like just coincidence. I'm more of a pessimist. I don't know if you could tell, but yeah, just got to prove it first. You know?
Steven Adams after last night's game. They're plus 39 with Şengün and Steven Adams on the floor at the same time. That comes from Steven Adams Stats.
Thank you, Steven Adams Stats.
Thank you for your contribution. He is
to the basketball world, not just this.
Well, he's pretty much just contributing to
the Steven Adams world.
Yeah, he's a big Steven Adams guy, as you might imagine by that name. His profile picture is all the stages of Steven Adams. Not profile, his header. It's young Steven Adams with less tattoos and the short hair, if we remember that from his OKC days very early on.
A goon. Yeah. Okay. That's what he was when he first got there. He was just
and then Steven Adams in New Orleans with the longer hair and the tattoos. And then Memphis, and the tattoos continued, and obviously now Steven Adams here as a Rocket. That's it. He pulled the 4 photos from Steven Adams as the years have gone by.
I will say he doesn't look that much different from Memphis to Houston.
No, he's old. People think he's old, and even Alperen called him. He's older. He doesn't want to jump anymore, so he likes passing. Because Steven Adams had a good night passing the basketball.
He's like 29.
He's 31.
Oh, 31. Yeah,
he's 31 years old. It feels like, because he's been around a long time.
And when you get drafted to a team and you're immediately impactful on a good team. So he got drafted and was on the OKC Thunder. So just immediately his rookie year, he was the starting center for a team that I think went to the West Finals. You're just in people's mind longer.
Yeah, they played the Spurs in that season, and they lost in 6. That was the year, I think, after they beat the Spurs.
They beat them in 2012.
Yeah, so it's the year after that Steven Adams gets drafted, and then they play each other, and Spurs get their revenge, I guess. Then Spurs, I think, went on to lose the finals and then beat the Heat in the next finals. So the double big lineup has shown some promise. Ime said earlier this year when approached with the question about, is this going to be something long-term, situational, and they don't, and maybe just can't have those 2 guys on the floor and play the aggressive defense because they're just not as mobile as the switchable unit that they like to employ. So you saw some zone, and if you're making shots, generally NBA teams can destroy a zone if there's a little patience and ball movement. But the best part about a zone is watching guys hesitate and take shots they never would take. But hey, I'm open, but I'm in a spot where I never take shots. Let me try it. And then they don't make them. And you're like, wait a minute, that's an open 16-footer. Why can't you make that shot? Because they never take them.
Yeah.
They never take them.
And you're getting guys that never specifically will take like a pull-up jump shot
Yeah.
to try to take it. Like you're taking the ball out of the hands of what they actually want to do and what they practice the most. So it's just guys having to like, whoa, this is weird. I'm Jordan Hawkins. Why am I dribbling?
Watching a guy flash into the paint to the free throw line and be wide open and go, I guess I got to take this.
I'm Yves Misi. What am I supposed to do with this?
And the inevitable shot that clangs off the rim.
Weird floater.
Yeah, they're never comfortable in the zone. You might be able to get a couple possessions and win those possessions because of guys being uncomfortable. At some point, it'll be solved because they'll put a guy there who's comfortable making those shots. But depending on the lineup, you could shut a team's offense down.
Yeah, it works against bad teams a lot. It's also really good to do out of timeouts when you're on defense because the play that the offense is running is good. It's being drawn up to attack man. So if you just throw a zone out there, they have to run a different play, and it's not the play they want to run.
Yeah, 33-15 that third quarter for the Rockets. They went from being down 3, and they were down more before they made a run late in the second quarter to having a comfortable lead. They're up by 15. That's how math works when you do that. When I do that in my head, up by 15 going into the fourth, and after that, it was pretty comfortable the rest of the way. Alpern had a really good night, efficient, 22 points on 14 shots, and I told you about Amen. When he's playing around the rim as much as he is, you get why he goes 10 for 13. And everybody but Jalen Green in the starting lineup had a good night. That's the second night in a row where he hasn't shot the ball well. Luckily, the Rockets didn't need it because the Pelicans were the opponent. So they were able to overcome all that and win the game.
Now, tomorrow night, they got to be careful
about a motivated Pelicans team.
The Pelicans are going to try to get their look back.
I don't think they're capable of
walk in our trap, take over our trap. That's what they're going to try. To do.
The NBA doesn't play that song as much as college football players do. It doesn't really.
I think it's because you walk in someone's trap, take over their trap, and then they have to get on a flight at 4 a.m.
and play another game
to go to someone else's trap.
You don't get to go home and celebrate on Sunday morning into Sunday afternoon and then get ready for your next one. Yeah, you can play all that music when you don't have a game for another week. So I don't imagine beating the Pelicans in New Orleans elicit a reaction other than thank God it's not 4 games in a row that we've lost. It's just the 3.
I said during Paul Gallant Show, I was like, it's only a big game if they lose. It's not a big game if they win.
Yeah.
For their sake, they hope that we don't talk about this game tomorrow.
Yeah. And we only talk about it because they actually did something that will it bear fruit later? Maybe. But you heard Steven Adams. Too small of a sample size to make any real conclusions unless you're Steven Adams stats. Because the numbers suggest they should be doing this all the time.
They're the best team in NBA history.
Yeah, with 2 bigs on the floor.
Yeah.
I would like some context. Who were the teams?
No.
Who were the what's the level of competition? You don't want context? No. Okay.
Steven Adams stats doesn't do context.
Actually, he's actually pretty reasonable, or he or she is pretty reasonable actually, as long as the stats are positive in Steven Adams' favor.
I was gonna say the only time they do context that I want context is glorifying Steven Adams. That's how they operate.
Yeah.
If Steven Adams
it's part of having a stand account.
Has a big minus number. It's like, well, this is a small sample size, guys.
You can't take it. You can't take it all into account.
Yeah. Look who's on the court against him.
Yeah. It was Aaron Holiday's fault. It's not Steven Adams' fault. Okay. We'll come back with our camp report for the Astros because I need this explained to me. Not the Cam Smith thing. I asked some questions this morning about what's the comparison for what Cam Smith is doing to other sports. Is this Reed Shepherd in Summer League when no one's game planning for you and you can roll into jumpers? Is this NFL preseason? I don't know what it is, but Cam Smith continues to hit. We'll talk about that. We'll also talk about Christian Walker. While he is optimistic because he didn't feel any worse afterwards, he did have to do something which surprised me, and I need it explained to me. Maybe Sean can. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now, you got NBA action on all night. You have college basketball on all night, every night, especially as the tournament right around the corner. Got conference tournaments even closer. That's great for Prize Picks because they have projections for all these games, whatever the game is, whether it's some little one big league that looks like they're playing in a high school gym and the winner of that game is definitely going to be a 16 seed. Doesn't matter. You can make money on it on Prize Picks. They'll have the projections for those players. Not only that, they have baseball for spring training. If you want to get in on Cam Smith tearing the cover off the ball and make a little money that way, you can put in some mores on Cam Smith's projections and you can mix and match. So if you like some basketball, some college basketball, some Cam Smith, you can make it work on Prize Picks. They have anything you want. They have soccer, they have MMA, they have PGA, they have slap fight. Yep, power slap. If you want to get involved in power slap, they got you on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Pick app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Another 3 hits yesterday for Cam Smith. 7 for 11. Chandler Rome, because of this thing we're going to talk about, says that there is a path. They're not really a lot of paths for this, but there is a path for Cam Smith to be on that opening day roster, and it goes beyond just him killing the baseball right now. So, Sean, it's time for that camp report. What's the music for today?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh,
I mean, imagine one of the 3 baseball
that
songs
you know
that exist.
Well,
I told you, I looked them up, and there's like no baseball.
You can't reach back to when NBC had the World Series. They don't have a baseball theme.
I can.
Do you even remember NBC having the World Series?
No.
Bob Costas.
Okay, sure.
You don't remember that? So I don't know what MLB Network's baseball music sounds like, to be honest with you. Apple probably has a song. I'm not sure for their games when they have them, but the tried and true.
1983?
No, he did a World Series in 97. That's still a long time ago, but he did the Marlins Indians World Series in 97.
Yeah, all these are in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, they could pick one. It could be This Week in Baseball. That's another song you grab. It was just a weekly baseball show, kind of like Inside the NFL, but better because it had better music. Okay, while Sean is picking a song,
they're all like a minute long.
What?
I'm doing the Fox one because it's 5 minutes long.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't have to refresh it.
I know how much hard work that'd be for you, but but here it is. We'll start a camp report with this and a question I have to ask. Christian Walker flew back. I imagine he's already touched down. He flew back to Houston for an MRI. Now, while that might be concerning, or you take him at his word and he didn't feel worse after a day, so maybe it's not as bad as what kept him out for a month last year. Why does he have to fly back to Houston for an MRI? Is there a real explanation for it other than what? There are no MRI machines in the area? Why did he have to get on a plane?
I don't know.
I know Florida's different in a lot of ways. We're going to play some sound from politicians in Florida a little bit later, not wanting people to come to their state for spring break. To close the loop, we played some sound maybe a couple weeks ago now on that same topic. But
I don't know
why
if that's closing the loop. We have another 2 weeks before spring break.
They'll probably will keep talking about how spring breakers don't F up our town or we'll F you up. They'll probably continue to do that. But maybe the Astros facility doesn't have an MRI machine, but there are no local places they go to. Like if a guy broke his leg, they're not flying him back. They will take him to the hospital.
They're going to I was going to say put up a curtain like it's at a horse track
and put him down. I think they would take more care for their players than horses get,
or camels.
Well, we'll find out how the camels get treated when Raheel joins us next Thursday. If you missed it, Raheel joined us yesterday, and he's going to take part in a camel race. He's not racing a camel. He'll ride a camel and race other camels. But a plane? He need to come back to Houston? It struck me as hopefully he's okay. And then the second thing was like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Particularly if he is okay. Like if it's not a big deal, just take him to the hospital, get the imaging done, and he'll be around the team until he's better.
So him flying back to Houston basically takes that possibility off the plate for me.
Yeah.
Like where I'm like, okay, so there's no way he's just like gonna fly back to Houston for this MRI and be like, oh, good to go. All right, so you'll be playing for Sunday's spring training game. Like he's going to miss time in spring training. So
and it makes it sound like, despite what he is saying, that this is more concerning than they are letting on, which is the Astros way. Now, Espada did feel a little uneasy about it, but the MRI is happening. It may have already happened. We'll see if we get a report. Well, all the reporters are down in West Palm, so I don't know who's going to tell anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe McTaggart will call and he'll get the inside info.
some tech at Memorial Hermann.
Yeah. And is the team doctor still in Houston? Why is the team doctor not down for spring training? Why did he have to come back? Either way.
And they take buses to all these different when they have to play like road spring training games. So they all are pretty much within driving distance, and maybe long driving distance, maybe like couple hours.
Maybe
but
the National. No, they share the facility with the Nationals. Do the Nationals have an MRI
Yeah,
machine
you'd
they can
think-
use? What's the deal?
you'd think that there would be somewhere in Florida that you could take an MRI.
Look, I know it's a backwards part of the country. Some people believe, but I do think that they have MRI machines. They have 3 football teams, major football NFL teams.
Yeah, they've
several
had to fly to Houston every time they
several Power 4 D1 schools. Do they all have to fly out of state to get MRIs?
Yeah. When Jalen Waddle feels some tightness, it's like, all right, let's take a look. So your flight is going to be tomorrow morning.
You get to see time. You get to spend time with your family. He's a Houston guy.
Economy plus.
There's some benefits to him coming back.
Yeah.
Joking aside, hopefully Christian Walker's okay. I just think it's inefficient to send him back, and we know it's costly to put a guy on a plane, and we know they're
Plane
trying
travel.
to save money in places, and plane travel is still safe, but less safe than it has been. At least it's been reported as less safe. I do see people going, actually, the number of accidents are the same. Just the media is reporting more because it's that time. They see it's beneficial to report on these accidents, so now they're going to do it more. But it's the same level. I'm sure in 2022, a plane dropped out of the sky and flipped upside down, and everyone was alive, and they just didn't report on it. Or not. But I hope Christian Walker is fine. I think it all just could have been done in Florida. We'll see how that turns out.
I don't know.
You don't know, huh?
Just I'm not sure if I trust their MRI machines.
Do you think they're faulty?
Yeah, maybe.
But why don't the Astros have their own MRI machine on site?
That is really a good, that is the main question of all this. Just like, why does he have to take a flight to take an MRI?
This is what I'm saying. Even if we go by what you say and we don't trust the Florida doctors, have your own doctor. Have your own MRI technician administer it.
Also, there's just hospitals in West Palm Beach.
Don't trust them.
You could just go anywhere.
We don't trust them.
You can just go anywhere, get an MRI. I don't know. As far as what it actually means, on the field,
right now, I don't know what it means.
Very little, in my opinion. Very little, considering they don't play a game for 20 more days.
Yes, unless we find out he will be out for a month, it replicates what happened last year. It means very little. You're right.
Even if he misses a month, it's okay.
You'd rather
He'll
have
miss a month.
You'd rather not. I get it, but optically, for just people's peace of mind, you'd rather have one of your new acquisitions ready for opening day.
Yeah.
But to your point, I don't know if you guys have heard. It's a long season, so if he did miss the first 2 weeks, it would not matter that much.
Do you think Christian Walker plays a game before Lance McCullers?
Ooh. If this was an Astros coded with the injury, I would say yes. Like if Christian Walker had an MRI because he had to fly back from he was a Detroit Tiger and flew back to Detroit, I say yes. But because he's an Astro, all bets are off.
He might not have an oblique.
It might be something completely different. He broke a rib.
Oh, I just mean in his body. He might not have an oblique.
Oh, you mean it's so bad the oblique had to be removed?
Yeah.
I will say he still plays before Lance McCullers pitches.
I think that's normally the safe bet.
Because it's Lance McCullers.
You've been right on basically every Astro who's played on the team for the last
Keep
2
asking
years.
the question. Is this guy going to play before Lance McCullers plays?
You would have just been right.
The only one who hasn't since he's been injured is Garcia? He's still one of those guys who may not pitch before Lance McCullers.
But also, he might beat him. We don't know.
Exactly. Because even Christian Javier, didn't he come back? I don't remember. Maybe Christian Javier is the next one. We'll see.
But, Christian Javier pitched last year.
Yeah. Yes, but since he's been injured, he is scheduled to come back after Lance McCullers. That's the question. They actually have a timeline for Javier, and they're saying he's coming back after him. Do you think that happens? They're saying around the All-Star break for him.
Well, what makes this hard is I don't believe that he'll be back around the All-Star break. I think he also will just miss all of this year. Because that's what Tommy John does. I don't know why the Astros think that Tommy John is a 12-month injury. It's no, it's 18 months. You're just wrong. I don't know. And then every guy is behind schedule because their schedule is wrong.
Yeah. We've talked about it quite a bit. Be proactive and stop making it seem like guys are going to be back before they are. Just say it's indefinite. We'll let you know when we have an update. Hopefully we don't hear that when the Christian Walker news eventually is solidified, whether he's out for a while or a week, whatever it might be. But we won't find out as soon as we could if he had done the MRI in Florida. When we come back, we will play that sound from the state of Florida because apparently they don't want you if you're a spring breaker. We've done it. We played the audio from Volusia County Sheriff where they're pretty much said, hey, we don't even want you here. Now the governor of the state and also the mayor in Miami are like, look, guys, watch yourself. It's not the time to come down here and play. We're gonna be out to get you if you do. So we'll get to that. But excuse me, I thought we had an aqueduct. We have the aqueduct later. So we'll do that. We'll get into what happened in the NBA off the court because there's plenty. Mostly, I don't care about the Stephen A. LeBron thing. I do care about Draymond not saying he was wrong about what he said about Cat. If you missed it, we'll talk about that as well. We got an hour to go, a little more than an hour to go before we're done here. Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30. You guys can call in for that. If you got questions about TV and movies, Michael Carroll is happy to answer you. The host of Comicast is here for you. We'll get to that in the second hour. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So unlike ESPN, we're not going to focus on the Lakers. We'll focus on not even the Warriors per se, but Draymond. The Warriors played the Wolves earlier. No, the Knicks, excuse me, the Knicks earlier this week. Karl-Anthony Towns, former Wolf. That's where I got the connection. He also played with Jimmy Butler. Everyone remembers Jimmy Butler took a bunch of third stringers and beat the Wolves starters right before the Wolves said, okay, enough, you got to go. And he got traded to Philly shortly thereafter. Rachel Nichols was on site for an interview. Jimmy planned it that way and got his way. Oddly enough, Jimmy Butler made a mess and got his way out. Well, that happened in what, 2019? Or
I
18,
think
19? Was that
it was
18, 19?
It was the start of the 18-19.
So 2018. Yeah. And I can tell you that Karl-Anthony Towns has played Jimmy Butler several times since that point. Unless Draymond will tell you otherwise. Maybe you believe Draymond. But Draymond believes that Karl-Anthony Towns was unavailable for the game against the Warriors because he was ducking Jimmy Butler. As I said, those two have gone up against each other several times. I don't think Karl-Anthony Towns was ducking him. Draymond does. He said it on his podcast. Turns out there was a death in the family for Karl-Anthony Towns. He took a personal day to attend to his family because someone close to them died. Draymond was alerted to that information. Do you think Draymond apologized, Sean? Do you think he said he was wrong?
I mean, surely he handled it with class, though. Maybe he didn't actually apologize, but he took the time to be the bigger man.
Well, you can be the judge. Here's Draymond after being alerted to why Karl-Anthony Towns was unavailable for the Knicks-Warriors game. Here's his response.
Did you see any reaction today to your comments about Cat?
No.
And are you aware of what the circumstances were?
No. No. What's the circumstance?
Apparently, he said he was at a funeral for a family friend.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. But my comments that I made was what I heard was this. And that's what I heard. So I do, send my well wishes to him and his family. None of us, it's inevitable. We all experience death in one way or another, and we'll all experience it in the same way one day. So it's unfortunate. You never wish that on anybody, but the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis must go on. So I definitely, wish them well and wish their family well and grieving, because we all go through that and it's never easy for anyone. But the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis will go on.
So 2 plugs while saying best of luck to Cat and his family.
We all experience death, but until then, the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis will live on.
Listen to the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis. Not even, hey, man, I'm sorry for kind of calling you scared and a coward when you were dealing with something.
Not I was wrong.
Not even.
No, I was right. I said what I heard.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
And that's what I said. I said that I heard.
Yes. But now would you say you heard wrong? And maybe the next time the person you heard it from tells you that, you're gonna be like, you know what? You're allowed wrong the last time, so I'm not gonna listen to you when it comes to this. I think in this case we should hear who he heard it from.
If you're exposed the source.
If you're as wrong, well, your source sucks. If you're as wrong as that source was, we get to hear who you heard it from. Like, I get it. You got to protect the sources in media because how do you get information? And those people are not going to tell you things if you expose them. But if there's wrong, as this source was, the law says you tell us who the source was.
It was Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler.
In the locker room, sitting right next to him.
That's not a source, Draymond. That's just a conversation you're having. Just talking.
I bet that bleepity bleep was ducking me.
Yeah.
Draymond Green.
I heard.
Breaks out his pin in the pad Draymond Green show with Baron Davis notes.
Mm-hmm.
Cat ducking Jimmy Butler. Okay, we're going to talk about that, and it will continue. I know everyone out there, obviously,
did we
death
think
is a part of life, and
But you
it
know
really
what's not dead?
sucks.
The Draymond Green show of Baron Davis.
It will go on.
It will go on.
My heart will go on, and so will the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis.
But yeah, thoughts and
near,
prayers.
far, wherever you
Yeah,
are.
but thoughts and prayers and all that stuff. The cat. But
Hey, listen, what Rose had to go through on that boat, losing Jack, it sucks. It really does suck. But the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis will go on.
To be fair, she was responsible for that death.
I heard that she had enough room on that piece of wood.
In this case, Draymond, you didn't hear. We all saw.
That's what I heard.
That's what I saw, Draymond. That's what I saw. Move your ass over and let Jack get on too. And then you come back years later and throw that stupid jewel into the sea. And you meet Jack again.
I get Billie Zane sucked, but she did cheat on her husband.
Fiance,
whatever. And then she married him.
No, did she marry him or
I thought she did.
I thought she got with someone else.
Oh, maybe.
I don't remember how that story ended, other than she could have got her ass a little bit over. So Leo could have climbed up on. And instead, she had to wait, 80 years or so to meet him again?
Throw the priceless thing off the side of the boat.
Hey, don't you have family that could have used that? That could have benefited someone.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rose, that priceless heirloom is lost to the bottom of the ocean forever. But luckily, the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis will go on.
How many times can we do this?
I think every time something bad happens, I will say, man, that sucks. But
you don't even have to do it. We can just pull this out. And that can
I
be
like saying
you rather say it than make it a hotkey? Okay, it's up to you.
I like saying like the bad thing that happens, but
well, we can only reference bad things that have happened in the pretty distant past. Like a recent tragedy that happened on the day can't be the way you interject, but you have to think like, there's been enough time. I can't tell you what to say. I'm just going to, maybe we just allow things that people have become accustomed to. We reference that. Maybe it's not, maybe it's just fictional stuff. Like man.
I'm sorry what happened with Jackie Kennedy in Dallas, but the Draymond Green show will carry on with Baron Davis.
I mean, with John Kennedy in Dallas, Jackie made it through.
No, my heart goes out for everyone experiences death.
Okay.
She's the Carl Towns of this.
I got you. Oh, Jackie Kennedy's Carl Towns. Okay. Now I understand.
but the Draymond Green show will carry.
Yeah. Do you think you could keep this up and then realize there's one place you can't
I
go?
will definitely. Yes.
There are a couple. You have enough of filter, like in real time, and okay, I can't use this one, right?
There's so many there at the top of my head right now that I know
better.
I can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a president dying, but it happened so long ago. And the jokes, you wouldn't be the first to make a joke, so I think you're good there.
Yeah.
I think we're fine. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. What the strength of your filter as the show continues. We'll see.
Man, it sucks. He signed the Emancipation Proclamation.
He went to go see
just
a great
wanted
play.
to see a theater. We all deserve to see the arts, but unfortunately, President Abraham Lincoln didn't see the end of the play, and also is not here to see the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis.
But thoughts and prayers to Mary Todd.
Yes,
and the rest of the Lincoln family.
Yeah, and the son,
whoever that might be.
Yeah, I forgot. Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
That's an actor's name.
Oh, but in the movie. That's some famous actor in the movie.
It might have been him. I don't remember watching Lincoln because I didn't watch it. Daniel Day-Lewis, I get it. Great actor, but enough.
Oh, wow.
Enough.
Wow.
He
needs to get on a podcast and defend himself.
On the Draymond Green show?
with Baron
Davis. Okay.
With Daniel Day-Lewis.
You know what? You know the least likely podcast for him to join? If the man even knows who Draymond Green is.
Does he know what a podcast is?
I think he does, but I doubt that he knows who Draymond Green is. Yep. Unlikely. Or maybe he's a giant sports fan. I have no idea. All right. We will go to break here. Hour 2's coming up. But before we do that, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. It's the place you go to when you have an issue, particularly with plumbing, because it's in the name, whether it be a leak or something major like a repipe, they do it all. They have experienced contractors who have been taking care of people in this community for years. Once they identify a problem, they'll fix it. And if you need to check out all the things they all the things they offer, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's the website. And they have a nice drop-down list of anything and everything they will do. Whether you need a water heater or you need a drain cleaned. It's all there for you. They have great reviews, so you know the people who are there helping are responsive and they understand that Aqueduct Plumbing Company does a great job, and you can read those right on the website. So you can call them at 281-488-6238 for a free price quote. You don't want them coming out there or anyone coming out there and charging you for a job that they may not do. You just want to figure out what it is because you're not a plumber. You don't know. They do. And Billy Brown's people will get you straight away and get the right job done for you. So go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductcompany.com. Welcome to hour 2. Michael Carroll will join us in about 20 minutes. He is the host of Comicast. And despite a character death on Daredevil Born Again, the Michael Carroll Comicast podcast hosted by Carroll and Jong Lee will go on.
Thank you.
Just to let you know. But I'm sorry for your loss, Daredevil.
It sucks, Daredevil. Matt, can I call you Matt? Loss affects everyone.
And
it's all something we go through.
And it'll affect all of us the same way at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But before that happens, listen to Michael Carroll and Jong Lee on Comicast. Okay. That's how dumb Jerrymon sounds, by the way. And unfortunately, that's a real life situation, not a fictional one. And he sounded as dumb as he did.
Some guy in a comic book show died.
Yeah. And it sounds stupid to say what we did. It definitely sounds dumb to say what he did. All right. Let's get to this. I said we would. It's not a closing of the loop, as Sean said, because the people in Florida are going to continue to talk about how they don't want spring breakers ruining their cities. We played the sound from the Volusia County Sheriff a couple weeks ago now, where he said, hey, we don't even want you here. You guys don't even provide any economic benefit to the town. Stay away. That's what our choice would be. Well, we're going to hear from the mayor of Miami and the governor of the state, Ron DeSantis, on their thoughts on people going down there and messing with their city. Hey, Texas, go to Corpus Christi. It's a fine place. Don't go to Florida. They don't even want you there. I don't sit on the welcoming committee for Corpus Christi, but I'm just saying, I haven't heard anyone from Corpus go, hey, we don't even want you down here. I think they would welcome you to their town.
Yeah, come see Cam Smith play.
That too. Or take a flight to Houston, because it feels like Cam. Oh, by the way, that's the thing. I didn't even clean it up. Chandler Rome says because of a potential Christian Walker injury, that's an avenue for Cam Smith to make the roster. So even despite what he's doing hitting, I don't think a lot of people down there believe he's making the opening day roster unless an injury forces the Astros' hand. We will see. It's early, but if he continues to hit, maybe nothing's going to keep him off that opening day roster. But right now, a Christian Walker absence could help that cause. All right, we're going to hear a news reporter. You're going to hear some Ron DeSantis, and then you'll hear the mayor of Miami telling people to, hey, shape up or we're going to ship you out.
Big weekend in the spring break season. Governor Ron DeSantis now pledging law and order as he directs state support to Miami Beach. CBS's Miami's Maribel Rodriguez is live on the beach with a boost in security. Maribel.
Well, Jim, let's face it, Miami Beach did not have the best reputation when it came to spring break. Well, thankfully, that's all changing due to hard work from city officials and also law enforcement. Well, in just a few days, Miami Beach will be packed with spring breakers from all over the country. And officials are saying if you want to come here to play, you better follow the rules.
We can't have things just descend into madness and mayhem and chaos. And it hurt businesses when that happened. It hurts residents' quality of life. And there's just a lot of negatives that came from that.
Governor Ron DeSantis paying a visit to Miami Beach just as the peak of spring break season is upon us. So you guys are here for spring break. Where from?
From Michigan, Detroit.
And how has it been so far?
It's been great.
Miami Beach officials have spent the last 2 years cracking down on spring break crowds, making the city more expensive and less attractive to younger visitors.
Our residents don't want the chaos. Our businesses, it hurts our businesses when we have that. The headlines are awful. Last year we cleaned it up. Everybody succeeded. No fatalities, no shootings. Our businesses were, for the most part, doing really well last year.
That's the
and
mayor.
They're hoping to see a repeat this year.
They
with
won
more
because
than
no one
50
died.
FHP
And that's what they're looking for again. So if you're going down there, don't plan on killing anyone. But if you do kill someone, life does go on. And so does the Draymond Green podcast with Baron Davis. I'm telling you guys, the state of Florida doesn't want you. So if your kids are making plans for a trip, tell them to stay in the state. Or, maybe you want to send them to the Bahamas or something, whatever it might be. But don't send them to Florida. They ain't got time for your ass.
I don't really understand why they're so anti spring break.
They don't help businesses and they wreck stuff. You heard them. No murders when we cracked down last time.
I have a hard time believing that they don't these people aren't spending money. Like even just like the hotel rooms. Like who's buying the hotel rooms?
That part of it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Them saying that, I get, hey, you guys are a menace and crime picks up when you're down here, but I feel like the bars would like, excuse me.
Yeah. Imagine if every sports bar in America was like, hey, we know March Madness is coming up. Don't come here.
Don't bring your riffraff here.
No.
You don't even help
spill things.
You don't help us economically anyway. Yeah. I know
you make the tables dirty with all the food you're eating.
Yeah, I know you spill the beer that you bought from us on the floor, and that would make some sense. Hey, at least you bought beer. You might buy some more because you spilled some. We don't want you down here. We don't want you on our sports bar. Seems like the antithesis of what the businesses want, but apparently the people go down there too rowdy for their own good.
It's probably just the locals. And that's why the locals probably hate it, and that's why the politicians are.
In a later part of that clip, he does mention how the locals don't enjoy when people come down there, and that makes sense. But maybe relax on the rhetoric. We will see.
They're at war
with the spring breakers.
With 21-year-olds.
And who likes a 21-year-old anyway?
That is true. I'm on their side with that.
Understood.
No one wants you here.
I don't agree with that. I think that's a lie. I think the residents who don't.
I don't want you here.
I think the residents who don't make their money off of, tourists.
Yeah.
Maybe don't want them.
The people that just have a 9 to 5. Yeah.
But I do think the bar owners vote too. So perhaps don't piss them off. But hey, more for Corpus, more for Galveston, right?
South Padre. Let's go.
We win. Like I said, I don't think the people down there are telling everyone not to come. Willie T, we see you. If you want to talk Rockets, anyone else want to get in, you can, 713-780-3776. And frankly, I just want to hear rhetoric from politicians talk about how they don't want money coming into their town. So if Florida wants to keep doing it, I probably will play it. But I do really love, hey, we don't even want you here. All right, man. I was just coming for a good time, but I guess not. We'll hear from Willie T when we come back. But before I do that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Speaking of spring and spring break, it's a great time to go to Monument Chevrolet because they have spring savings on their Chevy Silverado 1500s. What I mean by that is if you go down there and check out the inventory, you're going to get the prices that their employees do. It's employee pricing for those Silverado 1500s. So that means great prices, discounts. You should take advantage if you're looking for that type of vehicle. And of course, if you want something else, check out the entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. Once you go there, you're going to see those prices and then head on out there to the lot in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And the best part about it, once you see those prices on the website, the prices don't change when you get out there. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. They want you to be part of the family. They're going to treat you like family. And what that means is they're not going to mess with you. They're going to make it a quick and easy process to get a vehicle, and they're going to get you in the right vehicle for you. And remember this, they're a one-stop shop. If you need service on a vehicle, they'll do that for you too. The people in the service department have been there for years. They know the names of the people who bring the cars in. They want you to be a part of that as well. Check everything they have as far as inventory is concerned at monumentchevrolet.com. Then go on out there and remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean, hit the horn. Shaq Mason has been informed that he will be released by the Texans. So we talked about the Christian Kirk addition and how that would affect cap space. The Texans, even though the league year hasn't officially started, so that's why they can be in the situation. They're currently over the cap, according to Over the Cap. Now, with the Shaq Mason release, we will see how far under they are. Those official numbers won't matter until, March 12th. But so you are now without a starting guard who didn't play particularly well anyway on a line that didn't play particularly well. But that is now a hole that needs to be replaced. I don't think there's a real internal candidate you can lean on right now. We will see how they address that, whether it be through my less preferred choice to draft, or do they spend some money to go get an established veteran, even if he isn't a top-of-the-line player at that position. Titus Howard right now is being paid like a top-of-the-line player. Maybe the Texans don't have the appetite to pay two guards that type of money. It happens when you pay him reasonable, but maybe too much right tackle money, and then have to move him. So there it is. One of the more predictable moves has been made. There was a thought of maybe restructuring Shaq Mason, but instead the Texans release him and they move forward from that. Okay, let's get to Willie T. He wants to talk about the Rockets. What's up, Willie T?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I can't call it, long-time listener. It's been a while since I called in. Before I get to the Rockets.
Could we talk about can we talk about going into your trap and taking over your trap? What Fulham did to Man U? Can we talk about that? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You know what? Y'all did, and the worst part is, the dude who I want the most on my team from your team had the decisive penalty, so that was great.
Yeah.
And Anthony Robinson.
You leave Anthony Robinson alone. You leave him alone, but go ahead.
Hey, now we coming for him this summer, so you better get ready. Go ahead and get your Man United jersey ready.
No chance.
But I want to say, since y'all beat us, you think y'all got a chance to win the FA Cup, or was that just a one-off? Because as you noticed, a couple of the other top 6 teams are out as well. So you think y'all got a chance?
I think we have a chance to definitely make the semis. We got a home game against Crystal Palace. Thankfully, Man City's we won't see Man City in a quarterfinal. I think as long as we don't see Man City in a semifinal, I think they got a chance to make their first cup final in a very long time. If Man City's on the side, I'm not going to take our chances, even though they haven't played well. But a favorable draw, at least, I like. But we'll see. You have something about the Rockets?
Yeah. So I am actually. It's more actually about the Pelicans. So I'm taking my daughter tomorrow to the Barbie game tomorrow night. Toyota Center. And when I bought the tickets a week ago, when I realized it was the Pelicans, I've been sweating it because you know how you hear stories all the time like, oh, I traveled halfway across the world to see LeBron or Steph or whoever play, and they sat out, load management or they were injured. So I've been sweating it for the past week and a half since I bought these tickets. I've been checking every box score. I'm like, Zion, please stay healthy. And granted, I'm going to see the Rockets. It's going to be great to see the young boys in action in person. But I'm like, man, I get to see Zion too. So I've been sweating it. And last night, I saw him come down awkward. But I almost lost my stuff. But now he's good to go. It's going to be a great game tomorrow night. Shout out the Rockets. Shout out my baby girl. Malia, I love you. Pops, I know you listening. Shout out to you as well. And you guys have a great weekend. Sean and Mix, what do you do, baby?
Thanks, Willie T. Hopefully it works out. And that's one of the things about the NBA that people I get this complaint. You're buying tickets predicting and hoping that even if you want your team to win, part of it, if you're only going to 1 or 2 games a year, and you're picking the game specifically because of a player, you want that player to be there. And Zion has not been available for a lot of road games in his career. Looks like you're going to get the opportunity to go see him, which is pretty cool. He is a remarkable player to watch when he's out there on the floor. And that's 2 straight games I've seen Zion survive. So hopefully he gets to a third. for Willie T's sake and his daughter's sake. Hopefully you guys have a good time out there.
I'm glad Zion Williamson survived playing a basketball.
But if he hadn't survived, life goes
it
on,
sucks.
and so does the Draymond Green
loss is part
podcast
of
with Baron
life,
Davis.
yeah.
Yes. If he hadn't survived last night, we all have to face that at some point, right, Sean?
Mm-hmm. We do. Have to look bravely in the face of death itself, and until then, the good news is that we have life, and a part of life
is listening
to the Draymond Green Show with Baron Davis.
And you can find that wherever you listen to podcasts.
Wherever you listen. Yeah.
I'm sure there are clips on YouTube as well.
I'm sure there are.
And speaking,
I'm sure there are clips on YouTube of him saying Cat's ducking Jimmy Butler.
Definitely.
Ignoring the fact that Cat already played Jimmy Butler this year.
Now, you brought it back, and it infuriates me. I know we should move on. Why would this game be the one that he's ducking? Why? He has played him while he was still a Wolf. He has played him while Jimmy was a Sixer. Jimmy was a Heat for 5+ years. But this one, with Golden State coming to town in his building, was the one he didn't want to play. Is he insane? Is Draymond? Is there nobody? Sorry, Draymond was told. I can't blame Draymond. Remember, but some critical analysis. He's played against Jimmy before, right? Why would this one be the time he doesn't want to play him? Can you tell me that, and maybe then I'll take it to my podcast that features Baron Davis? What?
A lot of Baron Davis love.
Great player at UCLA.
I will say though, and we'll get out relatively soon to get to Michael Carroll. This does show me that Draymond Green is actually ready for his post-playing career. Looking at the state of NBA pundits and former players, this weird petty beef and being loud wrong, and then not admitting that you're loud wrong and being loud and wrong about your non-apology. He's ready to slide onto a desk on TNT or ESPN tomorrow.
Yeah, whenever Steph decides to take off the Draymond Green backpack and retire, stops carrying Draymond to relevance, whenever that happens, Draymond can find relevance talking about the game of basketball. He's right on track to be one of those guys, just saying ridiculous things and then not owning up to them, and then promoting the thing where you said the ridiculous thing on. Perfect.
On a day where Stephen A. Smith doesn't want to talk about the LeBron James incident. He can't talk about it. But since it went viral, he will be talking about it on First Take and on the Stephen A. Smith show.
And Kevin Love, a guy who's had a pretty good run during the Jimmy Butler's saga.
Great Twitter fingers.
Pretty much said what you said. You had to talk about it?
You don't want to
You don't want to talk about it? You wouldn't have talked about it even if it didn't go viral? And all of those questions were followed by LOL as he quote tweeted the initial Stephen A. Smith tweet. I did just see Michael walk by. He'll join us in a couple minutes.
Yeah, he's getting impatient. He's
antsy, I think.
Trying to passive-aggressively tell us to go to break.
He has to answer for his trashing of Kate Hudson's show as it gets a season 2. Running Point gets a season 2 after the harsh words by Michael Carroll.
He heard it sucked in his defense.
He read it. He read and heard it sucked in this case. And it may very well not be great, but don't tell it to Netflix as they have extended it and renewed it for a season 2. Kate Hudson, marketable. Who could have predicted? Okay, we'll hear from Michael Carroll when we come back. Some guy is here.
I feel attacked.
He's preparing to answer for his crimes.
I don't have any crimes.
They're more verbal crimes.
I need a lawyer.
Maybe microaggressions is the word we use now.
I don't have any aggressions.
Microaggressions.
Micro, not full-on aggressions. Microaggression.
I feel attacked. I'm just saying.
Well, we're just speaking truth to power. And and Michael Carroll is here with us, the host of Comicast. He does that show with Jong Lee, and if you want to listen to it right now, you can. The newest issue is on the first 2 episodes of Daredevil Born Again. It is a spoilery review, so watch the show first and then hear a couple of guys who know what they're talking about. Break it down. And, of course, I hear a call right now. If you want to get in and ask Michael a question, you can, 713-780-3776. So 2 episodes came out this week. So without the spoilers, if people haven't seen it, as I said, watch, then listen to Michael on Comicast. What were your thoughts on Daredevil coming back?
I thought it was a strong debut. It's weird because when I was writing it up for the what to watch this weekend for folks who haven't seen it, it's releasing on Tuesdays. I guess I'll write it as a season 1, but it's really just season 4 of Daredevil, just a different, telling of it in a way. But it is a solid start. I had problems with the opening action sequence, just in terms of how they presented it and some of the CG looking rubbery.
They hid things with darkness, kind of.
Darkness and smoke.
Yes.
So I'm never a fan of that type of stuff. But for when it got into the character, the world building, all that stuff, the diner scene between Fisk and Matt, strong. Like, that's where it's strongest at, I think.
I would agree. And it's been maybe you want to call a problem for the Marvel TV shows where they lean into some of the action where they aren't really in a spot budget-wise to produce things that look great. But if you can give me, and I can look past that stuff if you're going to give me conversations that matter, that push the story forward in a meaningful way. And the tension between the 2 characters, if you've seen the first 3 seasons of Daredevil?
Yeah.
The first 3 seasons of Daredevil, the tension between Wilson Fisk and Matt Murdock, otherwise known as Kingpin, and Daredevil. It's great. Even when they're not in their Kingpin and Daredevil roles, they're still those same guys. And watching those guys have a conversation of the unsaid stuff and the fake politeness going on as they try to maneuver in new roles in their lives was good.
Not entirely unpleasant to see you, as Wilson Fisk says. No, like they propel that show, and their dynamic is just so well done at this point, and because they've worked so long together. But also a lot of the new side characters that they've introduced, from Cherry to Kirsten to McDuffie, the lawyer that he's working with, just different ones that they've introduced. Heather Glenn, I think a lot of them have been strong additions to the grouping, to the cast.
Yeah.
So it's good. I know Jong was upset with, I shouldn't say upset. He didn't care for some of the way things were shot. He had a complaint when it came to like color grading and just aesthetics of the show, because at certain moments, like, to me, the lighting felt a little off.
I would agree.
But for what it was in terms of script, and again, world building, character building, all that type of stuff, I think it's strong, and it's one of the better shows so far, even though it's only 2 episodes in. And when it comes to Marvel Disney Plus shows, where it feels like a actual show with layered subplots and everything, whereas other Marvel Disney Plus shows have been more like vehicles to propel these characters, this one actually feels like a show that will go on for a couple of seasons.
I would agree. And while we have not seen John Bernthal's Punisher yet, if you look closely enough, and of course, if you've seen the screenshots on the internet, you see the Punisher's influence on a certain governmental group.
Yes.
And so we'll see how that plays out going forward.
That last fight scene, though, that's where it was like, oh yeah, I'm hooked. I'm definitely hooked in, because what it meant, not only for just that moment, but what it meant for Matt is how you do action the right way.
I would,
and because there was story behind that, and there's story behind the first action sequence. I don't want to discredit that, because there's a whole angle to that fight scene that is happening that Daredevil's listening to, and just the showcase of his powers is really well done. But the last scene, there is story behind each punch, I think, and it makes it stronger.
And if I wonder how that fight scene, the first one, plays if you were just getting in on Daredevil. You did not watch the first 3 seasons. Would you need an explanation for what is happening?
Yeah.
You know the people in it are close to Matt, but why the person who initiates this is doing it. I wonder if you had not seen any of it and you're, hey, I heard this Daredevil thing has a good cast and I want to see it. I wonder how that would play to people who had not seen the first 3 seasons.
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder how people kind of take that, because I also don't think the character that attacks, I think there's more to that than what I don't think it's just simple revenge. I think there's more to it than what has been shown.
And we'll see how much is shown over the course, well, I guess of the next 2 seasons. I think it's already
they've already started shooting season 2. Matthew Lillard has been cast for season 2, which curious about who he's going to be playing next season. But yeah, it looks like we're on track.
Ghostface. They're bringing Ghostface to the MCU.
But it looks like we're on track to get season 2 next year.
Yeah, so that's exciting. Let's get to Eric before we move on. I said if you want to call in and ask Michael a question, you can. Eric, before you talk, maybe not ask another Toxic Avenger question. Because I think we
got to the bottom of it.
He asked me again this week, so I'm not sure. Maybe that's what he loves and that's what he wants to talk about. But what's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale, Mike. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, Dale seems to think Toxic Avenger is going to come out on streaming, but I think it's going to come out in theatrical release. What's your take on that? And also, I heard they're making a reboot of Kabuki Man NYPD. And when is the TV series Alien Earth coming out? I heard it's coming out on Hulu. I'll hang up and listen.
The Hulu Alien Earth, that comes out this summer. I believe it's June that's coming out. Toxic Avenger, I think from what I remember when we searched it last time, it is looking for a distributor, and I think it'll be a theater release.
Okay.
Maybe limited, but I think it'll be a theater release. At what point, who knows? What was the other thing? The
I think it's called. He said Kabuki Man NYPD. I think it's called Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD. It came out back in 1990. I have not heard of this ever before. I don't know.
You got to be honest. First time I've heard of it as well.
It doesn't feel like, considering the imagery from it, that this has any chance of being rebooted. Just feels like stuff that looks unlikely. That's all.
IP is IP, though.
I mean,
Some
true,
companies are sitting there with this in a warehouse, being like, I don't know, if we put Glenn Powell in this, I don't know.
Where's that Chris Pratt?
Yeah, Chris. Actually, yeah, this is more Chris Pratt.
Do you think
that was disrespectful?
Do you think Glenn Powell or Chris Pratt was signed up to be Sergeant Kabuki Man?
You know what? Never mind.
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind.
That's what I thought.
They need to reimagine it a little for.
They have to reimagine it a lot.
Current climate.
Perhaps changing the name entirely. Perhaps. So, Eric, you got your Toxic Avenger thing and you got your Sergeant Kabuki Man thing, and I feel like maybe you'll get your Toxic Avenger in theaters. Sergeant Kabuki Man, I don't see a reboot coming. I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't. No, probably not. Not for a while.
No.
Or ever. I'm just saying. Okay.
So thank you, Eric. Anyone else want to get in? You can 713-780-3776. So while we talked about something that is already out, and there are other things that you can enjoy, I watched the latest episode of Severance. Reacher is still out there. We've got Invincible that out there.
We got Running Point that's still out there that I did watch the first 2 episodes of before the slander continues.
Okay. And what do you think?
What did you think of it?
I didn't like it. I didn't.
So you disagree with Netflix and the viewing public?
There was a couple of moments that I kind of chuckled.
He laughed.
I laughed, but it's just like, this is just not my style of comedy. Also, this is such a
women can't be funny.
No. That's not what I said.
We better leave Michael alone.
The one thing that bothers me about the show, and it's such a stupid thing. It's obviously it's based off Jeannie Buss's story. It's like a comedic telling of that to a certain extent. But it's basketball themed, right? The point guard is this just giant man. And I was like, that's not a point guard. There's no way that this giant, he just looks like a bodybuilder or something like that. And it's just like, how do you cast that guy as the point guard? That just bothered me.
How do you put Chet Hanks in a jersey and tell him to go play basketball?
Yeah, that just bothered me.
They did that?
Chet Hanks.
Chet Hanks
is in there as well.
It looks so dumb. It just frustrates me to no end that.
Chet Hanks looks nothing like a basketball. I don't even know if you're talking about the Chet Hanks as a guy, but Chet Hanks in a basketball jersey. This is not a basketball.
No,
player.
that's not exactly.
This
That's
is
not a basketball player.
It's not the tattoos or anything. It's
No.
that's not the body type of a professional basketball player.
And especially if you're like, he's our star point guard.
Oh, he is the point guard?
He's the point guard.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's like even more like, that's not a. Did y'all watch basketball? Like, that's not a point guard.
And this guy looks like he's getting ready for an underhand free throw attempt. I'm not sure that's what happens in the show.
Oh, that's the elite player, Marcus something. He I forget the rest of his deal, but he apparently doesn't want to meet with Kate Hudson's character, Isla Gordon. He only sends his bodyguard / manager to conserve energy, apparently.
Not his agent?
No, not his agent. His bodyguard and social media manager.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you're ripping this show and giving us wrong facts, but
that's true.
It does sound stupid. I will say that, but I did not watch, so I don't know if somehow the stupidity plays. It plays enough to get a season 2.
It played enough. It's short, like 30-minute episodes.
Oh, 30-minute episodes.
Yeah, 30-minute episodes is short, but I don't know. It's
see my guy Chet Hanks. Yeah.
The writing, like, it's not only Mindy Kaling, but it's Ike Barinholtz and I forget who else. But it's just
we know you don't like the new telling of Velma too. We get it.
I don't. I don't. Speaking of, did you see the Powerpuff leaked trailer?
I saw enough of it to know they were right to not make that a thing.
Did you see it, Sean?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it.
I saw the whole
I
thing.
like Chloe Bennett. She was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cool with that. But I was never going to watch that show anyway. But I get why it got buried before they could actually take a real hit.
It reminded me of Velma in that it's like you take your IP and you hate that IP and just want to destroy it. That's what it felt like. It just was like, what is
like
happening
you thought
right
everything
now?
About something that was successful for a very long time is wrong, and you try to change it.
Yeah, and I'm not like the biggest Powerpuff Girl stan.
We'll see.
Right here.
We haven't seen your bedroom. We don't know.
I gotta take those.
What kind of
posters
plushes
down.
do you have?
Yeah. Shut up. Don't worry about it.
Where are all those Funko Pops? Where are you hiding them?
Oh, they're not hidden. Okay.
they're out
displayed.
they're out for
on the
everyone to
mantle.
see.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, my bad.
But yeah, it just reminded me of that. Just reminded me some IP. I don't know. But yeah. It's
Okay,
not great.
We did two things. One that didn't really even exist. Another thing you wish didn't exist. What do you hope for people to watch, if there's anything?
Oh, well, going on that trend, another one probably people shouldn't watch.
Okay.
In the Lost Lands, directed by Paul W.S. Anderson, starring Dave Bautista and Mila Jovovich.
Of course, he has to put his wife in the project.
Don't watch that. 17% on Rotten Tomatoes right now. Could be lower by the time you go actually see this movie.
Oh, they put it in the theater.
Oh yeah, it's a wide release.
They put this in theaters.
It's an original story by George R.R. Martin. This is what he's up to?
Yeah, it's a short story.
Okay, and then
by
they
George R.R.
turned it
Martin.
into a full feature length.
So not exactly Game of Thrones.
Not exactly Game of
Is
Thrones.
it in the connected universe?
No, it's vastly.
No, it's not. It's not Duncan and Egg.
No,
This is somewhere in Westeros.
No, it's not Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which is coming out. Yeah, it looks bad, but
it looked bad. And then seeing reviews and everything, and I actually got an offer. It was like, if you get a ticket, you can get a free ticket to in the Lost Lands or something like that. I was like, no,
I'm good.
I'm good. Thank you, but no, I appreciate it. But that's one of the few wide releases this weekend.
So the tag is: a witch travels to the Lost Lands in search of a magical power that allows a person to transform into a werewolf.
Werewolf.
What do you think, Sean?
You know what? You said wide release? No.
Yeah, it's a wide release. You could get there's screenings for this movie.
I'll be watching Running Point all weekend.
He's got other things.
You got to binge it. I understand. Yeah. It's
I'll
10
watch.
episodes
I'll
now.
watch the trailer of In the Lost Lands, and it'll determine if I.
Oh, you haven't seen the trailer
No,
yet?
I've seen the trailer.
When it pops up,
you've seen the trailer?
When it
Yeah.
pops up in a week on streaming,
It almost looks like a fake trailer from Tropic Thunder.
Most
like
of it,
that's
yeah.
the kind of
That is such an apt depiction of
I'm
it.
not bothered by that, to be honest with you.
I'm not bothered by it either, but
We'll
I was
see.
just like, man, that's bad.
But I have not seen it. I did not. I'm going to be. The problem is, I'm going to watch the trailer and get really mad that this is what George R.R. Martin's up to. What?
He's been
was the short story reviewed well? And then that's why they turned it into
Maybe
a movie.
I don't know
In the
really too
Lost
much about the
Lands.
short story. Yeah, In the Lost Lands. Maybe skip that.
Maybe
I'm curious
skip
your
that.
thoughts on the trailer though.
All right.
Mickey 17. Now that's a wide release that I'm excited for.
there we go.
I've been excited for it for a long time.
Pattinson Hive.
It was on my like Comic Cast, we do like our most anticipated movies and stuff. It was on my list last year, then it got delayed. It's on my list again. Thankfully, it's not delayed. It comes out this weekend, starring Robert Pattinson, Stephen Yeun, directed by Bong Joon-ho, who did Parasite and Snowpiercer and all that. So,
and Smart Hulk is in it. Well, he's
Mark Ruffalo is
the
in
actor.
it.
Mark Ruffalo.
Toni Collette is in it. Naomi Aki is in it. It's a strong cast, and it's about 80% with both critics and audiences. It's a comedy sci-fi based off a book called Mickey 7 that came out in 2022. It's sci-fi. I'm all about it. It looks good. Robert Pattinson's performance is very interesting so far, based off clips and trailers. So that's my most anticipated movie.
And it's not a spoiler unless you have not watched the trailer. I apologize, but the basis of it is basically Robert Pattinson is playing a disposable person.
Yeah, called an expendable.
He's an expendable
not
employee.
to be confused with the
legendary movie series.
Yeah,
Lucky
not to be confused with that one.
Slice alone didn't hit him with the cease and desist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Bong
Joon-ho. But he plays kind of a disposable person working for a corporation, and he does dangerous jobs, and once he dies, another one takes his place.
Yeah, they just can print out a new one.
Yeah,
basically.
until
hence the number.
Yes,
Mickey 7,
until
Mickey
I guess
17.
one of them does not die, and things run amok. So we will see how that plays out.
And it's very satirical in its depiction of just humanity in general. So I like Bong Joon-ho, so I definitely want to watch it.
The director of Parasite.
Exactly. And for folks that this is weird, this is a family movie that I have not heard one word about called Night of the Zoopocalypse, starring David Harbour. Had no idea this was coming out. It's getting solid reviews so far, actually 100% right now. Rotten Tomatoes. Animated film. So if you want to take the family out, there's that. And then Queen of the Ring, which is the other big wide release this weekend, starring Emily Bette Richards, Josh Lucas, and Walton Goggins.
Felicity from Arrow. If you watched Arrow, she was turned into Oliver Queen's love interest and eventually wife. I guess I don't know if they got married, but they were together for a long time. But I did not know. I saw her promote this on her social media. I did not know this was a movie. I thought, hey, this is another thing, small release thing. I did not know it was getting this type of release.
Yeah, it's a wide release. It's based off the true life of Mildred Burke, the legendary professional wrestler and single mom who defied odds and became the first female athlete in history to be $1 million or get paid $1 million.
Michael's like, you think running point is a thing you can rip me on? Look at me promoting.
Hey, look, I support. Okay, God,
get off my case.
Sheesh. Anyway, all right, all right. I will pull this segment over real quick.
Don't make me come back there.
Don't make me come into the studio. But yeah, that's the wide releases this weekend. Mickey 17 is probably my pick of
Deborah Ann Woll, who is also in Daredevil Born Again, is in this movie as well.
Exactly. So streaming wise, of course, we talked about it. Daredevil Born Again. The first 2 episodes are out right now. New episodes premiere every Tuesday. Deli Boys is premiering on Hulu or just premiered on Hulu.
Feels like a nickname Raheel would have called me.
It does. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I'm pretty sure he has done it, to be honest.
You go get a sandwich one time. Yeah.
I wish it was based off a sandwich.
I mean, it's based off a deli store.
Just based off my name. It's not even creative enough that I just am a sandwich person.
Well,
it's based off my name.
Double entendre.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how.
But
I won't. Don't worry.
Deli Boys currently 94%. All 10 episodes are streaming on Hulu right now. It's a comedy starring Asif Ali and Sagar Shaki. I butchered those names. I apologize. Pakistani American brothers who, upon their father's death, learned that he was a criminal, in fact, and his whole business empire was run in the underworld of the criminal nature. And they are trying to put themselves in that, like trying to learn, like, how do we handle this news, but also how are we going to follow in his footsteps, because they are just spoiled rich kids. So it's really funny.
Fredo and Sonny try to take over for Vito Corleone.
Exactly, but they are complete misfits at what they do. So, but Deli Boys is very good so far. It's on Hulu. There's also Dark Wind season 3 premieres on AMC Plus.
I like that show. I'm behind. I'm still in season 2, but that season one I enjoyed quite a bit.
It kind of caught new life when it premiered on Netflix. Not too long ago.
Yeah, that'll happen from time to time.
And it's actually just got renewed for a season 4.
Okay.
So it's locked in. So Dark Winds, that's premiering Sunday. The first episode premieres Sunday at 2 a.m. on AMC Plus. So whenever you wake up, you can catch it. Of course, Righteous Gemstones is out there for people. Heretic on Max is coming out this weekend.
That movie. Pretty good.
And Chaos, the Manson Murders, this new documentary that is out about Charles Manson. It's getting pretty solid reviews so far. And it's based off another book that came out after the Helter Skelter book that kind of puts that book in a new light because of certain things that were embellished or manipulated in that book.
Gotcha.
So there you go.
So that's Michael Carroll giving you what you should watch, and really to start the segment, what you shouldn't watch at all.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, The Pit, episode 10 just released. So good. So good.
The Pit on one end of the spectrum for Michael, Running Point on the opposite end of the spectrum as far as things that he finds watchable. You can listen to Michael give his review, his full-on review of the first 2 episodes of Daredevil Born Again on his podcast. He hosts that with Jong Lee. It's called Comicast. You can find it anywhere you listen to podcasts. And of course, if you're happen to be listening to us on a Wednesday, you can hear Comicast from 8 to 9 on Wednesday here on ESPN 97.5. We are done for the day. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, March 7th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, and we're bringing back an old feature. On Fridays, you get to ask me anything. Ask Gallant Anything Friday begins on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Gerardo Lopez asks, Yo, Paul, what are we talking about today? Kirk? McCullers? Or the fact that I finally accepted that a Houston team won't win a ship anytime soon? Sir, you are too down. It is Friday. Every day can be the greatest day of your life, but Fridays tend to be the ones that have the best chance of being the greatest day of your life. Today was not the greatest day of Texans guard Shaq Mason's life. They cut him. And in the last 24 hours, you've seen Nick Caserio and the Texans address a lot of things that needed to get fixed. First off, they traded for Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk, a 2026 7th-round pick they send to Jacksonville. In-division trade. That seems strange, doesn't it? Clearly, Nick Caserio wanted to get this guy before anyone else had a chance to negotiate for his services. If you've watched the guy play, he's quick, he's nimble, very good at creating space for himself. Feel like he'd be pretty good in that 2-3 wide receiver spot, especially with no Tank Dell, someone who can get open in 3-4 yard areas. They're going to have to restructure his contract. He's making a lot. The Jaguars did overpay for him when they got him, but their new GM, Ryan Gladstone, James Gladstone, one of the Gladstones, he has been rather bloody in the first couple of days as we get closer and closer to the NFL free agency tampering window opening. So if you want to pat Nick Caserio on the back, you can. Basically, they traded Cam Akers, their 3rd or 4th string running back, to Minnesota. And ultimately, the pick they got back for Cam Akers, they ship off for Christian Kirk. I think Kirk's a better player. We'll see how he fits into the offense. I like the move. Just make sure that you fix the contract. Jaguars players do not seem thrilled about it. I saw Josh Hines-Allen, formerly Josh Allen, but not the Josh Allen that's the NFL MVP, Josh Allen. He posted on social media, Kirk to Houston can't be real. Well, it is, buddy. It is, buddy boy. And a lot of other Jaguar players are getting got and/or are retiring. Mitch Morse retired. Other Jaguars players out. Clipped. Evan Engram, Ronald Darby, Devin Duvernay, and Josh Reynolds. So what Nick Caserio has done in these first couple of days leading up to free agency, I'm not sure what this is now. Is this the pre-tampering window? What do I call it? I don't know. But he's been aggressive, and also in getting rid of Shaq Mason, which happened today to save some cap space. I think the Texans sent a message to the rest of the offensive line, like, your days might be numbered. Because it really should be an open competition going into next season. Outside of Laramie Tunsil, like, who should have a set role going into the year? Juice Scruggs? No. Titus Howard? Definitely not. Kenyon Green? Surprised he's still here. Some of the other guys, whether that's Jared Patterson or anyone else that they throw in there, everyone should be on notice. So I like that they got rid of Shaq Mason. He was going to make $10 million this year. The extension that the Texans gave him right after trading for him, I thought it was strange when they gave it to him without even having seen him play. Last year, he was good, but the season that we're just exiting, not so good, as was the entirety of the Texans' offensive line. 35 games played for the Texans. He started every single one. The Texans should save around $10 million by moving on from him. They've done some other things in the last 24 hours. They restructured Azeez Al-Shair's contract, and they also brought back defensive tackle Kurt Hinish. So more and more cap space. And as I said before, they should be aggressive. Signing a veteran wide receiver, trading a 7th-round pick for Christian Kirk is signing a wide receiver. You didn't trade a 2nd or a 3rd or a 4th-round pick to get him. And you need to be looking at offensive linemen. So if you can find anybody in the next couple of days, because there will be a lot of people, I imagine, cut in the next 24 to 72 hours. If you can find anybody as an offensive lineman that you can acquire without having to give up much, you're going to be all right. J-Dog comments on YouTube. Paul, the purple cup isn't helping your cause, but I don't know what that means. Is this purple? I don't know. I think it's a Stanley Cup. More comments here. This is an interesting question. On the Twitch, Ryan Lost in Texas asks on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. Paul, would you with a man if the situation deemed it absolutely necessary? Well, guys, if you've been listening to the show long enough, I think we all know the answer to that question. Nailed the answer. It's an Ask Alone Anything Friday, baby. You can chime in 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Are you excited about a move like Christian Kirk? Are you excited about that? No, but it is a good move, I think. I think they need to find somebody that actually can play right away. You draft a guy in the 1st round. You don't know if you're going to get somebody who's good. You don't know if you're going to get somebody who can pick up the offense right away, because we don't really know what the hell this offense is at this moment in time. You're bringing in Nick Caley as your offensive coordinator. He's got some Rams tendencies. He's got some Patriots tendencies. So fun. So much diversity. But you don't know whether or not your team that you currently have right now is going to be able to pick it up. He did say, hey, I run the Texans scheme. We're Houston's offense when I'm in charge. And I feel like it will end up working out all right, at least relative to Bobby Slowick. But I do think that when we're looking at veteran wide receivers and guys that you want to bring in, like Kirk's a pretty good option. And you can't just go into this year's draft and say, we're going to find wide receivers that way. Hell, you probably need another veteran wide receiver at this point. And there's going to be a lot of veteran wide receivers available. So pick up the phone, call a few, see what they're going to cost, bring them in. Maybe you bring Robert Woods back. Maybe you bring Noah Brown back, who is also a free agent, played for the Commanders this past season, caught that Hail Mary, if you might remember, against the Chicago Bears a couple of weeks back. Ask Alone Anything Friday, guys. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Ooh, some good ones here. Some good ones. From the 713. Paul, when are you going to give up trying to grow that beard? Well, the beard can grow. I just don't grow it out very far because it gets silver and white. And I don't like that kind of thing because I'm still in denial that I'm approaching my mid-30s / am already in my mid-30s. But I like that occasionally from time to time, people are, oh, are you 32, 31? And the longer the beard grows, the less that happens. And it makes me sad because, as I've told you guys many times, my mother once told me, I'm running out of options. Eric the driver asks, Paul, what's the favorite place you've lived? You don't have to say Houston just to make us feel better. Well, I do love it here. I mean, I moved back, but I was in Seattle. So, I mean, St. Petersburg, Florida is a place that when I lived there, I did not appreciate it as much as I should have. So my memories of St. Pete might be based in nostalgia, but I do love it here. I really do. It's mainly because of the people. Because I always try to convince people to come visit here. And whenever I try to convince people to visit here, I think about, like, wait, what do we have? Like, really good food, really good drinks, and a rodeo. Bun B night tonight, huh? Let's go. I don't know if I have the energy to go. I don't know if I have it. Kind of feel a soft boy nomination, Paul Gallant, for not going to the Bun B party tonight. But convincing people to come here, it's always a little bit difficult. That said, once you get here, you never want to leave. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. We got some thoughts on the Christian Kirk signing. Most people think it was good. From the 832, CK's good. Not a paradigm shift, but it's fine. From the 903, Kirk was a good pickup, but the Texans really need to focus on the offensive line and then try and get another receiver before anything, because Mechie and Hutchinson are okay options for wide receiver 3 and 4 at the moment. I'd rather have them be my wide receiver 5 and 6 if we're going to do the wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 thing. You know, I would rather have those guys be at the back of my depth chart at wide receiver. Someone asks about Michael Thomas, adding him. No, hard pass. That guy's a absolute nuisance. That guy's not a good teammate. That guy seems like a massive pain in the ass. No. And I don't know that he's still the same player anymore. He used to be awesome, but if you want to take a flyer on him, no, and I don't think the Texans would. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Up next, you want to continue to talk about Christian Kirk to the Texans, who also released Shaq Mason today? You can, but Cam Smith, at what point is he going to force the Astros' hand? Because last night, yet again, Cam Smith is crushing it. We'll talk about that next. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Texans traded a 2026 7th-round pick for Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk. Some thoughts on the deal on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Someone says, I love the Kirk pickup. He's the head down, hard work guy that Stroud could elevate. I don't know if you could be the head down guy when you get the contract that Christian Kirk got. I just don't think you can. Also, the way the way that text reads, doesn't that text read like this guy might think that Christian Kirk is white? He's not, by the way. The Christian Kirk contract that he signed with the Jaguars after his first couple of years in the league with the Cardinals, 4 years and $72 million. I think if you make that much money, I just think people aren't going to, I don't think they're going to think you're head down anymore. I would not be head down is what I'm trying to say if I'd ever received $72 million in my life, which leads to another question on an Ask on Anything Friday. Paul, would you choose to receive $1 million, but it means one random person in the world drops dead? That's an interesting one. Like, I know what the spin zone would be for myself afterwards. Well, people are dying every second in the world. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was me who made it happen. If it's someone I don't know, I mean, I feel bad, but it's someone I don't know. If it's someone I know, like that would, I think, make it a little bit more tense. And basically what I'm trying to say is, if I know the person, I would feel very, very, very horrible about it. If I didn't know the person, I would still feel horrible about it, but I would at least be able to bargain with myself. I don't know that I could. If I know that this was directly responsible for it, I feel like I would get curious after a while, because I'd probably, let's be honest, spend the $1 million very quickly and irresponsibly. I would probably think to myself, like, oh man, what's this person like? Then I'd like go find their Facebook page and see like family pictures, and then I'd be really sad and probably awful, and maybe I'd give the rest of my money to that family. No, I'm not kidding. I would feel so bad. Catholic guilt sucks. I wish I didn't care about anything.
Last week we played the Ben Johnson interview from Pardon My Take, where they asked him the question of if you could push a button to win like whatever 5 Super Bowls. And Joe and I talked about it last week, where it's like, and AJ, we're all like, yeah, to win a Super Bowl and just a random person dies. Yeah.
Damn. I mean, but you would have to think to yourself going forward that that person is dead because of you, this random person.
Yeah. But again, people die every day.
They die every second.
Yeah. Like,
no, I mean, you could definitely defend this if you want. And my problem is, sadly, I was raised a Catholic and I would not be able to handle it. I would not. I would constantly feel guilty.
So was I. No problem.
I guess one of us is the better Catholic. I guess one of us is the better Catholic.
Because you feel worse about it?
Yeah. And I'm
getting money.
And I'm bragging about how I feel worse about it than you. Making me the better Catholic. All right. Ask on Anything Friday continues. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. HRW713 asks, what have you sacrificed for Lent, Paul? I've sacrificed
good Catholic.
To this
Catholic
point,
Paul Gallant. What have you sacrificed?
To this point, I have sacrificed the old I have definitely given that up. Now, would I give up giving that up as part of Lent? Yes, I would give up giving up, a little of that. I would give that.
You think
up.
You can make it to Easter?
But I am giving that up. I mean, I will make it to Easter. Can I make it to Easter? I don't want to make it to Easter.
If you could press a button right now.
Yeah. But for now, until I can think of something good, I'm giving up on that. And then I will give up on giving up on that for Lent. Boom.
There we go.
Doing some math here. Speaking of math, Cam Smith, Astros super prospect. He is 7 for 11 after 3 hits last night. A .636 batting average with 2 home runs, a triple with the bases loaded that nearly was a grand slam, 7 runs batted in, 4 walks, 1 strikeout. One of his 3 hits last night nearly killed a guy. 108.2 miles per hour off the bat and just drills a Mets third baseman. It looked like it hurt. I mean, he smoked that. And it still bounced off of this man's human skeleton and moved, I want to say, like 15 feet or so past him into the outfield, he smoked that. And look, it's minor league pitching. You do have to take everything you're seeing from Cam Smith to this point with a grain of salt. You do. You just do. He hasn't gone up against major leaguers, and we're only talking about a couple of games. But God, I want to see this guy on the major league roster. And perhaps in right field, too, given that he did make a putout, but he also had an error yesterday. But he is really impressive to this point. The more spring training plays out, I would imagine the more he will face actual major league talent on the pitching side of things. And the guys, again, that he went up against last night, I don't know who any of them are. And this is not just me being a baseball casual. I actually did a little digging because everyone's getting so pumped about Cam Smith, and deservedly so. And I hope that we see this guy sooner rather than later. Will he make the opening day roster? I'm skeptical about that. I've seen some embrace debate online with the Astros don't have Cam Smith on the opening day roster. Are they manipulating his service time? They're probably not, right? I mean, the guy hadn't that bad above the AA level. But am I willing to say that the Astros are manipulating his service time to guilt trip them and shame them into making Cam Smith a part of the opening day roster? Yes. So we can all wink, wink, nudge each other with the realization that if Cam Smith doesn't make the opening day roster, it's not service time manipulation, but we're all going to call it service time manipulation to make him get up on the opening day roster. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be awesome. Okay? We together can shame Jim Crane and shame Dana Brown into putting Cam Smith on the opening day roster. Oh, I thought the window was always open. But Cam Smith's crushing it right now. This is what Joe Espada had to say about Cam Smith. We knew about the potential, but how hard he's hitting the ball, how confident he is in his approach, hitting the ball to all fields, swinging at strikes, it's been pretty impressive. Yeah, it's been really impressive to this point. I see no reason that it will continue at this pace, but I also see no reason that he should be with the spring training roster as long as possible. Because after a while, the guys get sent back to the minor league camps as they cut the roster down to the actual opening day roster. I hope he is there until the very end, because I wanted to see more and more and more of this guy. And I think the more high intensity at bats he gets, the better he's going to get, because clearly he's doing a very good job to this point. World of Warcraft Spartacus comments that almost 3-run homer was against Sonny Gray, by the way. Dang. Well, that's neato. I don't know if Sonny Gray's still Sonny Gray, because I remember a couple of years ago, Sonny Gray had a season that wasn't so good. But Sonny Gray's a legitimate pitcher. Like, I know who he is. Sonny Gray actually had a pretty good year last year for St. Louis. And I feel like the Astros were involved in trade conversations about him too. But he was 13-9 with a 3.84 ERA last year, 203 strikeouts. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. That's the one major leaguer he's gone up against. Now we just have to get him to face some more, or we can lie and act like he has gone up against major leaguers, because we want to gaslight the Astros into putting Cam Smith on the opening day roster. Let's just have some fun. Let's have fun. It's a Friday.
Those guys are wearing major league uniforms, aren't they?
That's true. That's true.
Says Cardinals on his hat right there.
One of the spin zones that I saw last night, because again, people are reaching, but I'm here for it. I'm here for the reaching. I know it's reaching, but I'm here for it. Some people were saying, well, he's going up against the team, Cam Smith, that has Pete Alonso on it, and just listing players who are Mets batters. Like, that affects the actual at-bat. And I was like, this is great. This is great gaslighting. that is true.
The highest paid player in baseball.
Pete Alonso was there. Also,
Juan Soto, World Series champion.
Yeah, he was there.
You know, the Astros back in 2019 could have used Cam Smith. Maybe Juan Soto wouldn't be a World Series champion.
Good point. By the way, speaking of Pete Alonso, Space Cowboys legend Ryan Gusto struck him out twice. Dabs. Hell
Gusto
yeah.
should be on the opening day roster.
Maybe. There's a lot of competition going on in Astros spring training.
If you do a single thing good, maybe you should be on the Astros opening day roster.
We are 100% embellishing what's going on right now, but you know what? All we have to go off of, except for last night, because this game was actually televised, are Brian McTaggart tweets. So, like, how am I supposed to know that this guy isn't Major League ready, you know?
Yeah, I can see how back in the old days, guys like athletes became mythical creatures.
Oh, for
basically,
sure.
Because all you had to hear was the hometown beat reporter
for sure
writing about him, and you're like, wow, this guy's insane. What?
Yeah, I like that. From the 713, where did that text go? Whatever. 713-780-3776 to call in to text in. Keith has a question because it's an Ask Alone Anything Friday on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Keith, what you got?
Hey, Paul, I love the show. I got a question for you. Would you rather watch all 48 seasons of Survivor or every single Marvel movie in Spanish?
Oh, wow. That's a lot of Survivor. That's a lot of Survivor. I feel like if I'm watching every single Marvel movie in Spanish, there's a chance I might learn some Spanish.
I was going to say, you'll probably pick up some Spanish.
Yeah. So I think this is a no-brainer. There's too many seasons of Survivor. I had some friends in Seattle that would watch old seasons of Survivor that they'd already watched. I thought it was a psycho move. There's so many reality TV show options these days. You're going to watch one that you've already watched before. So to me, it's the Marvel movies. The Marvel movies were good for a while too. Like Marvel movies have kind of gotten to a point of, okay, there's too many, but Marvel movies were pretty good. It's good 2 hours and 15 minutes. So on Espanol could be fun.
Oh, and it's only, and this is just from a Reddit thread on Marvel Studios from 7 months ago. It would take approximately 122.2 hours to watch every Marvel movie, but that's including X-Men and Fantastic Four, Deadpool, and Sony movies. So it's probably like under 100 or around 100 hours.
Oh yeah, I bet
that's like 2 seasons of Survivor, 3 seasons of Survivor.
Seriously, I think Survivor's a 24 episode.
Yeah,
season.
it's a network TV show,
Yeah.
especially early. They're all 30 episodes.
Yeah. Oh, it's 30.
I know back in the 2000s, like that was like a standard would be like high 20s to 30.
The first season of Survivor was good. That was. Like I talk about not having been able to watch the cool reality TV shows like Real World and Big Brother growing up because my parents wouldn't let me watch MTV. But I did watch Survivor. I did watch The Apprentice. Not going to lie. Love The Apprentice. Season 1. Omarosa. All-time reality TV show villain. Little did I know that the president was.
Yeah. What'd that guy ever go on to do?
It's crazy that guy, that Donald Trump was running a reality TV show and became president 20 years later. Although I suppose it's not that crazy because we are living in quite the time, aren't we? Anyway, that is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask me any questions. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Thoughts on Cam Smith? What would be the best way to gaslight the Astros into putting him on the opening day roster? That's on the table. If you want to weigh in on Christian Kirk and Shaq Mason being cut, you can. And we do have to talk about the NBA today. But as always, we are talking about everything that isn't basketball because that's what the NBA's become. Stay put for more of that.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We had a nice dad joke on the text line on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Is Cam Smith Jamaican, you crazy? Get it? Because Cam Smith listens to reggae to relax and be calm and meditate. 10 deep breaths in through the nose, 10 deep breaths out through the mouth. And then all of a sudden, the man is able to focus. And that's why at this moment in time in spring training, yes, through just 6 games, he is hitting .636 with a triple, 2 homers, and 7 runs batted in. He's also walked 4 times and has struck out once. I do not expect him to be on the opening day roster. I also don't think the Astros would be guilty of service time manipulation if they left him off of the opening day roster. If they wait to June to call him up, okay, maybe you can have that argument, but especially if he's crushing it at the minor league level. But I am willing to say, just for the sake of gaslighting and shaming the Astros, that they would be manipulating his service time. And I think we all should be in agreement on that. It would be fun to see Cam Smith. I just want something new with the Astros, right? I think we all do. And Christian Walker, not doing it. And he's dealing with the oblique injury, so we don't know how long he's going to be out. Isaac Paredes, I heard yesterday that no player has more 2-strike foul off than Isaac Paredes this past season.
He's a survivor up there.
He's a survivor, right? He's a multi-season survivor. He's a survivor that they bring back.
Yeah.
Because he was so good on one of those.
On the reunion show.
Exactly. So, I mean, yeah, that's fun. But Cam Smith
out and left.
That doesn't really excite me. You know, it's new, but I want something new that's like, I want a new shiny toy. And it's a while, I feel like, since the Astros have had a new shiny toy. Josh Hader, it's a closer. And also, even though he had a good season last year, there were enough moments where I did not feel comfortable with him in the game that I didn't feel like it was enjoyable. Jose Abreu was a disaster. And after that,
Trey Mancini.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. J-Dog asks on YouTube, if Christian Walker's out for an extended period of time, why not Dana? Well, Christian Walker's your first baseman and Smith's your third baseman. And I don't know that Smith's a good fielder. I am 100% making very, very quick judgments based off of just a little bit of film that I've seen. But he had a ball that wasn't hit super hard go right by him yesterday. I don't remember if it was ruled an error or if it was called a single. Like, it was plausible that a really friendly scorer would have called that a hit, but it did go right by him. I suppose, hey, well, if he's at first base, like, that shouldn't be that much of an issue. I think everyone assumes anyone can play first base. It does take a little bit of skill. I mean, you know, scooping the ball out of the dirt and, you know, just having, I guess, a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, just put your foot there, catch the ball. That's all it is, Paul.
But it's more nuanced than that.
Put one foot there, hand out, catch it. Boom. First baseman. Congrats, you're a first baseman.
Todd the Show says Abreu wasn't really a disaster his first year. People just like to remember it that way. I don't know, Todd. I feel like it was until the game against the A's that he hit a home run.
Yeah,
in his first
it was
year.
like June,
right? And then as the year went on, he had some good moments for sure. He wasn't bad in the postseason.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was like fine for the second half of the season.
Yeah, he was fine, but you were expecting a lot more than that.
Yeah, if we're grading on the Josh Hader wasn't a good signing curve, then like one half season of good first base play, like, can we get a little bit more before the team has to cut you in the middle of the season?
Dag Nabbit mofo said we don't win the division without Jose Abreu. I can never tell with him whether or not he's being sarcastic, but I suppose you can make that argument. I mean, it did
Sure.
come down to the wire.
Yeah.
I think he had some big hits against the Diamondbacks in the last series of the year.
And he had a.
So yeah,
didn't he have
that
a big
actually
game
is
against the
true.
Rangers one time?
I think he did. Yes, he did. But there were a couple of games where everyone on the Astros had big games
they're
against the Rangers.
Yeah. So you know what? Never mind. Jose Abreu, great signing.
But it didn't.
I remember last year when all the Twitchers were loving how much Jose Abreu was making.
That's
I remember
true.
that.
It's true. They were big fans of his performance. Anyway, is the Paul Gallant Show. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You guys are asking some good questions here. Someone claims that they were on season 37 of Survivor, that they're a listener. Shout out to you. Hope you lasted a while. I don't know that I'm going to go back and watch that, though. I don't think I'm going to do that. Sorry.
No, also in Spanish, like, they're movies you already know. The Marvel movies in Spanish, you already know the movies. You know most of the plot to these movies.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you would just kind of learn Spanish.
I want to learn Spanish, and it would probably be better than Duolingo, which I gave up on.
You would just know how to say infinity stones, but still.
Yeah. Sonos des infinitías. I'm so bad with Spanish. From the 936, if y'all could bring back one former Houston to replay their career with the modern team, like Hakeem Olajuwon playing 17 years with Alpi, Jalen, and Amin Thompson, who would you choose? Well, do we have to remove Hakeem Olajuwon because that's
like the
easy answer. Yeah.
Hey, the team that is a good team but needs a number one guy. What if they got the best player in Houston sports history?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
what
Exactly.
if that happened?
Yeah, I mean seriously, if they got prime Hakeem, I mean they're a finals team.
Yeah,
in this West, or at least a Western Conference Finals team.
Yeah,
I would think. Although you would have to like do some moving around the Twin Towers of Hakeem Olajuwon and Alperen Şengün. It would be really fun.
I'd figure it out. You know, me personally, I would figure it out.
I think I would too. So can't be Hakeem. Andre Johnson would be nice right now on the Houston Texans, as would DeAndre Hopkins. I think specifically right now, one of those two would be my pick on the football side of things.
It's a lineman, but I don't know, like a great guard.
Yeah, for the Texans, it's like Dwayne Brown. You know, and my guy Chris Myers or Wade Smith.
Chris Myers wouldn't be bad. It is, you know, not writing the Kubiak stuff as much anymore. That was kind of his. He was more of a system fit, or at least Myers specifically.
If I could, I would love to bring back the 2011 Texans offensive line. That's the best offensive line in team history.
Yeah.
Left to right. Yeah, you had Dwayne Brown. I forget if Mike Brazel was left guard or right guard. No. Wade Smith was left guard. Chris Myers was center. Mike Brazel was right guard, and right tackle was Eric Winston.
Yeah,
that was the best offensive line that this team ever had.
Maybe Wade Smith might be up there as far as.
No, honestly, the interior offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Yes,
for the game we're playing right now, like Wade Smith would be kind of.
Arian Foster was a beast too, but I mean, they were paving the way for him.
What if you
Foster would be a fun one.
Or what if you just said bleep it, JJ Watt? Like let's just go insane and have
like better than the Eagles.
Yeah, and have Watt, Anderson, and Hunter with JJ Watt. That'd be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Astros, an outfielder. Craig Biggio plays outfield again.
Lance Berkman.
I guess they're already doing that.
Berkman.
Yeah, Berkman. Kyle Tucker, just put him back in.
It would be funny to bring Mike Scott back because everyone thought Mike Scott was a cheater because Mike Scott would scuff up the ball, and he just drive people crazy. Because the Astros have lost a little bit of the everyone hates them. There's not as much of that energy anymore, which kind of bums me out. I like that everyone hated them
because all the players go to other teams and are immediately loved.
Yeah, I know. What the heck, Bregman?
Nolan Ryan would be fun in today's baseball just because you could pitch him ungodly innings and he just would never get hurt and people would be like, what the hell is going on?
He might refuse to get pulled in the fifth inning. I know.
It'd be hilarious to follow, like, you know, Joe Espada let him throw 120 pitches last night.
From the 281, Earl Campbell. Earl Campbell would be fun in today's NFL. I feel like there's a lot of bad tackling and a lot of people who don't want that. They just don't want to deal with that. That run against it was the Rams, I think, where his jersey like
falls
just
off.
disintegrates as he's running downfield. Like, just terrifying. Like a man just wearing shoulder pads and a helmet. What is this? Like Mad Max? Like, get away from me. Don't hurt me, sir. Ask Gallant Anything Friday on the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. We will have a date update at some point today. I think this was maybe one of the biggest dating disasters ever. And it wasn't even a date. Just a disaster, though. It was a funny story at the very least. And basketball has become about everything but basketball. That and more. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
The interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
The last segment and Ask Gallant Anything question we got was a Houston player from any era on the modern team. Who you picking? Nice one from Junior Broncos, Bruce Matthews. I would like Bruce Matthews back. Bruce Matthews is the one Oiler who played for the Houston Oilers, Tennessee Oilers, and Tennessee Titans, who has said that the history belongs in Houston. He's the only one that has not been bought off by the Strunks. Warren Moon being bought off by the Strunks. considering he never played in Tennessee, is the one I really can't get past. Because he's so pro Titans. And it's like, dude, you never played in Tennessee. Like, what are they paying you? And they must be paying him. I would assume that they pay the.
He's like an ambassador or something. Like some job title so they can pay him to show up there. And then be interviewed on Radio Row and say, I don't know. I think it belongs to the great fans in Tennessee.
I think you can kiss our ass more. That's not cool. That's not cool. Okay?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of guys that would be just fun in today's NFL. Less like, because the
Vernon
game
Maxwell
is like,
would be fun in today's NBA.
Who?
Vernon Maxwell would be fun in today's NBA. Just an absolute nightmare. You think Dylan Brooks is
He
crazy?
would just be constantly suspended. Like that video of him walking into the stands and slapping a fan and then walking back on the court.
Yeah. As one does. Sometimes you just gotta, boom, pow, right in the kisser. You're talking football outside of it.
Oh, yeah, football. Ed Reed, give him a second chance.
Prime Ed Reed, not Texans Ed Reed.
Just let's see how it
he
goes.
was a Texan, so that's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That
Opens up the
floodgates.
Yeah. Roger Clemens. Said prime Roger Clemens on the Astros.
I mean, Roger Clemens on the Astros was pretty effing good.
Yes, one Cy Young.
Yeah, I mean, insane. Now might have had a little help, but I don't judge that.
Who knows?
I don't judge that.
Who could say? Who could say what happened?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, Berkman. You mentioned Berkman earlier. Berkman would be great. Because switch hitter also could play first if Christian Walker's obliques don't come along. Also would be playing the outfield and probably instead of Altuve.
Jose Lima, R.I.P.
Jose Lima.
Can we bring back
Casa
Ole?
Yeah, I think so.
Fresh today.
I think. Imagine him in the HEB commercials.
Oh, he'd steal the show. Move over, Lance McCullers. By the way, we have a Lance McCullers update today.
Big one. Big Lance McCullers.
It is. It is a big one. Hang on a second. My Twitter algorithm is showing an airport fight. And, well, bleep happens at the airport.
As one does.
Yeah, as one does. Sometimes you are walking out and you smack your ass like kind of aggressively towards somebody, and then 7 women jump you. It happens from time to time. Lance McCullers threw about 23 or 24 pitches in his second live batting practice today, and said it went well. Well, of course he's going to say it went well, but he did do it, so that's nice.
23 or 24 pitches.
Guys, basketball's in trouble. It is more interesting to talk about not basketball that's related to basketball. This is a fact. This is a fact. Because last night, I don't even know what happened in the Lakers game. I don't even know what happened. All I know is that for one reason or another, Stephen A. Smith was confronted by LeBron James courtside. And the other thing I know is that inside the NBA is taking shots at Kendrick Perkins and ESPN over Perkins saying that the Lakers are saving the league. But I have no idea what happened in the Lakers game last night. I don't even know if the subject of Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James interaction even played in the game. Bronny James Jr., I have no idea what happened. All I know is that at one moment during last night's Lakers game, don't even know who they played. At one point in that game.
Overtime win against the Knicks.
Okay.
It was an insane game.
It was a great game.
Yeah. You go on. I'll share my thoughts.
I'm sure the game was good, but this is everyone's talking about this. Everyone's talking about LeBron going up to Stephen A. Smith because he's not happy that Stephen A. Smith, I guess, has been mildly critical of Bronny James, who we all agree does not belong in the NBA. You can be the biggest fan of fathers and sons in the world as a father, as a son, and love that LeBron and Bronny got to experience that. You can also be annoyed with it and think it's the product of nepotism. We all have to agree that Bronny does not belong in the NBA. He's not a good player yet. Could he be someday? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care either. But whenever he's brought up, it's annoying. And you should be critical of the fact that he's playing and he probably shouldn't be playing. And it's weird that he's playing. So LeBron, he's a dad. It's his son. Everyone says he's a good family guy, LeBron, even if he's rather whiny and definitely flexes a little bit. This is going up to a guy and trying to like intimidate him into what? Like not saying anything about his son? It's a sideshow act that his son's playing. And his poor son, I feel bad for him. And I think everyone should. But this is troubling. Like, I really feel like since the All-Star break, the league has taken L after L after L. And even if there are good games played or great seasons happening, like with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, ultimately, we still come back to talking about stupid drama like this, where LeBron James is getting confronted courtside. Or excuse me, Stephen A. Smith is getting confronted courtside by LeBron James. And I mean, good for Stephen A. I mean, he gets $100 million and he is the subject of the sports world instead of the actual basketball. It's nuts.
Yeah, this is where I say this actually isn't interesting to me anyway. I think this is stupid. Like, I think this whole, I saw the, like, LeBron walked up to Stephen A. Smith. I'm like, cool. Who gives a, like, who cares at all about this?
Yeah.
Like, to me, the game is more interesting.
The game should be, because it was a good one.
It is more interesting. This is not interesting, because guess what happened today? Stephen A. Smith defended his side. He put out a super annoying tweet about, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to make it all about me. It's like, yes, Stephen A. Smith, you don't want to make.
Yes, you do. But Kevin Love made fun of it.
Yeah, this is where like Stephen A. Smith isn't like some like the harm or some victim, like media victim here, where it's like when Joel Embiid shoved that one Philly reporter, and even that Philly reporter, it's like you read some of the stuff he wrote where he like kind of brings up his brother dying as like, and this is what Joel Embiid's soft. This is just so like, I saw it and I was like, today is going to be an annoying day at work just because we're going to have to talk about this. And honestly, like Dell and I, we did not talk about this Stephen A. Smith thing.
Good for you guys.
Because all it is, it's like, if you hate LeBron, you're just going to dump on LeBron. If you love LeBron, you're going to dump on Stephen A. Smith for ripping Bronny. That's like, boom, there we go.
Bronny deserves to be ripped. He's terrible. Like, let's be honest.
He's playing better. He is playing
better. He's averaging 0.3 points a game. Right, he's 1 for 16 from 3.
I don't know. I don't have his stats off the top.
This is what's annoying me is that Sean.
That's the thing. Bronny, I was not even interested in that. In the offseason, like, who is this interesting for?
No one. And here's the thing. Apparently, this conversation that Stephen A. Smith had that LeBron took issue with and had like Rich Paul and Maverick Carter all come after him about is criticizing his play, but like a month ago. So I guess LeBron saw.
Well, no, because there's a thing of, well, maybe it was a month ago where they're like, is LeBron basically like a bad dad for having Bronny on the team?
Oh, okay.
Like they talk on First Take, they talk about Bronny all the time.
It's frustrating though that this is what NBA dialogue is, and people say it brings in ratings, and I guess it does, but like, it is.
I think what it is that Stephen A. Smith and whatever you mentioned, the Perkins and Barkley
we'll get to that later.
That like. I think they want to make themselves the stars of this. I think it's their fault. It is like actually the fault of Stephen A. Smith. And Kendrick Perkins says the Lakers are saving the NBA. Bad take, bad segment. We all have them. Who cares? And then Barkley to make like a 2-minute long rant about it, where he like takes shots at like all you guys talk about is the Lakers and Warriors. What do you talk about, Charles Barkley?
I know.
You talk about the Lakers and the Warriors and yourself. That's all you talk about.
Yep.
It's so annoying. And what is even more perfect is that the Lakers actually played a super fun game,
right,
super interesting game against the Knicks.
Yeah.
And no one cares. There's also a crazy ending to Magic Bulls. It was a good game and a good night in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And all the NBA coverage is talking about the NBA coverage.
Yeah. From the 832 saying you don't care about it, but then you talk about it. No, I care that this is what the NBA coverage has become. Like the NBA coverage has become, as Sean was saying, like very centric on the people who talk about the game.
It's the guys wanting to talk about themselves.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. It is about wanting to do media beef.
This is the correct take on LeBron. If LeBron did not want this to become his story and embarrass his son in the process, he shouldn't have confronted Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, or
he should have had a phone call.
Or pull him aside in like a tunnel somewhere.
Exactly. Boom. But now this happens. Apparently Larry David sitting next to Stephen A. Smith.
That makes it funny.
I know. I really want to see what
someone should just add the curb music.
Ask Alon Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in to text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. A real quick one from the 281. Every season of Desperate Housewives or every season of The Simpsons in Korean? I heard Desperate Housewives was a good show, and your boy likes looking, and Ava Longoria.
It's also way shorter. It was on for like 25 less years.
Yeah, there's a lot of Simpsons.
It's like 40 years.
I don't think I'd be able to pick up Korean. I definitely would be able to pick up Spanish eventually if I watch a TV show, because that was a question we had earlier. All the seasons of Survivor or all the Marvel movies in Spanish. But I would have a tough time.
Korean would be tough.
Korean. And also, like, I need subtitles probably to understand what's going on.
No, I don't think. I think that's the thing, is that you don't have subtitles.
Oh, not even at all. Okay, yeah. See, I don't have the context because I haven't watched that much of The Simpsons. So, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. Busy day for the Houston Texans. Nick Caserio yesterday traded a 7th-round pick for Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk. They're going to have to restructure his contract. They also restructured linebacker Azeez Al-Shair's deal and re-signed defensive tackle Kurt Heinisch. But the big move today, they cut Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason is a guy that they traded for from the New England Patriots. He played right guard for them. I think he had some good moments in the 2023-2024 season. And I think last year he fell off a cliff. Is that the fault of Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator? Is that the fault of Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, both of whom are now gone? I don't know. Was it mostly on Shaq Mason? I would imagine so. But how the Texans fix this offensive line is going to be very interesting because it's something that they have not addressed to this point. The NFL free agent tampering window opens on Monday at 11 o'clock, closes, and NFL free agency officially begins Wednesday at 3 p.m. Central Time. I imagine some moves will be made, and I am curious to see what they do. I'm going to ask a hypothetical question. And by the way, it's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll try to work it into the show at some point. Shaq Mason is probably not the biggest name that the Houston Texans need to move on from. I think that Titus Howard's contract is a ridiculous one. And I would say of all the people that would theoretically be surprise cuts, I don't think it's off the table that there's at least some sort of restructure attempt that happens over the next couple of days. But I am thinking, say you have to fire /cut/release a prominent name in Houston sports, who would be at the top of that list? Because I think Howard would be close to the top. But think about it from this perspective. Things are going pretty well all around the 3 professional sports teams in town. Astros are coming off of an AL West title. Was it their best year? No, they got off to a slow start. But does anyone feel like Joe Espada is in danger of getting moved on from, or Dana Brown? And then from a player's perspective side, is there anyone that you're looking at that's a prominent player and are saying, I don't know, Jim, right? Like, let's just say Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez. You're not doing that.
Yeah, it'd be like the 2 outfielders, Myers and McCormick, but it's a
That's
little
not
bit
prominent.
And it's who are you replacing them with? Like, you fire them, and then what?
Exactly. If I had to pick an Astro, and you can also trade him, I suppose, too. Fromber.
Yeah.
I say Fromber, and I don't want to say Fromber because he's a left-handed pitcher that is really good at drawing ground balls. And I don't think lefties like that are a dime a dozen. But if you are forcing me to move on from someone on the Houston Astros, I feel like that's the likely one. He's only got a year left. And he has his head case moments.
Yeah, if you could like make it like it's an NFL type thing where he frees up however much, however much he makes this year in cap space, and it's like then you go out and fill other holes, like that would make sense.
Because we're talking prominent players only. There's a lot of guys at the bottom of the roster that you theoretically could do, and we'll probably see in the coming days.
Montero again, just because it felt good the first time. Abreu again. Abreu, come back in here. You're fired. Get out of here.
We're still paying you. We just want to bring you back to remind you still can't come back.
Yeah.
We want to pull a Jets with Aaron Rodgers. Come out to New York City just to fire him. So, Texans side of things, Laramie Tunsil frustrates me a lot. I know he's supposed to be the best left tackle in the NFL, or one of the best left tackles in the NFL. I do not want to put in the research. I think the false starts and the penalties are infuriating. And there's an aloof nature with which he carries himself that makes you get more angry at his struggles. So, prominent Texan, that's probably my choice. And then you got the Rockets. I saw people complaining about this last night during a very easy win for the Houston Rockets. Ultimately, the first quarter didn't look so good, but as that game went on, they pulled away and they beat the Pelicans rather convincingly. It was a great game for Ahmed Thompson. There are moments where people were saying, like, Jalen Green, you need to stop trying to do too much. You need to stop being cool out there. So of all the guys, and okay, theoretically, you can trade them, but just for the sake of conversation, based off of the Texans cutting Shaq Mason today, you have to cut a prominent player on each professional sports team in Houston, a prominent one. Green would be my choice right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you're not feeling as great about the contract that he'll be beyond going forward as you did before the season, where, hey, he was great at the end of last season. He was making shots in preseason. That's so funny. Looking back on it, how good he was in preseason. And we're just good. I guess he's just going to continue doing this.
Right.
I guess Jalen Green is just going to be awesome now.
He's just going to continue this. And I've been saying this for years. I think ultimately he's going to find his role in the NBA as like maybe the best sixth man.
Yeah.
Like he's got that kind of talent. I think it's just the inconsistency screams this is a guy that you plug in. He's going to go up against backups. He's going to cook them alive. And then some games that's not going to happen, and you take him out. But like he's a spark. I don't think he's a centerpiece.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like most of his improvements just going to kind of be incremental improvements, getting better as you get older, just in the mental side of things. Maybe like I
think he is on that side.
He just turns into like, okay, maybe some of the turnovers and stuff, the decision making gets better. But ultimately, like, do you think that he'll have a consistent jump shot? Because that's really what this comes down to. I mean, we talked about it before. Basically, you can just look at one column and say, did Jalen Green have a good night or a bad night?
Pretty
and
much.
it's the 3-point jump shots.
Yeah. And look, he is better this year. He's better.
He's better.
He's actually in the target range that we were hoping for, but it's still like, it's some nice.
It's the way it's packaged.
Yeah.
It is because he is 35%, but it is 70% one night and then 15 the next. He's not consistent in any way with how this 35% gets divvied up through a season.
You have to move on from a prominent sports figure on Houston's 3 major sports teams. Who would you pick? With the Astros, I'd pick Fromber. With the Texans, I'd pick Larry Tunsil. And with the Rockets, I'd pick Jalen Green. Boom. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. It's time for me to share the disastrous state update. It's time. Okay.
Wait, do you want to tease it?
Nah, well, we could do it on the other side. I think let's get back on the clock. So on the other side.
Yeah. This is how you tease. This is radio.
This is rough. That's true. We do want to keep people listening.
Greenie
to our commercials.
Eat bleep, Greenie.
Yeah, eat bleep, Greenie. You can't do this. So that's on the other side. And if you want to weigh in on that conversation, you can. We'll answer some other questions too. Stick around. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Big night for Cam Smith last night. 3 more hits. I know he's not going to make the opening day roster, but I want it to happen. I just want to be a little excited to open up the season. Now, if Cam Smith comes up to the majors and struggles out of the gates, that would suck. But if he listens to his reggae, he'll be fine. The man is a meditation master, okay? But he had 3 more hits last night, and he is hitting nearly 700. It is so crazy to see, and I get it's minor leaguers. It's something to be excited about. It's rare that there's something in spring training that gets you going. This is getting me going. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. And you can ask me any question. I'll work it into the show. I do like to share my just absolutely disastrous dating life with you guys from time to time. If you've been listening long enough, you know the last couple of months haven't exactly been easy, to the point where I even got back on the apps. And I'll start off with a positive sign. I am going on a coffee date today. I was thinking about going to see Bun B at the cook-off, but I thought to myself, even though I'm on the committee and I can get in and it's a little easier, I can't handle that. I'm gassed. I've gone there too much, and this I know is going to be the most chaotic day. And sure, concert will be great. Everyone will be fun. I just don't have the energy right now. I feel very 35 today.
I think in general, your strategy should be like weekends where you don't have to, just like sit the weekends out.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to have to go as often as you are going.
And I'm going to be back Saturday. We have a thing
yeah.
at 10:30 that I got to be there by. So
Maintenance day.
Yeah,
Scheduled maintenance.
Exactly. So I honestly need it, because last night I went out, but I didn't go to the rodeo. So if you listened to the show yesterday on what was it? I'm losing track of the days. Wednesday at the wine garden, I ran into somebody that I used to date. Still have a really good relationship with this person, but basically to stop myself from constantly shooting shots at this person, I blocked her on everything. Nothing she had done. It was something that just literally to stop me from being like a fly flying directly into the zapping of an oh sorry, or the zapping of a left unseen, which is the worst thing in the world. But we talked for a bit. It was great. We caught up. I thought it was a little bit flirty. We walked to the parking lot together. She went one way. I went the other. I was excited. Sent a message. Said, hey, because we had a thing that was last night for a mutual friend of ours who put on a show at Austin's. I thought, hey, if you're out there tonight, it would be great to see you. And also, I'd like to take you out sometime. Yesterday's show happens. And the hours go by, and I notice the message hasn't been read. And I'm like, oh, no, what's going to happen tonight? But I wasn't sure it was going to come. So anyway, sitting at the table, watching my friend perform. And guess who shows up? The ex. With a guy. Oh, brutal. The guy turns out to be a great dude. We actually, we had a good time at the table. But I was crushed inside, like the whole time, just putting on a brave face, like saying jokes, being my whimsical rascal self. And the whole time I'm just like, damn it. You're so stupid. You're so dumb. Why do you always go back to doors that are closed? You constantly need to kick it in. You're like a drunk man that lost his keys. You can't, you just don't go in, okay? Just don't kick the door down. It's not going to happen like that. But here's what made it worse. This, and like, honestly, no interactions that I had with them were bad. Like, we had a great time last night. There's another person in town who I've pursued for a while, who knows that I dated this person and knows the reason that me and this person no longer date. She's there and just drunkenly stumbles over to me and starts like talking trash in my ear about her being here with another guy. And I'm like, are you serious right now? Because at first I was like, haha, funny. But she kept doing it and doing it over and over and over and over and over again. And I was like, are you effing serious? And what really sucked is because I didn't want to make a scene and I didn't want to make it awkward for him and for her. Like the whole time, like this is just in my head. So I'm like just trapped a prisoner in my own thoughts with the inability to explain this to anyone around me. And I wanted to self-combust. I just wanted to explode right there on the spot, take her out with me. Like it was awful. And that person, frustrating person who like definitely knows I like her. Definitely rubs it in my face that she doesn't want me. So I like try to cut her out, but she like finds where I'm at all the time, including at radio shows from time to time, and does the same thing over and over again. Flirty, touchy, gaslights, etc. The worst. So that on top of that led to just an absolutely disastrous experience last night. You're welcome. I hope you all enjoyed that story. It was not therapeutic.
Not only did you have just say a tough night, also you had someone in your ear telling you how tough of a night it was.
Who is someone else that
would also be a tough night separately.
Yes, who may or may not be, and like told me this, like may or may not be hanging out with a friend of mine. I don't mind that the friend's hanging out with her. It's that she told me that and acted like I wouldn't care. This person was just awful. I sent her a long message. Like, I never want to talk to you again. Long message last night. Brutal. She might even be listening too. She listens to the show regularly. So what can you do? What can you do? You know what you do? You get back up. You get back up on your bike and you go back to the apps and then you just swipe. And you try to keep the pain away. You try not to cry. You try not to swerve into traffic and end it all. You know, that's what you do. It's great. I'm fine. I'm so fine. I didn't listen to Taylor Swift songs on my way home crying. I didn't do that. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. I'd listen to Creed, you know? Come on.
I'm just
anyway.
Just blaring. It's so loud. Windows down.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking.
Swerving swerving it down Westheimer.
Oh yeah.
Missing all the other people who are swerving down Westheimer. Yeah.
So there you go, guys. There you go. Eric the driver says you need a maybe we use a trombone for your date segments going forward. You know what? Honestly, that would work. The tuba that plays in the background when on Family Guy when fat people are walking, that might be better. Just something really cartoonish. Because she's like, I'm a clown in this. I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad.
Oh yeah, or no, just like the Benny Hill music.
It should be. It should be. Last night, truly, like, I thought to myself while this was happening, well, at least I'll have a good radio segment tomorrow. That was like the quantum of solace the whole time.
That's tough.
I'm just thinking to myself.
That's a tough solace to take.
This person's whispering in my ear, yeah, you're not even with her. Yeah. Hey, remember? There we go. How about them Strokes?
This is just the trombone that I have available.
Oh, yeah. Someone asked on the Twitch, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, are you considering going to the other side? Oh, I'm thinking about it. If I'm not there already, I'm thinking about the other side. For sure. I wonder who's going to be a part of the Bun B show. I heard Ludacris is.
Normally they have like at least a couple names and then a couple surprises.
That part of it is like, I don't want to get in there. It's going to be an absolute madhouse. Really will. Like, honestly, it seems like it's one of those things you got to be there at 4 if you even want to get parking. And I know it'll be a disaster to get out of and stuff. So let's see. Bun B Rodeo lineup 2025.
Birthday Bonanza.
I still haven't had Trail Burgers yet. Yeah, Ludacris got added.
Other artists. Looks like it is Yolanda Adams, Keith Sweat, Coco Jones, Jagged Edge, and Don Toliver.
Okay.
That's just on this Fox 26 write-up.
I haven't heard of any of those guys. Does that make me a white for not having heard of any of them?
I think so.
Okay. I'm bad with it.
You've heard Don Toliver.
Have I?
He's been on Travis Scott songs.
Is he the guy in the background that's going...
No, that's Travis Scott.
Oh, that's Travis Scott?
Yeah.
He's making those little noises as he's saying, "This is the stargazer."
Yeah, I mean, you just record it twice.
I've seen too much Travis Scott the last couple of days, by the way. Like slapping Cody Rhodes. Then there was some video that was posted, and Sylvester Turner passed away, the former mayor and local congressman. And Listen, I don't know much about Sylvester Turner. Everyone, though, was speaking very highly of him, so I'm just removing the politics side. But I guess Travis Scott didn't win a Grammy, and like Sylvester Turner's consoling him, and it's like, you baby.
The mayor of Houston.
Yeah, like the mayor of Houston. He's like, hey, well, I ran for mayor the first time, the second time, the third time.
Keep your head up.
Keep your head up, Travis.
It's the Tim Duncan, LeBron. This league will be yours one day, all right?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I just swept you.
Oh, boy. So, Ask Alon Anything Friday. I hope that story tickled your heart because it broke mine.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe just because I know you and sitting, like I'm looking at you as you're telling the story, it didn't tickle me at all. I feel bad. I feel bad. It was a bummer.
Oh, boy. All right, guys. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Up next, what's going on in the NFL? Guys getting got, people getting cut, potential Texans to be added, and everyone's favorite Italian is back in the league. Gabagool! It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Around the NFL we go on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-76 to call in and text in. The Browns, you got to admire their commitment to being the Browns. Obviously, the Jets are the Jets, and there's a lot of god-awful organizations across the league. But the Browns will always be the Browns if Jimmy Haslam's running the show. Now, Myles Garrett, in case you don't remember, the former Aggie, has requested a trade formally, like with a notes app, from the Browns. He wants to play for a contender. The Browns are basically ignoring him. They've been asked about whether or not they will listen to his demands, and they've said no. Is that the general manager doing that, or is that the owner? I think it's a stubborn owner. So Garrett wanted to clear the air with Jimmy Haslam in any way that he could. He requested a meeting with Haslam, but Haslam declined to speak to him with the trade request going on. This is a bizarre strategy by Jimmy Haslam. Like, don't you think there's a potential to maybe get Garrett back in the fold if you have this conversation? Or maybe it gives you a little bit more leverage to trade Garrett if you guys can come to some sort of understanding. Like, I don't see what the win is here in not talking with Garrett. I really don't, unless you're just saying, F you, you play for me. I decide what happens around here.
I think that's what it
can't be anything more than
like
that.
you said with Jimmy Haslam, like they're not going to be a good team as long as Jimmy Haslam's running the show. And so to try to apply some sort of like, well, here's the 4D chess that Jimmy Haslam is playing, and he's, you know, playing the rest of the league. He's putting up a front, but no, he is just being like, no, I'm not trading this guy. Don't come into my office asking for a trade. I think it is just as simple as that.
But now more details are coming out about stuff Myles Garrett has been doing for the Browns and not saying anything about.
That's what's going to happen, because when you do this, like, you're signing up for
war.
Yes, that Myles Garrett will, even if you have the meeting, let's just say alternate timeline, you have the meeting with Myles Garrett. He still wants to get traded. Like, you don't actually talk him back into wanting to be a Brown. Okay. At least you can, in that meeting, build a relationship or start to build a relationship of like, hey, let's not like, don't go scorched earth on me. All right. Like, let's try to have some whatever. Like, you don't be James Harden. Don't be Jimmy Butler when it comes to this trade request. We'll try to work together a little bit. But now if I'm Myles Garrett, I'm like, okay, then I'm tearing this thing down. And also it's the Cleveland Browns. It'll be very easy to tear down.
Because no one's going to take their side. And I mean, imagine if the Browns have two guys that they're paying an ungodly amount of money that aren't there. Because Deshaun Watson, is he ever going to play again? I don't know. Myles Garrett, now he might not play again too. So your two most popular jersey sales are just missing.
And
the Texans only had one of those guys, not two.
And they didn't give him a guaranteed contract.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it's so crazy to me that Browns, you're a terrible team. You're going to be a terrible team for as long as you're paying Deshaun Watson what you're paying him, which is fully guaranteed for a few more years. Just pick up the extra first-round pick at least one first-round pick that you get for Garrett. Probably some other stuff too, some other, day 2, day 3 picks. Like, just pick that up and be terrible anyway. I don't know why you have to have Myles Garrett on this team so badly.
I don't either.
You're also picking number 2. You can just draft Abdul Carter, which is a younger edge rusher who doesn't hate your guts right now.
For an organization that looked like they were forcing Deshaun Watson to play, even though he blows, and then it's on brand. Like, whether you grant the Myles Garrett trade, that's not the question. It's more, what are you doing to make this situation the best you possibly can? Refusing a meeting with Garrett is not going to help. Aditi King Habwala, who is a sideline reporter for CBS Sports, offered this, and I'm guessing Myles Garrett reached out to her. Quote, when Myles Garrett was playing through injuries to both feet, a thigh, and an Achilles this year, he told our NFL on CBS crew how bothered he was that certain Browns teammates weren't giving better energy. He said he'd called out offensive teammates for their body language And when I asked why, if he was so irritated, he didn't just have surgery. He said, quote, I want to win. This is my purpose until it's not. Hardo, but okay. I get it. I respect it. Aditi clarifies further after that little quote from Garrett saying, which is to say, 1, this has been brewing and isn't only about the quarterback. And 2, I may not know another superstar who could so quickly pivot to another purpose. Garrett has never defined himself solely by football. Buckle up for this one.
Oh, buddy.
In a game of chicken, this is a man who could easily go write anime or live abroad until he gets his way.
I was ready for so many things. I was ready for he's going to put his degree to use. I was ready because he went to A&M. So maybe like Von Miller, he has a chicken farm somewhere and he could use his poultry science degree. Like, no, this is
he could go write anime or live abroad. Like, I would choose living abroad.
Also, this isn't a ton of different things that you could do. This is one thing you is, I guess, a job that you could maybe do. And the other one is just, I could be rich and go to Greece, go to Yacht Week.
Yeah, he should do that. Right? Croatia Yacht Week's better than Greece Yacht Week. But
sorry.
Both are good Yacht Weeks. But yeah, very random addition by Aditi at the end. I don't think it was necessary.
I thought he was going to float out there that he could play in the NBA or something. Like, there's just so many other things I could have
Write
seen.
anime or vacation.
Or go on vacation. I have other purposes in life.
I hope he has more purposes than writing anime and vacation. But yeah,
isn't he a dinosaur guy? Isn't he big into dinosaurs? I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, maybe he starts.
I remember
curating dinosaur exhibits.
I remember he has been like he gets the like he's kind of quirky. He's gotten those stories a couple times.
Yeah, here we go. Myles Garrett, defensive end for the Cleveland Browns, is a huge fan of dinosaurs. Jeez, Mike Tyson here. Dinosaurs and paleontology. He has been featured in news stories and videos about his love of dinosaurs. He became a fan after watching Jurassic Park. He considered studying paleontology at Ohio State before committing to football at Texas A&M.
I like how that frames it like he would have just been a student studying paleontology.
Yeah.
Not a 5-star going to Ohio State.
He was given a dinosaur-themed sculpture at a screening of Jurassic World Dominion. He was named the first community science ambassador for the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. His role is to encourage kids to pursue STEM careers. He has a dinosaur mural in his office. He has played Name That Dinosaur on ESPN and has spoken about his love of dinosaurs in an interview with ESPN and The Ringer. His favorite dinosaurs are Velociraptor, Spinosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Those are all way too like that. I was expecting one that I never heard of before.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex used to be his favorite, but he learned more about it and he put it lower.
Oh, whoa. Wow. Some old tweets from the T-Rex?
The short arms. It must have been that. So, yeah, I don't know why Aditi didn't say he could be an anime or paleontologist. Like, it says that like he could go on vacation or write anime. Anyway, listen, maybe those were the two specific things that he told her, because clearly this is coming from Myles
He
Garrett.
said I could write anime, I could go on vacation or whatever, right?
Yeah, it must be. It must be. More news around the NFL. The Bengals are going to give Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. Classic Bengals. They saw the Max Crosby deal. Yeah. No, we're not doing that.
But also, we're going to keep all the receivers. Our defense stunk last year. Let's get rid of our best defensive player.
Yeah, the defensive player of the year. No big deal. Arguably.
Whatever.
Yeah. More as we go around the NFL. The Seahawks are, quote, talking to a ton of teams, end quote, about DK Metcalf. That per their general manager, John Schneider, who's a good guy. I liked Schneider when I was up there. But they're not happy that the day that they announced Tyler Lockett's release, that DK Metcalf demanded a trade. They think it is ruining Tyler Lockett's day, which is weird because they cut him. But they think it ruined Tyler Lockett's day that DK Metcalf requested a trade selfishly on the same day that they release Tyler Lockett
out of the goodness of their hearts.
Yeah,
they released him. Like, let's not act like they cut him out of some noble gesture.
There's very annoying spin zone on it, which essentially was, hey, this was supposed to be everyone's day to remember Tyler Lockett, who we just fired, not about DK Metcalf stealing the headlines. And their spin zone was, Tyler Lockett's always been one of the most overlooked and underappreciated figures in the NFL.
That's true.
And
he got overlooked today.
He got overlooked today because DK Metcalf requested a trade. Like, well, why did he get overlooked today? Because you guys cut him.
Also, like, he's going to have his, like, no disrespect to Tyler Lockett. I like Tyler Lockett. I do agree that he's underrated or was underrated before. He's also going to have so many days at Seattle Seahawks. Like, he'll be the guy who raises the 12 flag one day. He'll, I don't know, maybe even get his jersey retired. Like, there'll be so many days for Seahawks fans to honor Tyler Lockett.
Yes. Like, but this day has been ruined because Tyler Lockett criminally underappreciated.
Criminally.
And
they should arrest DK Metcalf.
They said that the day they cut him. Like, what are you doing on the Seahawks flagship station? Should have been some pushback on that one. Anyway, that is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in and text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we continue our countdown to Astros opening day. Cam Smith looked great last night, but there's another Astro that might be finding his sea legs. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. I have a question for the listeners. Say a vending machine robs you of your ridiculously overpriced $1.50 potato chips. Thanks, Donald Trump. We got to be consistent. Thanks, Biden. Before. Thanks, Trump before. Thanks, Obama before. Thanks, George W. before. You get what I'm saying here.
Thanks, Trudeau.
The prices are going up. That's right. The tariffs on the chips, they're up. But say you lose your money that you paid with your credit card in a vending machine. How do you get justice? I need justice. I'm mad. I wanted those chips. Now I'm not going to get them.
Is it a situation where if you spend another $150, you might get two?
No.
Is that, or is it just didn't like move the little spiral thing?
Just didn't move the spiral thing, and it says machine working. And it's such a ghost town here, but honestly, I don't trust this station. There's a very good chance that next commercial break, the chips might be at the bottom. And some vulture. Some velociraptor.
Whoa.
Like Myles Garrett's favorite thing, dinosaurs, might take them. So does anyone have any advice other than punching the machine and hurting my hands?
What if it's just taking a while to process? But yeah, it is at the end. And I think right now, you said it was a ghost town. I think right now, you and I and Michael Carroll are the only people on this floor. Or not on this floor. Power's still doing
It is
stuff.
a ghost town here. I'm honestly a little creeped out.
It's crazy.
If the lights started flickering, is everyone going to see Bun B tonight?
Yeah, I was wondering if today was a holiday. Maybe that is the holiday, is that it's Bun B Day. But I was like, is today because normally it's only like this on random days.
Yeah.
When I'm like, oh, today's President's Day and everyone has the day off except for me.
Right.
But
Lent just started. I know it's not Good Friday.
no, Good Friday's for another
Ash
30-something
Wednesday.
days.
Yeah, it'd be like if Lent was 3 days, a lot more Catholics. There'd be a lot
Yeah,
more Catholics.
Way easier to give up stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know.
Hopefully, you know what? I'm praying for your chips. I'm praying for you to eat them.
Thank you. I am too.
I'm giving up potato chips for Lent. So
Is that actually what you gave up for Lent?
no, I just want to make you feel bad.
Have you given up anything for Lent?
No.
Okay.
I'll figure out something.
Will you eat meat on Friday?
Today?
I theoretically, since I have not eaten meat today, could give up meat on Friday. For
Yeah,
Lent.
you could. You're still good today. There's the rest of the night to.
Maybe I'll do it. Maybe you know what? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the old me, old Catholic Paul here.
Whoa.
On the crusade. No, not that kind of crusade.
No,
Not that kind.
Well, mixed bag. I was gonna say they didn't go well,
But not a mixed bag of chips.
Mostly they didn't go well.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, we didn't do so hot.
No,
we
a
were
lot of
kind
road, a lot of road games. A lot of road games. Gotta talk to
games.
the league office.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up, all the road games of the Crusades. You're so right on that front. Unbelievable. Like, well, you guys don't want to come to our place and play?
Come on.
Oh, Jerusalem, so much better than Paris? What are we doing?
Let's settle it in Rome, all right?
All right, that's Sean Mapes by the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're getting closer and closer to opening day for the Houston Astros. Just 20 days away. It's March 27th. Give me that bone. We've talked a lot about Cam Smith today. He had 3 hits last night against the Mets. I don't think he's going to make the opening day roster. I would like to see him make the opening day roster, though. Joe Espada said this about Cam Smith, his 3-hit performance last night. He did almost have an error or did have an error. I don't know what the official ruling was because we don't get the Mets broadcast down here. Basically, Brian McTaggart of MLB.com is the one circulating highlights of MLB.com and giving us choice written reports about what's going on there. But we do have this from Joe Espada on Cam Smith. Quote, "We knew about the potential, but how hard he's hitting the ball, the confidence he is in his approach, hitting the ball to all fields and swinging at all strikes, it's been pretty impressive." It has. But you know what might have been more impressive last night? Brendan Rodgers. Yes, the 2023 Gold Glover at second base in the National League. He had a sick web gem. Sick web gem. There's a ball lined up the middle. He stopped it with his glove by diving. And after diving and outstretching his glove as much as possible, he flipped the ball from his glove to the shortstop who was covering second. It was truly impressive. I mean, the fact that he actually had that much force in the push, it was a physically very difficult flip to make. So that was a hell of a play. Okay, I believe his defense. But what about his offense? Some people believe that when a player leaves the Rockies, they get better because the Rockies are in the Stone Age when it comes to analytics. And Brendan Rodgers had said that, you know what? Playing in elevation all the time maybe didn't help me out so much. I think that playing at sea level is going to help me out a ton. Constantly playing at sea level. Well, Florida is very close to sea level, and Brendan Rodgers lasered a ball off the wall 107.7 miles per hour.
Wow. Okay. Barreled it up.
I'm not going to lie. I'm troubled by how good I'm feeling about Dana Brown right now as GM of the Astros. I know I'm not the only person.
Yes, I do think that, and I mean, this Rodgers thing, we're not taking it like super seriously.
It's like one moment. Again, it might have been against the minor leaguer.
Exactly. But it is a good point of how optimistic we are. And I think this is just, everyone says this, and it's easy to say when it's not spring training, but when it is, you kind of lose the forest for the trees. I think everyone right now is optimistic about their baseball team.
Yes.
In spring training, you're only looking at the good stuff. If a guy is hitting 180, you're like, that's spring training, just working on stuff. But when Cam Smith is batting 600, we're like, should he make the opening day roster? I think that is something to keep in mind, because I found myself doing that too.
Right. I mean, they lost Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker. So we're being a little crazy. We should admit that. I mean, no team lost more this offseason, I would argue, than the Astros, who moved on from 2 World Series champions who are elites at their professions. So got to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But these spring training games, specifically Cam Smith, who you got in that trade, and, you know, the acquisitions they made this offseason, where you got Brendan Rodgers making web gems. You've also got Luis Guillorme making web gems. Guillorme.
My
bad. Guillorme. No, not good. Whatever.
That's all right.
I looked at it in French.
It's
both
français. Yeah, both pronunciations are fun, but the right one's Guillorme.
JSTV says that Rodgers' hit was off Edwin Diaz. Hell yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Although he might not be the same guy. Didn't he suffer an ACL injury?
He tore his ACL while celebrating in the WBC.
Oh, God, yeah, that's right. At least it wasn't tearing his ACL while the trumpet was playing in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's Martin Gramatica, kicked the game-winning field goal and it celebrates, or Bill Gramatica, my bad, and then tears his ACL.
Great for Brendan Rodgers. I did look up Brendan Rodgers' stats for spring training.
Yeah.
13 at bats, small sample size, 3 hits. So he's hitting 231.
That's better than his average away from Coors Field last year.
That is better than his last year's average from.
Not much better though.
No, it's like 15% better. And his OPS is under 600. So not. Yeah, that was a great line drive though.
Yeah,
that was a great line drive. He's from Florida, so he is a sea-level hitter.
It's an Ask Along Anything Friday. That's going to wrap up our Astros countdown. We're 20 days away from the 215. Who do you think is going to win the Daytona 200 this weekend? Is there a Daytona 200 in addition to the Daytona 500?
I know the Daytona 500 was a couple weeks ago, so I guess there is a Daytona 200.
I think let me see. I'm a big NASCAR guy. Not a lot of people know this, but I'm going to say Jeff Gordon. Why are you laughing?
It's a good pick. It's a little basic, Miles Garrett's taste in dinosaurs, being a dinosaur lover, and it's
T-Rex, Velociraptor,
all of
Spikosaurus.
all of which were in Jurassic Park 3.
Yep.
They're the
that's
main
true.
dinosaurs in the one Jurassic Park movie. Jeff Gordon. I'm gonna go a little outside the box, a little farther down. I'm gonna go Tony Stewart.
A little further down. Interesting. Hey, Tony Stewart, NASCAR dynasty. I think.
I don't know. Sure.
I thought I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Yeah. I know he's podcasting now on a serious note.
I was gonna say.
I think he's out
podcast
too.
Dale.
Bubba Wallace.
I
know about him.
He's out there.
He's a guy. So those are some NASCAR drivers.
Yeah.
And all of them, I think, have a chance to win.
Kyle or Kurt Busch, the Busch brothers. One of them drives the M&M car.
Yep. Could be that.
I think we've said enough drivers to where we might actually get who wins this.
We might have gotten one. Although I think we've named mostly retired drivers that were famous when we were growing up.
5 years.
Yeah,
Yes.
Exactly. One last one on Ask Alone Anything. Thoughts on the Titans getting an orange color scheme like the Volunteers? Orange would make more sense for the Titans because guess what? Guess what, guys? You know the Moon Titan, which orbits Saturn? It's orange. That would make more sense than the Titans color scheme. I still don't understand their color scheme. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Third and final hour of the program next. Texans have done a few things to open up free agency. What's next? And on top of that, it's all about Cam Smith right now. The guy's raking. Is he going to keep it up? Stay put. Happy Friday, everybody. And Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. So we do have some updates from spring training for the Astros. These ones are not Cam Smith related, but Joe Espada just met with the media. Christian Walker is fine. The MRI that Walker went back to Houston to get showed no strain, and Walker feels really good. Sean Mapes is shaking his head. Why would you do that? You got to trust the Astros medical staff. When have they led us astray?
So many times. This is way too early to have to deal with the Astros injury nonsense because they flew him from Florida to Houston, Texas to get an MRI, and the MRI says he's good.
It's pretty crazy that they couldn't just do that in Florida, and it does make me wonder about the state of medicine in Florida. I actually had a conversation with my dad about this the other day, and my dad's a cancer survivor, and he's a psycho about any hospitals that are not located in Boston, Massachusetts, including here, which is the hospital capital
that is crazy.
Of the United States.
That's crazy.
And I get why, because he is of the belief that Mass General saved his life. So I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But he lives in Florida this time of year, and he was thinking to himself, like, something he thinks he needs to get a checkup on. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until I'm back in Florida or in Boston to go get it looked at. I'm like, Dad, like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe get it looked at. So that's maybe why they sent Christian Walker, the Astros, back to Houston.
They consulted with Mr. Gallant. Okay.
Maybe. No, well, I just mean like they clearly don't trust doctors here. And I get it, but I don't trust their doctors.
Yeah, I don't trust the Astros doctor. Also, you can just have your doctors look at his MRI in Florida.
There's so many spring training facilities around one another, and you would think that
surely one of them has an MRI machine that you could use.
And also, don't the Astros share this with another team too?
I don't know.
It's the Nationals, right?
Yeah, I forgot if they share, if they're like in the same, like two sides of the same complex or something.
Gotcha.
But yeah, they're right next to the Nationals.
So I mean, like, you both can't, get some money for an MRI machine.
It's crazy.
I guess
you think MLB would step in and like, hey, we're gonna put an MRI machine in half of the Florida spring training sites. That way you can just, and then the teams will share them basically.
Per Google, an MRI machine
probably
costs
so much.
$500,000.
That's
premium.
So much money.
That's a lot. That is more than most players.
That is so much money.
That is more than most players. Okay, I kind of get it now. Kind of get why they don't have one there.
Yeah. Even they have one in Miami. Like they can go somewhere in Florida to find this.
He will be eased back into activities now that he has returned from Houston to West Palm Beach. But to what you were saying earlier, joking aside, that they sent him back to Houston
is worrying.
It is a little bit concerning, especially when you consider that Walker apparently has had oblique issues before, but oblique's a tricky one.
Yeah, and it is early, or at least for him, pretty early spring training.
Mm-hmm.
So it could just be like a ramp up soft tissue kind of injury where, you see a lot of hamstrings get hurt. You see a lot of just like, you're not used to this kind of activity.
Right.
So that could be it. But like you said, with his past with oblique injuries last year, it is worrying. At any time the Astros do something, I guess, eyebrow raising medical wise, we're inclined to be like, oh my God, what's going to happen to this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to miss 3 months like Kyle Tucker?
Yeah, because that was a bruise that Tucker said was a fracture. Some more Astros updates. Man, Ryan Gusto strikes out Pete Alonso twice last night. He gets optioned.
Damn.
Tough game. Tough world. Lance McCullers, per Joe Espada, is, get this, really, really close, end quote, to getting into a game.
Oh, okay.
And he did throw today, And apparently he looked pretty good.
I was thinking that he was going to be really, really close, and it was going to be something nebulous that you can't really nail down. Like, he's really, really close to feeling 100% or something like that.
Close.
No, he's close to something that we could actually watch, maybe, if it's on the right day.
Yeah, we don't just get it from Brian McTaggart in written form.
Wow.
Brian McTaggart,
Okay.
letters home from West Palm Beach. We appreciate the letters he brings back.
Dearest people of Houston. It's been a long spring here in West Palm Beach.
My comrade Christian Walker fell ill the other day. I don't know what kind of accent I would use. I guess it would have to be like Confederate, so like a little Southern accent. I do declare. No, that doesn't.
No,
sound
you
right
could
in the
do
letter.
World War II.
Yeah.
Those guys wrote letters too.
That's true. So
Our
that's
good old boys.
This is constantly where we get the updates from. And Luis Garcia could throw live batting practice soon.
See, that's my comfort zone. Could do something soon.
Also, we got another McCullers update. Espada said the team will discuss McCullers' next step. They believe he is, quote, on the verge of pitching in a game. So he's really, really close and on the verge after 23 pitches in a live batting practice this afternoon using the pitch clock.
I don't know. I think like next week we have to be on watch for he might appear in a spring training game.
Gotcha.
That's huge.
Gotcha.
Gosh. Man, I can't believe there's only 20 days until Astros opening day. I could do this forever. This is so fun.
I know, right? Okay. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Someone asked what happened to Joe George. Joe still works here. Joe George, who I jokingly called middle management Joe, is now upper management Joe, but he has some family things going on, and the guy does so much for the station that he wanted to make sure he had enough time to dedicate to his family. We had a lot of fun the past year. He's still a part of the station, still get to see him just about every day. And we're hoping for the best for he and his family because, they need it. They need it. So send some well wishes their way if you can. It is Ask Gallant Anything Friday. There is something I want to touch on that happened not at our station while I'm thinking about this. So I don't know how many people know Adam Spillane. Adam Spillane is a old school reporter that's my age that has been working over at the Flagship for about 12 years or so. This is a guy who you regularly see actually out there reporting on Astros games and Rockets games specifically. My favorite Adam Spillane moment is while I was hosting a radio show and I dealt with food poisoning, Adam came in and did the rest of the show for me. I was doing it with Ted Johnson. The food poisoning hit me so hard that I legitimately was puking into a trash can and then went outside the studio and I was shivering. So the Flagship let him go. It's one of those moves where I understand that our industry is shrinking by the day and that radio stations, TV stations have less and less resources. But I just think it's such a miss the way that we're going away from people in the market who have actual credibility covering the team. Like Adam knows his stuff. I know my stuff when it comes to football. The other sports, I try to be entertaining talking about them, but I'll admit I don't know what I don't know. Adam knows his stuff, and he's been there, and he has relationships with everybody in there. And I'm sure he's going to find another job. I just look at the Flagship, and I wonder, like, what are they doing? I really think that. You have a credibility problem at that station. You got a guy that's a Kansas City sports fan in the afternoons. You got a newbie in middays. And listen, nothing against the people personally, but you got a guy like this on your staff who's been out there reporting on things, who knows what he's talking about. And you're like, all right, toodaloo, bye-bye. How does that make any sense? And I feel like we're getting a lot of that in this industry these days. And you're looking for big names and, take a look at the biggest stories in the NBA today. It's almost about the personality more than it's actually about the content. And you could argue, pose that what you're all about. Touche. But I just think it's a crappy move by them. I don't know what they're doing. Listen, I hope we get to bring him in and use him because like I consider him a friend. He's a good dude and I think he's a great reporter. And I think we need more people that actually have credibility talking about the teams in town. You know, you got a lot of people who are essentially aggregators who, because they get huge followings, are looked at as insiders when they're getting their information from people that are actually out there doing the hard work, asking the tough questions, pointed questions. And we're moving away from the people that actually do that in favor of the middlemen for those people who are very good at the social media side of things. But it doesn't mean they're actually good at doing the things that, you know, the people that are actually boots on the ground do. And this is not me being like big J journalism or anything like that. At least I'm not trying to come off that way. I just feel like this is a town that needs more people that actually go out there, show their face, and talk to people in the locker room. I try to do it more, and I will do it a little bit more with the Astros this season, assuming I can park in the parking lot, but that's neither here nor there. I just hate to see this. And I hope that this is not a trend that just keeps on continuing. Because really, I think Spillane's one of the best baseball reporters specifically in town, but he also does a fantastic job with basketball as well. And people like that should be kept around instead of being like moved to the side as part of budget cuts while there's other people at that station. And you're like, wait, what? Does this guy know anything about Houston? And it took me a time to get to that point. Like, I'll admit, like, when I first came on the air, like, did I deserve to be on the air? I don't know. I don't know if I did. Were there more credible people that I maybe jumped the line for? Definitely. But now I've been here for what, like 13 years. And it's one of those things where so is Spillane. He's there for 12 years. I don't understand it. But this just might be where the industry's going. Anyway, that is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I am Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I'm on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
I'm obsessed with these spicy dill pickle chips. No one cares about that, Paul. Stick to sports. Fine.
We're tired of the spicy dill pickle talk.
I'm sorry, man. These Miss Vicky's spicy dill pickles are amazing. Had them the last 2 days.
I was gonna say back to back. I saw you end up happy ending. Got the chips. I don't know, what did it cost you? $3 to get those chips?
The last 2 days it cost $3. It might have cost me $4.50 total for 2 bags of chips. Thanks,
tough.
Trump.
That's tough.
Thought you're gonna bring the prices down. Why aren't they down? Anyway, you want to weigh in? You can at 713-780-3776 to call or text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. This is a tough question from the 832. Does it get any easier? I'm likely going to get laid off for like the 4th time. What am I doing wrong? This almost feels like they're talking about me. I think the next one would be. No, the next one would be 3 for me. If it ever happens. Knock on wood. Never know in this industry. I don't know if it ever gets easier. I just had like the most disastrous date of my life last night. It wasn't even a date, you know? So I don't know. The only thing you can do is you just got to keep on getting up. Keep on pushing forward. Can't let it get you down. And I mean, I'll be honest. There are a lot of times where I get down to the point where I can put on a great show, but I know inside, like, I'm struggling. But that's life, man, you know? And I'm sure that you will end up finding something else on the other side. Maybe it'll be something that you actually enjoy doing better. So best of luck to you on this Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Speaking of getting laid off, Shaq Mason cut by the Texans today. They also traded for Christian Kirk yesterday, did some salary cap restructuring with Azeez Al-Shaair, brought back Kurt Hinish. So now the big question is, all right, what do the Texans do next? How much have they taken care of, and what is next for them? Offensive line, they got to get a veteran. They got to get a veteran. And I do still roll my eyes at the fact that Joe Thuney could have been had for a 4th-round pick that's not even in this year's draft. 2-time All-Pro. Literally the Chiefs MVP. Sorry to beat a dead horse, but it would be nice if they had gone and got that guy. I think that the best possible trade the Texans theoretically could make for an offensive lineman, and they're going to have to sniff around to see who theoretically could be cut in the coming days. I think what you're going to have to do is look for people that might get moved on from and say, you know what, we're just going to roll the dice on this guy. Because there will be some cuts. And I would imagine, just given the state of the offensive line in the NFL these days, that you don't really want to wait for these guys to hit free agency, because there might be some sort of bidding war. I know there are some veteran free agents already available, but people are desperate for good offensive linemen now. It really feels like offensive line play has just gone in the crapper ever since we moved away from full padded off seasons where guys are actually hitting the hell out of each other. I think young players need that when they come into the league. They need to have somebody going up against them 100% all the time so that they can work on their form, their craft. And you just don't see that in the offseason at all. And I get that the NFL Players Association fought for that in the collective bargaining, and injuries can happen if you go full contact all the time. And it's brutal over a period of 5-6 months or so in an NFL season, some of the stuff that they used to have to do in the trenches. But line plays worse. Veteran offensive linemen that can be had are at a premium with that in mind. And I'm not saying you got to trade like a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick, more than that, to go get a guy. I'm just saying, if you're the Texans, if you're Nick Caserio, you got to be sniffing around, looking at contracts that seem like they would be likely to be moved, make phone calls and see if you can bring in some offensive linemen that perhaps you have scattered a few times and think are good. I don't know any off the top of my head. I wish I did. I really do. That ain't my job. But by Monday, I want an offensive lineman. I want the Texans to have traded for some sort of offensive lineman. I don't think that the free agency alone, like, you might end up overspending, and something needs to be done. Like, it can't just be the draft. Over the course of the next week, I better see something. We all better see something, especially if you're moving on from Shaq Mason. You know it's a problem. You fired the offensive line coach. You fired the offensive coordinator. It can't be just those 2 guys. Like, I wish it was that convenient. that moving on from two coaches who are the biggest boobs of all time, like say that was possible. I really wish it were that simple. It's probably not. You got to find good offensive linemen, guys who have played in the league. So make it happen, Nick. Pick up the phone, make some phone calls.
I think we're going to be the show that while everyone else, and at least everyone else on Texans Twitter, is fantasizing about what
another wide
receiver they can sign, what
Devontae
wide receiver
Adams.
they're going to draft.
T.
They're
Higgins.
having Luther Burden highlights are on my Twitter timeline. I think you and we're going to be the ones being like, we need some jersey edits of some guards. We need some center talk. What did the center big board look like this year? Not just in the draft, but we need one in the tampering period. We need the one that happens suspicious early in the free agency starting, where it's like, oh, what? They really hammered out this deal very fast. Like, we need Nick Caserio already on the phone working on getting an interior alignment. Because I think that the tackles, I mean, the left tackle is set with an actual good player, with Laramie Tunsil. Right tackle, I think, is set just in the fact that you spent a second round pick on Blake Fisher last year, and I would assume that you plan on starting him this season.
I would think so too.
The three guys in the middle, whether I don't know, is it?
I don't know if any of them deserve to be on the roster next year.
Exactly. You can tell me any of those three guys can get replaced. We already sell one. It just
Zach
got
Mason,
cut.
right? Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson.
Jared Patterson. I think my goal, if I'm the Texans, is that I am only starting one of those guys next year.
Yeah.
If it's Howard, sure. I have some questions about how much he's getting paid to play left guard, but
that needs to be addressed. And
yes.
honestly, that's the only reason that I think he is still on the roster and that we haven't seen anything about his contract, is that he has that versatility. Continue.
Exactly. And then you're talking about Scruggs or Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson. It's like both of those guys have had moments where they seem fine.
Yeah.
But I think at the very least, even if you want to say Patterson last year was good at center, I still think you can improve off that. And so you're really looking at this interior and thinking like, so can Scruggs maybe be the right guard, and you cut Tunsil and then find a center, or restructure Titus and then fill in those next two spots. That's where I think the Texans need to decide, what can they do and what do they prefer to do.
I will say they're off to a good start. I like the Christian Kirk trade.
Yeah.
They're going to have to, I would imagine, restructure that contract. You still have to give Derek Stingley an extension. I wonder when that happens. You got plenty of time to make that happen, but it's definitely going to give you a little bit more flexibility the sooner you do it rather than later. You're seeing some of the restructures already happen. But this is the priority, and I want to see something by 2:30 p.m. next Friday, the 14th. I want an offensive lineman here, at least one, if not two, because in the draft, you never know what you're going to get. Like, it's just hard to draft offensive linemen, I think, more than anything. And how many guys have we seen that are first-round picks or mid-round picks for the Texans not work out? I mean, the last really good offensive lineman that the Texans drafted, off the top of my head, just excluding Titus Howard.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be Titus Howard 19.
I think it's Brandon Brooks. Remember him?
Yeah. Brandon Brooks was good.
He was good.
He was good.
But he
Right
had
guard.
issues with like puking and stuff. And then he went on to the Eagles. And I think he won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. But Brooks was good. And I think he was a third-round pick. But I mean, Xavier Su'a-Filo in 2014 at the top of the second round. And the Pac-12 had this situation where any player drafted from the Pac-12, they would report to the NFL later if they graduated or something. Really bizarre thing that I think Xavier Su'a-Filo should have gone around. But Xavier Su'a-Filo, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs to this point, Nick Martin at center. There's been a lot of offensive linemen that have been in and out that they drafted, and like they haven't really been able to develop any of them. Like Dwayne Brown was homegrown. He was pretty good.
But he was drafted in 2009.
That was 09. So I am struggling to believe that they're going to find that guy in the draft. I want at least one, if not two guys, by next Friday at 2:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Ask Alon anything Friday. You can ask me any question. Someone texted in, Paul, where are you going to take your date tonight on? Because that's part 2 of the date update. I do have a date tonight. Someone suggested Maven Coffee. Should I do it?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure.
I've never been to Maven Coffee.
I'm sure it's fine coffee.
I wonder if it's nearby. Maven Coffee. Is Maven Coffee in the Galleria area? Because I'm really feeling lazy right now.
Coffee and cocktails, Maven.
It's just on the Allen Parkway. Huh. Okay. Well, we might have to work on that, but that is definitely an option. You know what? If I try Lance McCullers coffee and it's good, can we, I don't know, like give Lance a break? Can we give Lance a break? Can we stop calling him? Someone texted in like Lance McBarista with oat milk. Come on. What are we doing? More texts on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Ryan Lost in Texas is asking a very mean question about Sean on the Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan asks Paul, does Mapes smell like patchouli and weed? What's patchouli?
I don't even know what patchouli is.
Is it like Italian food? Sean does not smell like weed. I could confirm this. I could confirm. I haven't sniffed you recently.
Thank you.
I haven't sniffed you as much as I used to, but you know.
It's a plant oil.
It's a plant. Okay. And what is this like is this like the oregano that people get sold when they're getting robbed essentially with a weed purchase?
Let's see. Warm, rich, enveloping, earthy, even chocolatey smell.
Oh, that smelled bad. That almost smells like coffee.
Yeah.
All right. He shot up Paul. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Stick around.
Got something to say to Paul?
Paul Gallant, what the hell is wrong with you?
All I hear from you is negative about this person, negative about that person. Come on, dude.
Join the conversation by dialing or texting the HRNP listener line. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Some thoughts on the last segment. We were talking about the Texans, their offensive line. They do need to add some parts. One texter says, we're supposed to be adding offensive linemen, not losing them. Shaq Mason is not a loss. Shaq Mason is no longer the Shaq Mason he was with the New England Patriots. Sometimes it just leaves you really quick. It's one of the unfortunate parts about the NFL. He was good with the Patriots. He was, I think, good 23-24. But the offensive line was a catastrophe last season, and I just can't buy into the idea it was all on the coaching. It would be so convenient. But I think they're going to need to add some personnel, and I'm glad that they have at least looked at Shaq Mason's number on the books and said, we are not paying this. But they do have to find some replacements. Another texter, Jared Patterson is awesome. He is your center. Quit talking about him like he's not awesome. Awesome. Awesome is extreme. Now, I'll admit, when it comes to centers, I'm not sure I know 100% of what a center is supposed to do. And I know in this offense, at least with Bobby Slowick, the center is responsible for a lot more of the offense than you would expect a center to be. But I don't know team to team, like what the responsibility is of that guy. For what it's worth, it did seem like things were more functional with Jared Patterson in that spot. But awesome, when you're constantly missing stunts, it is on the guy who's in the middle to communicate that to everybody if you think it's coming and to pass people off. So I don't think you can call anyone on this offensive line, including Laramie Tunsil, awesome.
Yeah. If you want to hit me with the Jared Patterson, solid.
Solid's a good word.
I could do solid. I could do, hey, if we're just marking along of you have a left tackle, you have a right tackle. If you want to say that you're willing to bet on Patterson and you have a center, you just need two guards. Again, I'll listen. But yeah, like you said, awesome. I would hesitate to give that tag to anybody on the Texans offensive line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Free agency. Give me two. Utah, give me two. Kind of want a meatball sub now, but it's Friday. I can't have meat. Can't have meat.
Gosh, meatball sub sounds
meatball
great
sub would be dope right now. Point Break. For those who don't know,
yeah,
it's a random line from that movie where Gary Busey
wants Keanu Reeves
tells Keanu Reeves' character to get him two subs
as
on a stakeout
as he's parked at the front of the bank as the dead presidents are robbing it from the back.
Correct.
Not great police work by the Buse.
No, man. No. And he and Keanu get into it a lot in this movie. Gary Busey. What
feels good, doesn't it? Feel alive. Great movie.
I think I might watch that.
I am an FBI agent.
That's a good Keanu. I didn't know you had that. That's a good one to have in the bag of clubs. We might need to do a segment with interviewing Keanu Reeves about certain things. Okay, it's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it in. If you want to talk about Cam Smith, you can too. Cam Smith's been awesome. And he's not going to make the opening day roster by all accounts, but I am very cool with gaslighting the Astros into thinking they need to bring him aboard. But remember, what he's been doing has been going up largely, not always, but largely against minor league pitching. That said, he had 3 hits last night and is hitting 600. If he is hitting 600, check that, nearly 700 at the end of spring training, I mean, the Astros have no choice. But is that going to happen? No, it's not going to happen. If he hits 700, we're talking like this is the next coming of Barry Bonds.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he hits 700 and he plays consistently for the rest of the spring,
yeah,
Yeah, Cooperstown needs to start working on his bus.
Right. Holy crap. Yeah. By the way, I saw Barry Bonds weighed in on himself the other day. He said, yeah, I can still hit 100-mile-per-hour fastballs. As long as I can see him, I can smoke him. He didn't say that last part, but he's basically implying it.
I don't know if I believe. Oh, I think it's a case of if he knew it was coming. Like if he know 100-mile-per-hour fastball is coming, I think Barry Bonds probably could still hit it as long as it's straight and he can start his swing early enough.
Give the man a little HGH and let's put him in the batter's box.
He
Why hasn't he been with the Savannah Bananas? Why not? What are we doing?
Oh yeah.
Why hasn't
they had Clemens out there?
They've had Clemens out there before. I'm sure Bonds would love to one more time.
Just hit a tank.
The guy's an egomaniac.
McGuire?
Yeah. McGuire would be fun too. Get all the steroid guys out there, except for Jose Canseco. That guy can kick rocks.
Yeah, I'm good with no Canseco.
I'm Canseco'd out.
Yeah.
But everybody. Oh yeah.
Sosa. Do you see Sosa back with the Cubs?
Does he look?
He looked just like he was in his playing days.
Wait, really?
An older version of him in his playing
Oh,
days.
that's good because the skin.
He doesn't
thing was
look like
concerning.
a vampire anymore.
The skin, the vampire era was a little bit concerning.
Yeah.
I did not know Sammy Sosa looks like Sammy Sosa again.
Yeah, he looks decent. And he was out there, and I always think this. It goes back to Barry Bonds when he was a hitting coach for the Marlins, where Sammy Sosa was like giving advice to some like AA guy that I've never seen before, and I was sitting there thinking like, Sammy Sosa was such a great hitter that I'm not sure if he's actually would be a good coach like Barry Bonds when he was a Marlin. I think Christian Yelich talked about it where Barry Bonds would give him advice of like, well, if you see this, if you're setting up for a certain pitch and you see it's a different pitch, what you do is you just like realize it and change how you're swinging kind of halfway through. And Christian Yelich looked at him. He was like, yeah, Barry Bonds, you can do that. I can't do that. That's just something I cannot do. And I always wonder with these like awesome players, and they're like, why don't you just do this? And it's like Sammy Sosa giving advice to a 19-year-old, being like, here's how I'd hit
it. I saw the picture you're mentioning. That's from a couple of days ago. Yeah, that looks like Sammy Sosa again. And he said that in the past he had been whitening his skin. There's an article, the first article that came up on a website called theroot.com.
Sorry.
The first quote from Shannon Sharp. Man, Sammy looks like the Wayans brothers, the white chick. Damn, Unc. That's crazy. But anyway, it would be great to see all of those. Would Jeff Bagwell? Nah, Jeff Bagwell's shoulders are all screwed up.
Also, he should not. Just to defend him, he should not be on steroid night that we just made. The Savannah Bananas steroid night.
That's true. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Be there.
We need to separate him from that.
But Piazza could be there.
Piazza, A-Rod.
Yeah. I mean, you could almost build out entire, like left field, you have Bonds. Right field, you have Sosa. Third base, you have A-Rod. Catcher, you have Piazza. Like, you're almost the way there.
Passed away. Yeah. Yeah. There's lots of options.
Grady Anderson can play center.
Brady Anderson. Wait, wasn't it Brady Anderson?
Brady Anderson.
Brady Anderson had that wacky stance. He held the bat over the plate before the pitch came. It's very weird looking.
And that 150 year or 50 home run year, just in the middle of like being a 20 home run guy. Yeah.
It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Here's a question. This is a good one from the 832. Does it bother you that while your show is good, there will never be another afternoon sports radio show as solid as the Blitz? R.I.P. Fred Fowler. As solid. You got to give it a higher term than that. We're talking about solid with Jared Patterson.
It was better than the Jared Patterson of radio shows.
100%. Okay. Now, that's what longevity does. Like, that's why people love John and Lance. They've been doing it for a long time. This is just speaking as somebody who knows a little bit too much about the industry and has his own thoughts on it. When you have two people that you have been listening to on a daily basis for a long time, you should keep having the two people that you've had on a daily basis for a long time, assuming that they are good and assuming that they have an audience. The Blitz clearly had a huge one, with both AJ and Fred. I'll admit, I didn't listen to as much of it because when I was working over at the flagship, I tried to only listen to us if I was listening to us. And if not, I would be listening to podcasts at 1.5 speed like a psycho. I always was a huge fan of JNR in the afternoons. That was Josh Innes and Rich Lord. They were so opposite that it worked. And Josh brought a lot of drama to the table because Josh would get worked up with Rich about things, and Rich played off of him great. And there was a moment where that show, from a ratings perspective, had numbers that no sports radio show in this city will ever sniff again. So I always liked that. But that's a show that ultimately didn't have that much longevity. The Blitz had it. John and Lance have it. And that certainly adds to it. And I would just advise anybody, if you have a long-running radio show, you should keep the long-running radio show going as long as you possibly can. You really should. And a lot of places don't like doing that. And then one person leaves, and there's a split, and it just doesn't end up being the same thing. I'm envious. I mean, I have had, now that Joe is in a more of a behind-the-scenes role, upper management, we've been joking, but he does so much there. Here it basically is. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, my first co-host, he was my co-host for almost 2 years, Brian Straw. My first producer, Josh Beard, that was a year. My second producer, Ryan Rocket, that was a year and maybe like 3 months or so. Then I got moved into the mornings with Mike and Seth. That was a year. Moved to Seattle, had a co-host and then a solo show after being the co-host with Danny O'Neill, who was doing it from New York. So that always made it a little bit tough because we were doing it over Zoom. And then back here, and I mean, it's been with Vanessa, by myself, with Joe, by myself. I would kill for the longevity that all of these shows have had. And I don't know if that would necessarily make me on the same level as the Blitz. Probably not. You know, like, I'm an egomaniac, but I don't know if I'd be able to do something like that for a decade. But one of the things that does bum me out is that, like, I just haven't had that. And it's so much change. And I've always felt like I work really well with other people. Maybe that's the commonality that no one's ever told me. No one's ever had the heart to tell me, like, Paul, you suck. You suck, you son of a bitch. But that's what helps. It was a hell of a show. There's no denying it. And I still have people that ask me about, like, hey, man, thoughts on the Blitz? That, I think, of all shows in Houston that are no longer running, it's probably the ones that's discussed the most. So tip of the hat, and pour one out for our guy Fred Fowler and for AJ as well. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 832. Paul, thoughts on the women that got nude on the Southwest flight from Houston to Phoenix? LOL. Well, on the other side, I guess we'll take a look at those women. We will investigate them for the strong, powerful, independent women that they are. We will. We will do that. And a little garbage time before we get out of here. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, before we turn things over to the Killer Bees. You know, I'm about to do something that you can bet your bottom dollar that paid Coug enthusiast Jeremy Branham won't. He won't do this. He doesn't care about the Cougs the way that I do. So, guys, get ready. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, University of Houston. Happy birthday to you. 98. Woo! Wow, 11 Cougs. Go Cougs.
Were you trying to do Happy Birthday, Mr. President? Or
Yeah.
did it just slip into that?
No, I was trying to do that.
Okay,
Was it not sexual enough? I can do it again if you want me to get a little more sexual.
I think we have to pay if you we have to pay whoever wrote Happy Birthday.
Oh crap, you're right. Am I supposed to do it like the way those restaurants do in the awkward different way?
Birthday.
Happy birthday. Yeah. I'm trying to think what my favorite alternate edition of Happy Birthday is. I think it's the one that they do at the Outback Steakhouse. Another place I haven't been to in a while.
That is a good one. Joe's Crab Shack, didn't they do like it was like Austin Powers music or something?
No, I don't know.
This might have been my time of going to Joe's Crab Shack as a child when Austin Powers was hot in the streets.
I don't think I've ever been to Joe's Crab Shack.
Yeah, they kind of they fell off pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the staying power as Chili's.
I have a couple of texts also just to clean up from the 409. Caught the ass end of that segment. Did AJ die? No, AJ Hoffman did not die. No, just someone asked about the Blitz. And yeah, unfortunately, someone texting in. Fred did pass away. His service was a lot of fun. It was very cool seeing all the people that have listened to him over the years and done Malort with him. Weighing in on that, man. What a legend he was. The definitely of all the people in Houston sports radio, like the most Hunter S. Thompson adjacent.
Yes.
the man had fun
By
and
far.
he did lots of cool stuff. So pouring one out for that guy. All right, it is 2:53. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. So it came to my attention that a woman stripped naked and walked screaming down the aisle of a Southwest flight from Houston to Phoenix. Gotta say, as far as plane incidents go, this is one I'd want.
Yeah.
I don't want to land and to flip over and, catch on fire personally or collide with a helicopter. I would like to have this be the incident, assuming it doesn't make us turn around. The Houston Police Department said in a statement to NBC News on Thursday that it received a call at 3:30 Central Time Monday that a passenger took off her clothes on a flight and was causing a disturbance. The woman was removed from the flight and transported to the Neuropsychiatric Center at the Harris Health Ben Taub Hospital in Houston for medical evaluation. No charges filed. Her name was not released. Two anonymous passengers said the aircraft had just started taxiing when the woman, still fully clothed, walked to the front of the plane and started yelling. It was uncomfortable and scary. I remember her saying she wanted to get off the flight. The woman yelled she was bipolar, began hitting parts of the plane, and yeah, she got naked in front of a bunch of kids. This is one of those stories where, okay, the person's dealing with some issues. It could be that. It also could be the person was on drugs.
Yeah, drugs or mental health would be a fun game.
Do you want to play that? This is a new game that's sweeping America. Drugs or mental health.
Hi, I'm your host, Kanye West.
he needs a job.
Yeah.
And just Kanye doesn't even do the game show. He just goes on like a 7-minute monologue like he did at the end of Saturday Night Live.
Exactly. Every show starts with an uncomfortably long monologue.
It sounds like a Tim Robinson. I think you should leave skit. I'm in. I'm in on this show. All right, we actually might need to do that. Now, here's your host, Kanye West. I can work on a Kanye impersonation. No, minus all the things he said.
Yeah, I was gonna say
and swastika.
It's a tough bit to do because everything that we would jokingly mention, like what would Kanye talk about, would immediately get us fired.
Oh boy. People are asking me to judge the appearance of this strong, powerful, independent woman. Every video that's posted is blurred out.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that you can't post this to social media without your account getting banned. Although Twitter, you could just post porn now.
Yeah.
So maybe Twitter's where I got to take a look at this for further investigation. But alas, guys, that flight, not so good. What else do we have here in garbage time before we get out of here? All of a sudden, my computer's freezing up. That's no bueno. Cam Smith, he rules. Christian Kirk, he's a Texan. Brendan Rodgers, he did cool things last night. An Alaska airline flight attendant was fired for posting a twerk video to TikTok. We can't play the clip. Just know that this woman sucks. She sucks. So she had just gotten essentially her training wheels taken off as a flight attendant. And she was like, yes, I was just so happy. And I wanted to get ready for the flight. And I decided to just get myself energetic to post a video to me on TikTok of me twerking my large buttocks.
Yeah.
It was such a bad video. Like, here's the thing. It wasn't even good twerking. It was like half-assed twerking. If you're going to twerk, full twerk. And now you can migrate at least into an OnlyFans or something after the fact.
Yeah.
This wasn't done well enough, and now she's crying and calling victim.
Worst of both worlds.
Mm-hmm. So not a good day for the airlines out there, but it was a good day on the Paul Gallant Show. Tonight's day, got to be better than last night's situation, which wasn't even a day. It was just awkward, terrible, garbage. But big thanks to everybody who tuned into today's Ask Gallant Anything edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to all our listeners, to our YouTubers, our Twitchers, texters, and callers. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Until Monday, peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees, and Brian's here, and I'm here, and, well, you don't get the usual, he's blank, I'm Branham, that's Brian behind the glass, because we don't know where Jeremy is.
Is that your
at
Jeremy
this
impression?
point. He's MIA. He's pulling a Patrick Creighton. He's stuck in traffic or something.
See, I don't know how you feel about stuck in traffic excuses, because you can obviously get stuck in traffic. Unless you're leaving it to the last minute, then traffic shouldn't be a problem.
Which is a Patrick Creighton. No offense,
Yeah,
Patrick
like,
Creighton, I love you, but yeah, you used to do that. You used to cut it close.
We used to work here with a guy, Brad Kellner, who we would show, and I love Brad Kellner, but he would show up literally 1 minute before air. Which, look, if traffic's perfect, then you're fine. But the thing that always drives me crazy about people who do that, not saying that Jeremy necessarily did that, maybe there's just a traffic situation beyond his control. But most likely,
he meditates here, so at least he does leave a little window.
Sure, but most likely it's a situation where it takes me 10 minutes, so I'm going to leave 15 minutes beforehand, and then you hit traffic, and because you only left yourself 5 minutes, now you're late.
You see, my dad was late for everything, so it's like been a pet peeve of mine my whole life that I want to be early and on time. And so my daughters already know, like, Lisa's the exact opposite. Lisa doesn't care if she's late, and she'll cut it close every single time. And
yeah,
I'm like,
same with my wife.
Yeah, no, we aren't doing that. So I'm always like trying to give myself an extra 10, 15 minute pad for the exact reasons you gave. But look, there are plenty of folks that just believe that they can make it or they can fake it.
They just seem to assume that, okay, well, it only takes me 10 minutes to get there, so I'll leave 15 minutes before. Like, well, things can happen. Give yourself a few extra minutes. Like, there's going to be a wreck one day. Maybe there's construction you don't know about. Maybe there's, rubberneckers looking at a cop pulling someone over. There could be 1,000 reasons why the traffic is a few minutes slower, and because you only left yourself 5 minutes, now you're late.
Yeah, and then the
Again,
other
not
thing
saying
is,
Jeremy necessarily did that, but he might have.
You cannot do. He won't be doing the walk of shame because he's doing the show remotely today.
Yeah, we think so.
No, I confirmed it.
Oh, you did confirm
Yeah,
it?
because
Okay.
you and I were both like up in the air. We weren't sure.
Oh, I see. I just saw his response. Okay, yes.
So then I texted to make sure. So he is remote. We don't know if he's remote in Houston getting ready for a travel party excursion to Baylor or if he's already in Waco. I don't know.
Already be in Waco, right? Like, what would be the advantage? The game's tomorrow night, right?
Right.
If you're waiting till after the show, are you really saving that much time driving from Spring as from driving from here? I mean, yeah. I mean, technically a little bit, but is it really worth doing?
So there's just so many details, right? We don't know if he's traveling with the team, or a lot of times he'll do the show.
I imagine he's driving on his own.
And then he'll drive on his own. But it's a night game tomorrow night in Waco.
Yeah, you could almost drive tomorrow.
So you could leave tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't know if he's here. But then he wouldn't be. But if he was here, he wouldn't do the show remotely. I wouldn't think.
Well, right, because okay, so if he's here, then he's probably doing this. Like, if he's trying to save himself time on the drive, right? He's probably at his home doing the show from home, and then driving from home directly to Waco.
So here's the other prerequisite that we're not thinking about. Maybe there's a baseball game tonight. So maybe he's calling the baseball game tonight. So he's at U of H, and he's going to do baseball before he goes and does basketball tomorrow. So that
could be it.
There's a lot of balls in the air with Jeremy Branham right now.
Yeah, that could be it. Like, I would just like if the situation. Obviously, we're wildly speculating because what else we're going to do now?
It's fun.
And actually, apparently he's ready, but he says he wants to wait for segment 2. So maybe we should continue wildly speculating.
Sure. I mean, Alex says he's taking Tillman's jet.
Then he wouldn't have to deal with traffic.
It's a good point.
But getting back to the wild speculation, like if he is in Waco, and again we'll find out here in a few minutes. But if he is in Waco, I can't imagine. I've been to Waco a few times. I'm sure you've been to Waco a few times. I don't know what terrible traffic would be in Waco to make you late on the way to wherever you're doing the show from.
But you're making the assumption he's there already.
I know based off that assumption, if he is indeed in Waco. I don't see Waco, or at least my experience with Waco, is not crippling traffic to the point of making you late.
See, I just kind of feel like he's still in town because Houston traffic's always bad. So the chances are greater that there's something going on in Houston that's either preventing him from getting to U of H to get to the remote location in the press box to do the show with
That
us.
probably is the most logical answer, that he's doing the show from the UH press box. I think your explanation of baseball game tonight makes the most sense.
Yeah.
That's why he's remote today.
Because he's a jack of all trades.
Yeah, because he told us he's remote, but he didn't tell us if it was baseball or basketball related. There's always usually as few amount of details as possible in those texts we get. Yeah, the minimal amount of detail we could possibly get and get by with.
Yes, it's a don't ask, don't tell.
Yes.
But here's what we're doing. That's exactly what it is. He is full don't ask, don't tell. But oh, by the way, this is what
I will be remote Monday.
Yeah, this is what the
I will
week
be
looks
remote
like.
Friday. There's
That's
no other context added usually to those texts.
Yeah, and any other questions can be referred to the communications department, but of Jeremy Branham Inc. But he ain't coming.
I thought you were going to say the communications department of Joe George.
No, I don't. I think sometimes Joe George is kind of playing the same game we are.
Yeah, that's true.
But Joe George likes to play a lot of games. So there you go. Speaking of games, there was a game last night between the Rockets and the New Orleans Pelicans, Brian.
Yeah, so you feel better? They got to win.
I don't feel better at all. And
I was setting you up for that.
Well, and honestly, I want to go back to the conversation we had a few weeks ago when I was getting absolutely annihilated by people because I said they weren't contenders. I'm curious today, right? I understand you lost to OKC. You lost to Indiana. You got a win last night against a very hapless New Orleans Pelicans team. But what are you feeling right now about your Rockets? We don't even have to go contender, pretender. Is this team capable of winning a playoff series? Is this team capable of being a 6 seed or higher and staying out of the play-in? Because the team that I'm seeing now, as opposed to the team I saw before the All-Star break, is literally night and day. And it starts with a guy that we've had a lot of serious conversations on, Brian. It starts with Jalen Green. As much as Jeremy was getting back to all in on Jalen Green, and we were wondering, is this another heater, or is this a guy that is going to be the guy going forward? I think you and I were kind of clearly on the side of we need more games.
We need to see him be more consistent over a longer period of time. Yeah, he had the Draymond Green triple single last night. And again, I think I said this when we had the conversation a couple weeks ago. You can usually just look at one line in the box score and know how Jalen did that night. And that's how he shot from three. Mm-hmm. Because if the three-point shot's not falling, unfortunately, whether it be just the way he decides to play the game or lack of skill or whatever you want to attribute it to, there's 1,000 different things you could attribute to. But whatever reason, like if the three's not falling, the rest of the game doesn't come behind it on the offensive side. And 2 for 7 last night, the triple single, shot poorly overall. And I don't know. I know when we had this conversation, Jeremy was looking back over the last 82 games, which is totally fair. I mean, obviously that's a full season's worth of games. But when you look inside that, and this is the conversation or the side of the conversation you and I took when it happened, is even inside that, you look at, okay, 8 games straight, great. Next 9 games, terrible. Next 3 games, great. Next 4 games, terrible. Like, I know this overall adds up to, over an 82 game period, a line that is pretty good. Not great, not elite, but pretty good. But when you look at the game by game, the ebbs and flows, how wildly he fluctuates, especially with the shooting, it just points or paints a picture of someone who's too inconsistent to ever be viewed as the guy.
Look, to me, Jalen is a microcosm of the team. And because he's such an integral part of what makes this team good, when he's bad, and a lot of times they're bad. And as much as I was adamant about this team not being a contender, and Barry came at me, and lots of listeners, including XX Ron and others, came at me, and I was there for all of it because I said, look, we're not going to know until the end of the season. What I'm seeing right now, just like out of Jalen Green, is also what I'm seeing out of the team, because sometimes their defense is good. Sometimes their rebounding is good. But when it is, sometimes there's a lot of things that aren't good. You look at it again last night as a team. They're still missing free throws. They're missing 50% of their free throws. That's not going to get it done, people. When they get to the playoffs and every single point matters more, if you're missing free throws, you're missing opportunities, and you're probably leaving the door open for the other team to take advantage. They needed a wake-up call. They were losing against one of the worst teams in the league at halftime. They looked uninspired again.
Until the third quarter.
I was going to say, they went into halftime. They probably got their asses chewed out. And some kind of a switch was flipped, and they dominated the third quarter, and they got to where they needed to go so that they get home the rest of the way. But the mistakes are still there. The missed free throws are a problem. They're going, oh, the big lineup. Now, that could be a problem. Do you really think that Steven Adams is going to be on the floor that much in the playoffs, and you don't think that teams are going to be able to game plan and go, we can attack Steven Adams? Yeah, when you weren't expecting it, it could be effective in a couple of games here and there. But the big lineup ain't going to be here to stay for long stretches and save your bacon if you're the Rockets.
Yeah, it's nice as a change-up, like you said, to catch people off guard. But I would imagine if teams have time to plan for it, they can get guys on Steven Adams defensively where he has to go out and guard on the perimeter, and that would be obviously a problem that they couldn't handle. And obviously it's not your best offensive lineup either because he's not a high-scoring big. I think the ebbs and flows, specifically with Jalen Green as a team overall. You mentioned free throw shooting and defensive performance, but it just points to the obvious: a young team still learning how to win. And for that reason, I'm firmly now in the spot of they make the playoffs. I think they still make a top 6 seed. They don't have to get to the play-in, although it's getting more precarious as we go down the stretch. But I don't think this is a team that wins a playoff series. And I was on that side when they were up at the 2 seed and staring, looking down on everybody but the Thunder. I did think they would find a way to win a playoff series against most teams in the first round. But having seen this post All-Star stretch, and really even before the All-Star break, but for all the reasons you mentioned, this seems like a young team still learning to win that I don't think wins a playoff series.
No, and I think that's what I was saying. Look, I said it then, I'll say it now, and I've been adamant to stick with it. And that is the fact that I don't believe they're contenders this year. I didn't think that they were going to win a playoff series this year against most of the teams when you referenced that. And I want to know where you guys are at right now. Is this team going to win a playoff series? Is this team going to be a top 4 seed, a top 6 seed? Are they contenders? Are they pretenders? Let us know what you think. 713-780-3776. You can call the show. You can text the show. You can hit us on Twitter. You can hit us on Twitch. We're going to be here for the next almost 3 hours. And Jeremy's going to join us next. We'll get into more of this, including the Jalen Green conversation. But join us, be a part of the program. Let's talk some Rockets as we get the program underway. On a Friday, a busy show. Lots more to come from It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I'm a little surprised to hear y'all bang on Jalen Green, to be honest with you.
I'm not. Why? I mean,
I think he was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he played poorly yesterday.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Okay.
He didn't miss a ton of shots. He wasn't a great shooter yesterday, but he kind of had the presence of mind, like, hey, the shot's not falling. Like, I better not shoot the ball. So he stopped, and he had 8 assists yesterday. That might be like close to a season high. Like, he was getting other guys involved, which I think is one of the weaknesses of his game, is that I think he struggles to get other guys involved. I felt differently yesterday about Jalen. I thought Jalen played one of his better – I don't want to say it was one of his better games because he didn't shoot it well, but I like the presence of mind. My shot's off. I'm not going to jack up 25 shots. Let me get other guys involved. I thought he was a team player yesterday.
I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it. I look at it as a guy that you're relying on, that you kind of put a lot of your fate as a team in on a night-by-night basis. And yes, maybe he handled his ill shooting a little differently than he has in the past. But overall, when I look at it, I expect more from him on a nightly basis. And this is 2 straight games where he hasn't been great. So I look at it differently. We talked about, like, is this finally the time where he gets over the hump and he avoids those lulls? And he can, he kind of, the trajectory goes, continues to go way up. That's why the jury's still out for me, because I still think that there's so much more there that we're not seeing consistently enough.
Yeah, I don't look at scoring as the only way to.
I'm not saying it is.
Like, grade a player. If he was 3 for 20 yesterday, he had like 1 for 10 and like 1 assist and 8 turnovers, like, okay, that's a dreadful game. But I like that he impacted winning in other ways. Like, was the offense the reason they like you said they didn't play well, which I don't disagree with. The first half was awful. Second half defensively, they kind of locked in and held New Orleans to 38 points. Like the game that Trey Murphy had in the first half was insane. Like, what's going on here? Trey Murphy should not be popping off for 20 plus first half points against you. I like his game, but he shouldn't be popping off for 20 plus first half points against you. That was embarrassing. But I think they got locked into the lock. They got 38 points in the second half. Like, that's a good effort. Pelicans aren't good, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, yes, the Rockets are back. I'm not saying that. I think it was a step in the right direction in the second half. But of all the games that Jalen Green has had, I'm not really bashing his performance yesterday. 8 assists, 2 turnovers, had a couple rebounds. Didn't shoot it well. There's no doubt about that. Didn't shoot it well, but he wasn't making like poor decisions, I didn't think. I thought his shots were good shots. Didn't score well, didn't shoot it well, but I don't think he played bad.
Yeah, look, and a lot of times we look at his 3-point shooting and the 2 for 7 from 3 too. It's just,
he didn't shoot it well.
Right.
But did he play poorly because he didn't shoot it well?
Overall, if you want to compliment him when he has the big nights, then you look at it. Yeah, the 8 assists the thing that I think is better, almost better than that, although I like the 8 assists the best, is the fact that he only had 2 turnovers. Because a lot of times when he's really trying to kind of force the action, if his shot isn't falling early, a lot of times he forces it to the point where he turns the ball over. So that didn't happen last night. So you can find, look, I'll appreciate the fact that you're finding the silver lining in the night that he had.
No, it's not a silver lining. It's my opinion of how he played.
Right, great. Then it's your opinion of how he played, and my opinion of how he plays too.
I'm not trying to talk you into it.
Right.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I just look at it from the standpoint of, like I said, I think if this team's going anywhere, you expect so much more of Jalen Green. Credit to him for not trying to force too much and do too much to create a lot more havoc on his line score from the shooting perspective. And the 8 assists is impressive to me. But overall, I just expect so much more from him. And look, I think I've been led to believe that when he's got on this last heater again, where there's so much more there. And now back-to-back games, it hasn't been great. So I hope he finds it tomorrow night against New Orleans, and I hope that they kind of right the ship on this 6-game homestand. But the brand of basketball that this entire team is playing since the 2 games prior to the All-Star break has not been great. And now I think they'll still solidify a top 6 seed, but I thought that they would solidify a top 4 seed.
Okay, but specifically about Jalen, like you're like, guys are going to have off shooting nights like that. We know that, like, it's going to happen. Just like in baseball, guys are going to go 0 for with 3 strikeouts, no matter how good they are. So like when you have a bad shooting night, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing to help the team win? Are you going to go 3 for 20, trying to shoot yourself out of it? Or are you going to drive to the basket, draw some defenders, and kick it out to the open guy and rack up some assists? Because I don't usually see Jalen Green do that. Like, if you want to go back to the Pacers game, like the recency here, like I think he had a very similar game against the Pacers that he did with the Pelicans, except he didn't get teammates involved. Like he shot 4 for 13 in that game. That's pretty similar to 3 for 10. He was 2 for 7 from 3 against the Pacers. The same numbers he was against the Pelicans from behind the 3-point line. But in that game, he had 2 assists, 5 turnovers. Like that cannot happen. Like I can live with a bad shooting night. Like guys are going to have bad shooting nights, and then Jalen Green's probably going to have more bad shooting nights than more consistent shooters because I don't think he's a consistent shooter, which might, be the thing that prevents Jalen Green from taking that next step up, prevents Jalen Green from, jumping to that next tier that he's, aspiring for. But if you're having a bad shooting night, do you want the Pacers game where you're committing 5 turnovers and you're not getting your guys open looks and you're minus 22 in the box score? Or do you want him to have a high number of assists, low turnovers, and have a really good plus minus? Like I can accept the bad shooting. That's going to happen.
Like I hear your point, and I gave him credit for the fact that the assists were up, the turnovers were down, and he didn't just go on a shooting barrage anyway, trying to find it. But I think it's like, to my point, it's because I know that the talent is there. I'm frustrated all the time because I think that there is another level that he can get to. And then we had the conversation about, like, is this the time where he finally kind of crosses that threshold and we never look back and now we see who he can truly be? Because the way I look at it differently than the way you look at it is, yes, you're right. The things that you're saying aren't wrong. I get it. But when I'm looking at him as being a leader of this team, as being some of the leaders, when you look at teams in this league, you don't expect, and it's unfair to say LeBron James because he's one of the best to ever do it, but you look at your leaders and say, well, I expect them to score at a certain level, to lead to victory, and do the things. Look, scoring is part of that. So now he's got back-to-back games where we were discussing him kind of never, maybe finally never looking back and taking this thing and going with it. And now we've got back-to-back games where, like, okay, now I'm a little more leery because it's frustrating again, because I'm scared of the fact that he might be regressing back to another lull as opposed to a guy that's finally getting it and ready to take this team to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's spotty from game to game. Like, I think he's proven that over his 4-year career. Like, he's going to have moments where he's a 30% shooter. He's going to have moments where he's a 50% shooter. Like, that's his game. Like, and would we love for him to, like, always be a 50% shooter, always 40% from 3? Of course we wish that. Like, of course we wish that Jalen Green could be that guy. Can he ever be that guy? Probably not. So if he's not that guy, what is he doing in the games where he's shooting 30% and he's shooting poorly? Is he kind of just sulking? Is he not playing defense? Is he not getting on the glass? Is he not getting his teammates involved? Is he now a total negative? And I think Jalen Green in the past has been that guy. I thought differently yesterday, and it made me encouraged about it, because if you're going to stink as a shooter consistently, and he will, because that's who he is, okay, well, go grab some boards, play a little defense, which he probably wasn't in the first half, but did the second half. Go dish out some assists, find some open looks for your teammates. So I was more encouraged by Jalen Green yesterday. I'm not saying he played like this MVP level game, but for one of his poor shooting games, I thought he helped the team more than he would whenever he's shooting poorly other times. Now, the opinion of the overall team, like, I don't think they're playing good ball. It's kind of like they're kind of clinging to this finish, just kind of hoping that they can hang on to what's ever left. But they still have the potential to be a good defensive team. They're probably average offensively. And I did think the second half was a step in the right direction. Am I like over the moon about it? No, it's the Pelicans, and they play the Pelicans again. Like I like, even if they win tonight by 30 and hold the Pelicans to 70 points, I'm not going to lose my mind because it's the Pelicans. But I was encouraged with the second half that hopefully he can start to change the momentum a little bit of what this team has been doing the last few games.
Yeah, look, I think from the standpoint of a wake-up call at halftime, they came out of and sometimes we hear about the message just doesn't get through anymore, or the guys don't react the right way. The good news was, Ime probably got up into them a little bit, and they came out ready to play focused basketball. And like you said, they played defense. They capitalized by turning the turnovers and the good defense into opportunities off the break to get better offense. And they buried a bad team. I don't know how many other teams they would have beat last night playing the way they played, uninspired in the first half, and some of the things that we've been talking about. That's my biggest concern. Like I thought that they had kind of they were on their way on the verge of another year where they were speeding up the clock. Like after the 22 games gained Udoka's first year, I felt like this is one where I admittedly before the season thought they were going to be in the play-in tournament. But I thought this was a team that could have sped up the clock and been a team that was a top 4 seed in the West. And now somewhere lying in the balance, I think they'll hang on to a top 6 seed because it's a 3-game difference right now. But the way they're playing, I have serious concerns because the fact that they're not playing anywhere close to when they were playing the first half of the season prior to the All-Star break.
What are you trying to get out of the year, though?
Well, to me, I want as much experience as possible for a young team. I want them to get into a playoff series that's a long playoff series and understand the differences and feel the different kind of pressure and you know, kind of, and I also want to get kind of a clear understanding when this team plays its last game of this season as to what they need going forward and you know, and kind of a clearer understanding of who they have and what they need. Because right now we're still waiting for all these young guys to develop. We're still talking about, do they have the guys that are going to be the go-to guys on this team, or do they make it that they have to make a trade? And who do they need to find that can kind of take them to the next level? I think a lot of that could be more defined if they get into a first-round playoff series that lasts a while, so we can kind of see individuals, the team, and analyze like shortcomings.
Yeah, I see. I mostly agree. Like this to me, still a learning season. Like learning, you're going to learn more if you get to the playoffs. You're going to learn more if you play, you know, as many playoff games as you can. You're going to learn more if you get, you know, further along into the playoffs in the first round. I think that they're going to accomplish that. I think they're going to accomplish a good learning block season. I still think that they'll make the playoffs. I don't see them getting out of the first round. Obviously, it depends on matchup a bit, you know, and who they face. Potentially, they get a good matchup and they can get to the second round. I don't like the way that they're playing recently, but I still feel very confident that this is going to be a very good learning block season for a very young team. So I don't want to say that everything else is kind of, you know, gravy the rest of the way, because I do want to see them play well. But everything the rest of the way is kind of gravy. Like I feel like they've had a good learning block season already, and anything else that they accomplish from a learning point of view is just bonus for this year.
Yeah, I think, you know, the line in the sand is probably solidifying a playoff spot, a top 6 seed, so you know you're going to get at least one series. And then the veterans that have already been there, we don't need to see and know anything more about Van Vliet and Brooks and guys like that. We need to see the younger guys. We need to kind of get them to get the feeling of it and then understand what to do with it and how to deal with it going past it. Because I think that it would be a disappointment if they weren't a top 6 seed, but it's still, to me, kind of a disappointment with the way they got off to such a hot start and were a 2 seed for a majority of the first part of the season, top 2, top 3 seed, to where I thought they should have home court advantage. But now it's like, look, I still think it's been a very, very good season because they didn't take a step back. And as much as I was hoping that they'd have it sped up the clock, where they are is better than where I thought they'd be. So I'll take it.
So like if they finish, because I think I agree with you. Like even if they're in the play-in, but they still qualify for the real playoffs, I'm still going to take that. Like the only thing that would be a failure for me, and again, what I consider a learning block season, like I didn't really change my expectations a whole lot on the year when they got off to the hot start. I had more confidence they would make the playoffs, but it didn't really change my expectation for the year. If they miss the final 8, if they miss that first round 7-game series, that to me is a failure. Anything else for me, I'm pleased. Like that's my line in the sand. That is how I'm defining the Houston Rockets 24-25 campaign.
Yeah, I gotta see them in a series. I gotta see them in a series, and I want them to experience all of that, and preferably the series goes a ways. I don't want them to get into a series and get swept. I'd like to see them in a 6-game series where they understand like the differences, because we always talk about how different playoff basketball is to the regular season. That's the kind of stuff, because then I think that's going to kind of feed the hunger for these guys to understand what it takes truly to take it to the next level. And from Rafael Stone's standpoint and Udoka and everybody with the organization, they also need to see and more clearly define who do we have, what can they do, and what do we need that we desperately don't have, so that going forward then they can plan accordingly too, because they have draft picks if they want to trade them or use them. They have pieces that they can use to get what they need if they can define what they need. And then they've got decisions to make on guys that are going into the third year, option years of their deals, like Brooks and Van Vliet, things like that. So I just want to get them to the point where we're not guessing as much anymore. And I think that a real legit playoff series can do a lot of that.
What is your expectation for the Rockets? Like, what is pass? What is failure the rest of the way? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92. ESPN 92.5. What is always a passing grade for you is Monument Chevrolet. It's March. Spring is on the way, and that means it is time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership, 225 Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. I was over there the other day. They're so nice, so kind. It's not like those icky dealerships that you go to. You walk in, everybody's got like the slick back hair, and you're kind of intimidated by everything. That's not. It's a friendly, family type feel at Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. They also have employee pricing going on right now with their Silverado 1500s. Get what they pay. Can't beat that. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Like we mentioned, the family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire good people, so the culture's fantastic. They don't hide charges like a lot of the other folks, and they've been run by the Smith family, again, for the last 50 years. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your valuable time in those aggravating, stressful negotiations. We mentioned the employee pricing right now on the Silverado 1500s. If you're more of a pre-owned vehicle person, that's fine. Also, if you do that for Monument Chevrolet, how about a 6-month, 6,000-mile guarantee? Can't beat that. No tricks, no time wasting. You've been waiting to upgrade your ride. Now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, but go visit them in person. You're not going to be sorry about it. 225 and Beltway 8, Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank Branham Bees, 713-780-3776. Texture, they got to figure out that zone defense been killing them. And they're shooting. One team did it in the copycat league. Texture, Pelicans aren't as bad as their record shows. They have Zion back, Zion, and they've been formidable as of late. He is a beast. He is a load. Although the Rockets did a pretty good job against him yesterday.
I was curious.
Gave them trouble.
After
Murphy,
watching that, Jeremy, the fact that I was kind of piggybacking on what you said, though. I was watching Zion and I'm going, he's very interesting if he's on the right team. Like, I don't think he's in the right setting, situation, or anything with New Orleans. But I think that as much as a lot of people have written him off for the rest of his career, he's a load, man, and he's athletic and he's strong. And if he stays, and it's a big if, these are all ifs, right? If he stays in this kind of shape, he has enough basketball skill where he can dominate games. And I think that if he gets out of New Orleans, someone might catch the right Zion Williamson for several years.
Yeah. He's just so injury prone.
It's a big risk, right? It's the injuries and the attitude, because all of a sudden it took this, like, however many lives he's had, all of a sudden he finds the motivation to, like, eat better and get in better shape and realize that's part of being a pro. And then you factor in the injuries and go, is the risk worth the reward?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Pelicans are just going to live and die by Zion. I feel like they're committed to it. I feel like they're just going to keep him. One of the thoughts that because he looked a little chunky to me yesterday. One of the thoughts that I had is, like, I'm kind of looking forward to Zion Williamson at like 33 when he just doesn't care about his weight anymore. And he's like 350, but he's still like scoring 25 a game, kind of like the round mound of rebound whenever he was with Houston. Because, at some point Zion's just going to stop caring. Like, he's going to make all his money. He's going to be out of his prime years. He's going to be in his mid 30s, and he's going to go, you know what? I'm just going to eat whatever I want to eat. He's going to balloon up. And then he's going to be like this this like really great version of Bonzi Wells late in his career.
We kind of saw that with Fat Sean Kemp at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Big Baby, right?
Big Baby came into the league.
Still got his.
Yeah,
like, don't you
Big
see
Baby
it?
came into the league.
Like, when he's 34 years old, he's gonna be like, screw it. Like, I'm late in my career. I don't care. And somebody's still gonna pay him good money, like on a 1-year deal. And he's gonna go out there and get 25 and 12 every night with this big, massive, huge body.
I think he kind of did it coming into the league. He kind of reversed the timetable. He said, screw it when he came into the league and still was getting the numbers, and then he just couldn't stay healthy. But that's what I think when we talk about Jalen and untapped the potential that he still has. There's so much untapped potential with Zion, and you just don't know if he's ever going to get it for other reasons. For the fact that he doesn't stay healthy, he doesn't take great care of himself. He can balloon in a heartbeat. And I think that smaller market situation with New Orleans, they've tried multiple different ways to put a whole team around him, and now they spend a boatload of money on veterans that not only can't stay healthy, but they look like they're washed. And now because their big centerpiece isn't living up to complete billing, doing his part, New Orleans is in the tank, and they might be there for a long time.
Yeah, they've yeah, I mean, it's going to be if Zion can stay healthy or not. Todd, I refuse to believe that he can stay healthy. I'm kind of there too. Jetter says he had a big, massive body already and stayed injured. No, I don't think that it's going to be the recipe for him to find health. I just think at the age of 35, he's still going to be good enough to play in the league, and he's also going to weigh 350 pounds doing it, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. It's going to be like Pig Miller all over again. Branham really knows how to come in and bring down the mood. Yeah, baby, it's a Friday. Rockets desperately need outside shooters. They have none. Yeah, I mean, Reed's fine. Or, you know what? Reed's not fine. Reed Shepherd has not been a good outside shooter this year. He has the potential to be a good outside shooter. We think he will be a good outside shooter, but he's not currently a good outside shooter. Dylan Brooks is, but Dylan Brooks is probably shooting at career highs. And Jabari's not bad. Jabari's fine.
Yeah, look, overall, I don't think this team has shooters. I don't think that they have the kind of shooters that a lot of teams that, are solid playoff teams that make long runs have had and have and need. And we said going into the season, they needed shooting. They thought they addressed that by getting the best 3-point shooter in the country last year. He just hasn't shot the ball well, and he hasn't got all that many opportunities either. But even when he does, he doesn't shoot the ball well.
Yeah.
And it can't be left on just one guy's shoulders either. They need everybody to shoot the ball better. And you're right, you're getting some career type years, which if you had a couple other shooters, you could capitalize on. But I still think that in numbers, they need more shooters.
When Jock Landale's your second best 3-point shooter, you got issues. And when Dylan Brooks is your best 3-point shooter, you have issues. And Dylan shot it well. He shot it well. He's under 40% though. 387. He was, and the reason I say he's under 40% is because he was above 40% for a while. Jock 375. Tari's 369. I like Tari's game. Holiday 368. Jalen 356, Jabari 343. I'll take back what I said about Jabari. Like, that's pretty average. Van Vliet's 340, Cam Whitmore 329, Jayshawn Tate 294, Reed Shepard 279, and Min 260, which is up. He was like at 12. That's not good three-point shooting. There's no doubt about that. Goodness forbid we want the scorer to score the basketball. He's not out there for assist. What did you think about that play where Michael Jordan hit Steve Kerr for that game-winning shot? You make the right play. Like, I want the basketball player on my team to make the right play. Sometimes the right play is not shooting. Now, scoring is always the right play. But the passing the ball sometimes is the right play.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I also think that, like, you having a feel for the game, right? I mean, you have a feel for the game, and no, there are nights you got it going on, and you just know that, hey, I'm going to probably look for my shot every time down the floor, and I don't think anybody's going to argue with you when you got it going. But you also realize, like, time and score matters, situation matters, and what your team, the team around you matters. And if you know and trust your teammates, which you should, especially if you're having an off night, to your point, at least kudos to Jalen and others for when it was, hey, I got a good shot here, but I can get a better shot if I make one more pass, especially in the third quarter. And when they were capitalizing by getting out in transition, they were making better decisions.
Yeah. Jalen had one of his best games yesterday, says a texter, sitting Jalen the whole fourth quarter, got within 6 points. Udoka's tripping. They will win a playoff series if they play Memphis. I like Udoka, just don't agree with everything he does. Udoka doesn't play the right players together. It's because Fred VanVleet isn't there, period. So
I don't put that on Fred VanVleet. I don't think at this point in his career anybody should put that on Fred VanVleet. Could he help if he was out there? Yes. Is he the savior? No.
Yeah, I think he's a stabilizer.
Yeah,
like to me, that's the best way to phrase it. Like, I don't think he'd be the difference of, the Rockets going from like playing at a 7 or 8 to currently playing like at a 3 or a 4. Like, he's not the gap there. He's just the kind of guy who levels them. Maybe he's the floor. Like, he doesn't let them get to the 3 or 4 when they're in a lull. They're at a 5 and a 6 instead of this 3 and a 4. But yeah, savior is too strong. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Texans made a move today. Shaq Mason, no longer a Texan. If I had to tell you, you have to pick a starting 5 offensive line with what's currently under contract, what does that offensive line look like? And what are those key questions for the Texans offensive line? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texans, according to reports, will be releasing Shaq Mason. Came out early today. I think Aaron Wilson was the first one to report it. Then Jordan Schultz jumped on over it. And then you have all those Texans aggregators that were like, hey, this is happening. Thank you, man. So the Texans are getting rid of him. Right whenever the news came out, it didn't say like it would be a post-June 1st cut, which kind of worried me because cutting him pre-June 1st only saves him like $2.1 million or whatever. And then cutting him post-June 1st, giving that designation now puts it like north of $7 million. But then it came out later, John Alexander, also Aaron Wilson reported that it is going to be a post-June 1st cut. The difference, actually, it was 2.1 in savings if they did it before June 1st. It's 9.4 if they do it post June 1st, so 7.3. The problem doing it post June 1st is you can't use that money until after June, but that's going to be basically like what your rookie class signs for, so you can kind of earmark that money for the rookie class. So it all works out. So I was happy about that, and not really a surprise. Like this would have been the one guy that I would have predicted. If the Texans used their one post-June 1st cut, it would have been on Shaq Mason for me. So I was happy to see Nick Caserio do it because he thinks like me.
Well, I thought they were going to get rid of him. I think the other question is still Kenyon Green in terms of when we had the conversation of like the one guy you would eliminate off the line. Shaq was awful for the majority of last year, but it seemed like the move that we all wanted them to make. So I'm glad that they have done that. The interesting thing then is now, what else are they going to do? They restructured one deal in Nico. They get rid of Shaq. How else are they going to try and recoup as much as they can to try and be as aggressive as Nick may want to be in this offseason? Because I think that maybe you look at Danielle Hunter, you look at some of the guys with bigger deals and look at who else can I renegotiate a little bit with and get creative with so that I can get more cap space so that I might have more freedom to kind of make some of the moves we think that they need to make. And we've said all along, the number one point that has to be addressed is offensive line.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I've read that Danielle Hunter might want an extension. So maybe you can extend him, but then bring down his AAV, try to make that a lower number. Kenyon Green to me is a lock to be on the Houston Texans, though. Like, I don't. That's not cost saving at all. You save less than $1 million if you get rid of Kenyon Green. He's a first rounder, so like I think his job's probably safe. Like I don't think anybody's trading for Kenyon Green. I think you can pretty much lock in Kenyon Green as one of your backup offensive linemen for the 2025 season.
And we were talking about earlier in terms of if you could eliminate one guy, but you're right. He's going to be on the roster, and I don't think he's going to start, and I don't think he should start. And we've heard it all before in terms of all the things that he did to kind of jumpstart his career, and they haven't worked. And so if he's going to earn it now, he's going to earn it from a backup position where if the opportunity presents itself, he has a chance to step up. But I think that they are going to do exactly what you said. He'll be on the roster. But in terms of their starting offensive line, that they will address that in maybe one, if not a variety of ways, because this offensive line has to be better.
Yeah. If you had to come up with a starting offensive line right now, starting 5 offensive linemen, your tackles, your guards, your centers, center, you can only have one of those. What would it be with guys that are currently under contract?
It's tough because right guard now to me is the biggest question mark. I think that if you look at just putting your 5 best offensive linemen out there, I think obviously Laramie starts at left tackle. I think that Howard is your left guard. I think that Patterson's probably your center. I think that Fisher is your right tackle. And then for me, I guess Juice Scruggs is your right guard.
Yeah, that's my 5 too. Like, I'm not even sure that you could really argue for anybody else unless you wanted to argue for Kenyon Green because of potential and new coaching staff's going to get the most out of him. But that would be my starting 5. I guess the other question, that the Kenyon Green issue is a question. Like, will he be coached up to be better than any of those guys? So, like, that is a question, but it's not my first question. I think the first question of this offensive line that Caserio and Kaylee and Popovich that they have to decide on, and I think that they need to do this sooner rather than later, is what position is Titus Howard going to play? Is he going to be a left guard? Is he going to be a right tackle? And then that also adds to the follow-up question, is Blake Fisher good enough to be your right tackle? So that's why I think that question needs to be answered now. I don't think that you can be going into free agency. I don't think you could be on the clock at number 25 or wherever they end up and still be wondering, is Titus Howard going to be a left guard or right tackle? I know that it creates some versatility there based on like where you're drafting and all that stuff, but I think it's important to answer that question now. And I also think it's important to answer that question because, you talked about the cap space and all that stuff. I think if you're committed to making Titus Howard a left guard, I think you go to Titus Howard and you're like, hey, man, like you're making too much money to be a left guard in the NFL. We're willing to work with you here. We're still going to pay you more than what your market would be if you were just a free agent, but you need to come down a little bit, a few million from where that contract is at. It wouldn't shock me if Nick Caserio tries to do that with Titus Howard.
Yeah, maybe it is, like you said, maybe it is a chance for him to add some years to the deal, but at a far more reasonable rate for the position that he plays and the performance that he's put out there. And maybe that they can have some kind of meet me in the middle situation. It seems like he likes it here if he wants to stay here. But, we've also seen with his Twitter account that he is a right tackle. So
he got rid of that.
I know he eventually got rid of it. I understand.
So is he open to left guard now because he removed that from his Twitter bio?
I just need to know, what's his thinking? Is his thinking, I'm hell-bent, I'm going to be a tackle in this league, whether it be for financial reasons or otherwise, or just your ego? But if he's willing to play left guard, then Nick should be willing to say, hey, we'll add a couple years if we can do it at a reasonable price and restructure the entire deal so that the team benefits, and then see if we can find some way to find a happy medium. Because I hope that's the case.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's probably going to be a tough thing for Titus to swallow. Like, he's probably not crazy about the idea. I think he's still deactivated Twitter, too. Like, I can't find him on Twitter. I was going to see what his bio read right now. I think he's remember he jumped off of Twitter halfway through last year. 2 years ago, he was popping off to Branham. Like,
say you forced him off?
Yeah, no, I wasn't the one that forced him off because I did that 2 years ago. I even forgot what that was about. Was that whenever I was talking about Laramie not helping him up, or was it something else? Did Titus come to his defense? I think Titus came to his defense.
I think that was exactly what it was.
Yeah, which is kind of nice, I guess. I can appreciate Titus coming to Laramie's defense as opposed to Laramie not helping up his quarterback after he gives up a sack. What are you doing? Ocho, is it feasible for the Texans to also acquire Evan Ingram and Ronald Darby for pennies since Jags just released them? I can argue that every player the Jags release is an upgrade over every one of the Texans roster outside of Nico and Stingley. I think you're going a little too far there. Evan Ingram intrigues me as a receiving tight end. I don't think that the Houston Texans tight end room is going to look much different. Dalton Schultz, it doesn't save you any money if you get rid of him. You have Cade Stover on a rookie deal. You extended Brevin Jordan last season. Most teams carry a fourth tight end, but it's usually not a guy who's not very good. It's like the Quentin Tarantinos of the world. So is Dalton Schultz going to be your 2, Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover your 3 and your 4? I have a hard time seeing the scenario where the Houston Texans add a starting caliber tight end.
I thought about it because when I first heard the news and then driving home, I was like, boy, he would be fantastic in this offense, but he can't really block. You mentioned it. They have Jordan coming back and they signed him. So you're going to find a home for him. And I just feel like, yeah, we all know that the return on investment hasn't been great so far with your starting tight end, but I don't think he's going anywhere. And so I don't think that they had the flexibility, even if they wanted to go out and try and get him and add him to your team, even if he would be a help.
Yeah. I feel like that's just not a match. I do like the player, but I don't feel like it's a match between the Texans and the Jags. Brian, did you have a different starting O-line than Blankers and I?
No, I think because of what you guys mentioned of who's behind the 5 guys you mentioned, it's a no-brainer. I mean, whether it be Kenyon Green, Kendrick Green, or Braun Breaker, or whatever the hell that guy's name is, Nick Broker. There's no one behind the 5. So I think it's going to be, unless they draft somebody or make a trade for someone that's not going to add a lot to their cap, it's going to be Tunzel, Titus, Jarrett Patterson, Juice, and Blake Fisher.
Yeah. Now, I do think that they're going to – so of those guys that we have in our the Killer Bee starting 5 offensive linemen really wreak havoc and scare the opponents, how many of those guys do you think will be replaced by opening day?
2.
Okay.
I'm thinking 1.
I'm going 1. I think
it's Juice.
The question ultimately comes down to Titus Howard. If Titus Howard is your right tackle, I think it's 2. If Titus Howard is your left guard, I think it's 1. I actually think it's going to be center. I think it's going to be a center.
I think they're going to get a center, and then I think that they're going to try and get a veteran right guard.
Yeah, I obviously wouldn't be opposed to that. Just kind of my guess on what they do, which is fascinating. The offseason fast. I love the hot stove year. Legal tampering, by the way, gets started on Monday. You can legally tamper in the which. What the heck is that? Like, why don't you just say
one of the
free
dumbest
agency
terms
opens?
in sports.
Yeah, just open it.
I was
Don't let
gonna
them
say,
legally
If the
tamper.
tampering is legal, then it's not tampering.
You know what
It's just negotiating.
You know what it really shows? It shows that like you had teams illegally
exactly right.
tampering, and then the NFL was like, well, we don't really want to enforce it, so let's just make it legal. It's still tampering, but now it's legal.
Yeah,
we figured it out.
Let's just try and get the egg off of our face by at least admitting that what's been going on has been going on for a long time. We'll just now say it's okay to do that.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Mark Berman, Houston legend, bussing with Berman next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. We're being joined by the great Bussin' Mark Berman. I like that song there too. Well done, Brian. Mark, I didn't want you on the air to talk about the former greatness that you had or because you're relevant. Really, the reason that I wanted you on, Mark, was because I saw you at the Fertitta Center the other day, and you called me at all hours of the night, but you didn't come say hello. Like, I wanted to confront you over the phone and say, Mark, what's up with that?
That's a good point. I was with
I know
my daughter. I was with my daughter and my grandson, and I did have they did give me a credential, and that's my bad on that one.
Okay.
I was dealing with them and talking to a few other people, and you're right. I should have come over there and busted your chops. Now you're busting mine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would have preferred the former as opposed to the latter. But what do you think about the Cougars? I know that you're invested. March is here. They play Baylor tomorrow. Then the conference tournament. Then the big dance. The tournament begins in a couple of weeks. What do you think of this year's squad that Kelvin Sampson has?
Well, I think they're like everybody else. I'm obviously on the outside looking in. I'm not there every day anymore, but they're really good. They're incredibly well coached, top to bottom, and they got a lot of depth. And I think they got a really good chance. I think, it takes a lot of different things to make the run and win it all. You've got to have some luck involved, got to stay healthy, all those cliches. But, they're really good. They do a lot of great things well. And, if Kelvin can coach them to win it. They can execute. I think they can do a lot of good things.
Scoop, it's the opposite of Jeremy. You don't call, you don't write. We don't talk like we used to when we used to see each other in the hallways. But I'm curious because of, how everything changes. And now you have walked away from your everyday grind of it. What do you miss the most? Because, a lot of people miss those interactions and the kind of behind the scenes stuff and the stuff that, look, you're a legend in this town for a reason. And people built relationships with you regardless of the news side of it. But what do you, having stepped away from it now for a period of time, what do you miss the most?
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable with that legend stuff. I don't know about all that, but
it's true.
Okay. Well, it's hard to say it's more easy for me to say what I don't miss, and what I don't miss is being worried 24/7. 7 days a week. The last 10 years and 5 months at Fox, I was by myself there, and so I really just didn't have a single day off. Because even when I was off, I wasn't off. You know how that goes. What I missed the most is kind of what you said. The interaction with guys like Michelle and Jeremy, the camaraderie with some of the people in the media, and a lot of camaraderie with the coaches and athletes, the lawyers, the agents, the coaches. All that stuff. You build relationships. It's hard to walk away. But let me tell you something right now. When you walk away like I did, you become irrelevant really quickly. And that's fine. It's just kind of part of it.
No. You're not irrelevant,
you
Mark.
Do.
No, you're not irrelevant to us.
Okay, all right. That's whatever. I do. I miss. You see some stories that break, and you feel like if I was working, I could have been involved and got in the middle of all that stuff. And you see stories that break that I know I would have gotten my rear end kicked on. I'm sitting on the couch and not having to worry about getting clobbered. Because, every day is something new. You know that.
Bussin' Mark Berman joining us on the HR&P guest line. I'm trying to think of some of the hot topics that I want your takes on, Mark Berman. How close do you think the Houston Texans are to winning a Super Bowl?
I don't have a clue. I think it's what everybody else knows. If they could do a better job of blocking for that great quarterback they have, and if they can stay healthy, find ways to replace guys like Tank Dell and things like that.
Yeah.
They've got a pretty darn good defense. They've done a great job there. C.J. Stroud, he's clearly a tremendous talent. He just got to have the time to do what he's got to do.
So you think offensive lineman at 25, or do you think like receiver help at 25?
Well, I don't know. Sounds like both. Certainly offensive line.
Well, you can't get both at 25, Mark. You gotta pick one.
Do what now?
You got to pick one at 25. You don't get two picks at 25. You only get one. If you had to go receiver or offensive line today.
First pick of the draft, you mean?
No, pick 25. Texans have the 25th pick. So their first pick of the draft.
First pick of the draft, right.
Yeah. If you had to go with an offensive lineman or receiver, who would you pick if you were Nick Caserio?
I don't know that I'm trying to think. There's some cliches I've always heard about drafting. Do you pick a receiver with your first pick in the draft? I would say an offensive lineman.
Yeah. Caserio's kind of stayed away from the receiver in the first round thing, so you're probably onto something there.
I think so. I think that's right. But I don't know if there's sometimes you best player available, all that kind of things. But I would say O-lineman, if there's one out there worthy of that pick. And I don't know that there's a receiver. I'm just not I was never that knowledgeable on the draft to begin with, and I'm certainly not now.
Scoop, I'm curious from the media perspective when you look at this, and I know that we used to always talk about like guys, who like yourself, we would break stories and guys wanting to get credit for stories that they broke. But where media is right now, everybody's got a podcast. Everybody's got, a Twitter account. Everybody's got ways to which they can tell their own story. And in most cases, before anybody from the media can get their hands on it. And it's a far cry from kind of like the heat of the battle for you. Is it too much? Are we in a good spot with it? Or is it a dangerous spot to be in with everybody doing everything whenever they want?
Well, I mean, it's really hard when you've got athletes breaking their own stories. That's what you're referring to. All these different players having these different ways of putting things out there, Instagram, podcasts. It's crazy. It's craziness. I found that to be very difficult to deal with toward the end when I decided to retire. But, I think among the things that were really crazy for me and trying to keep tabs on was from college. I thought NIL, the portal, was an absolute nightmare, just a nightmare. And it's just changed everything. Very, very hard to cover. Very difficult when the college athletes are having their own agents now, that kind of thing. It's just like the pro ranks. But I don't know if it's dangerous, but it's very hard for a local reporter to keep on top of everything. Almost impossible.
Yeah, the news cycle is a lot different, and I think you are onto something about it being professional. Like I think that we kind of have to recondition our thoughts on amateur athletics and what college athletics are in parallel to that. They're not like they're much closer to pro sports than they are amateur sports, and I'm okay with that. And I think if you condition your mind and people condition their mind to being okay with it, then it's perfectly acceptable. Astros are out in West Palm Beach. I saw you retweet something earlier today. Mark, you can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Berman _. I've told Blankers and I've confessed my love again for Lance McCullers. I'm all in, Mark. I'm all in on Lance McCullers. He's broken my heart several times. That's okay. I'm falling in love with him again. Do you think Lance McCullers helps the Astros this year?
Well, I would say he's only broken your heart because he got hurt.
That's right. I was hurt.
When he's healthy, he's really good. I mean, really good. I love the guy. Always have. And I have no idea where he's at physically. I retweeted Brian McTaggart, who I love to follow, covering. He does a great job, best job covering the Astros. He tweeted that what Lance threw again today, I guess it was, and if they can get him back and he can be his normal self, my goodness, that's a huge boost to their rotation. They've got, I know what we all know what they've lost. We all know what they've gained. But, the Astros, under Jim Crane's watch, on his watch, they've always found ways to replace the guys who left for whatever reason. They've done a great job. Look at the run they've been on. Absolutely historic. I think people take it for granted. It's ridiculous what they've done there. I mean, just ridiculous. Incredible. 2 World Series titles. Have been there 4 times. Went to the playoffs all the consecutive years. I think they got a chance this year. I don't know what the West is going to be like. Looks like Oakland's going to be better, right? I think they got. I like the Cougars. I think they got a great chance. I think Joe Espada might have got. Joe Espada, I believe, his job last year was very underrated. I know people might roll their eyes at this, but if you think about what he went through early in the year in May and June, he did manager of the year type stuff early on that kept that team in the position to make a run, which they did. It didn't last as long as they hoped, but he did a great job.
Scoop, I'm curious with how long and illustrious the career was, but we talk about those personal relationships. And sometimes even a guy like Lance McCullers, you pull for him because he's a good dude, because that at the end of the day, he's a really good guy. And we both, all 3 of us have dealt with guys that were good guys and some that weren't. But from your perspective, are there 3 to 5 guys that you were always, regardless of your job aspect of this, that you were always pulling for or were your favorites just because of those kind of relationships?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm hoping you don't push me to start naming names because then you leave somebody out. There's always, you have to remember, I covered sports in Houston for 43 years, 37 at Fox. And at different eras, there were different guys that I got, you get close to some guys you never get close to, that kind of thing. But yeah, there are a number of guys that are playing right now that from where I sit, I love watching them play. I want to see them be successful. But from a team standpoint, growing up, being in Houston, not supposed to be a fan, I'm supposed to be impartial. But one of the teams that I covered And the players that I covered, I wanted every one of them to make every dollar they could make and to win. That's the way. I mean, I had to be impartial on the air, but now I don't have to be. I can do anything I want. I want to see the Astros, Rockets, and Texans, Cougars, Rice, TSU, everybody have great, great years. And they can't always do that, but I guarantee you, I'm a Houston guy, and I'm pulling for them. I promise you. Prairie View A&M, Houston Christian, all those places.
Yeah, when you come to Fertitta, you stay on one side of the floor, I've learned. Mark Berman joining us on the HR&P guest line. Mark, you were honored in City Hall a few years ago. Sylvester Turner passing away a few days ago as well. What did he mean for you, and what was y'all's relationship like?
Well, you got to understand how far we went back. We're talking 50 years. I lived on the same floor with him at Moody Towers on the University of Houston campus for a year. I think it was my freshman year, 74 to 75. Now, we didn't hang out a lot, but I knew him. He was on my floor. He was 4 or 5 doors down, and I knew him. And then he went off to bigger and better things. He went to Harvard Law. I couldn't walk on Harvard's campus much less go to school there. They wouldn't let me on there. They have a good enough SAT score. But I've told this story a few times. It bears repeating now. A couple of years after I graduated from the University of Houston, I was working at Kick Radio, and I dialed 411. You don't do that anymore, obviously, to get information, a phone number of some sort. And the operator says, operator. So I said what I wanted, and the guy goes, how you doing, Hempstead? Well, I'm from Hempstead, Texas. In my first year at the University of Houston, I was homesick. So every weekend I went home, so the kids started calling me Hempstead. And I go, who the heck is this? It was Sylvester Turner working as an operator from El Telephone. Think about how far this man has come. And then, I kept in touch a little bit with him as his political career grew. And then when he became mayor, none of my phone numbers were good for him anymore. So I called one of his staffers, hope he'd get back to me. He called back the next day. I said, look, what do I call you? I call you Sylvester. Do I call you Sly? That's what we used to call him, Sly. We call you Sly. Do I call you Mr. Turner? Do I call you Mayor? What do I call you? He goes, anything you want. That was Sylvester Turner. And I tweeted some video that my daughter took from the day that they honored me along with 2 of my former colleagues at Fox, Jose Gagnon and Jonathan Martin. I was retiring. Jose was retiring. Jonathan was moving on. And when Sylvester was talking about me in front of City Council, he turned around and pointed at my grandson and said, where's my friend Jackson? Now think about that for a second. He calls out my son, finds him in the crowd, points at him. He was 11 years old at the time. You think he'll never forget that? Never. I mean, that just doesn't happen. And he knew my family a little, but not much. But that's just the kind of guy he was. And, listen, we were friends. He knew me. He trusted me. He helped me on countless stories, which, of course, I'm selfish. That was a big deal. I worked with him very closely when he died, and I read the news. When you're in our business, it takes a while for things to sink in because you're kind of jaded. And after a while, when I went back to Fox, they wanted me to come in and talk about it. I went back to Fox, walked in the studio, and there were pictures of him, and it really hit me. It was a kick in the gut. I mean, I knew the guy before he was Sylvester Turner. He was Sly. So, yeah, he meant a lot to me. I thought he meant a lot to Houston. He was very important to sports in our city. He was a big reason. Jim Crane and Giles Kibbe, his attorney over there, executive VP of Astros, were the reasons why the golf tournament, Houston Open, Texas Children's Houston Open is here. But Sylvester Turner played a monster role in that as well.
No doubt, Mark. And it goes back to kind of brings full circle what we were talking about. It's like, forget what side of the aisle you are on politically. He was a good guy, because any of us that have any kind of interactions with him realized, look, he had a big heart. He was a friendly man, and he had the best interest of the city, especially when it came to the sports teams. And that's something you'll never forget.
I think so. I think all across the board. I tell you what, he was a big UH guy. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, he was. Mark, we really appreciate you taking the time. We'll talk to you next Friday, okay?
Look in your box. There'll be a bill.
I knew you'd say that. All right, Mark, we appreciate you coming on, busting with Berman. Yeah, you send him some tweets, okay, Houston, at Mark Berman _, and say that you loved having him on the air and you want him to be on all the time with the Killer Bees. Let him know how much you love him, okay? All right, 713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. Have you started to see this conversation about service time manipulation when it comes to Cam Smith? Is that legit? It is the B, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So they're starting to talk service time manipulation when it comes to Cam Smith, Blankers. Schwab got into it with Astros Muse, two heavyweights going toe-to-toe. Muse was talking about the year of control, so valuable, especially with our history, Astros history of not paying guys. And then Schwab, fans blatantly agreeing with service time manipulation is wild to me. It doesn't matter how much control the team has if they sign Smith to a long-term contract within his first few years. Okay, so where do you stand on the service time manipulation, blah, 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 blah?
I mean, I think we all pretty much came to the agreement right off the top. He's not going to, I just don't think he's going to start the season with the big league club. I know in the past this has been an issue. So I think Springer was the biggest poster child for this, Bregman kind of to some degree. I just think it's a different regime. I just think you're dealing with a different general manager. And I don't think, I think from a Crane standpoint, what they've shown you is what they've done with Jordan, what they wanted to do. They tried to do it with Tucker, but it looks like you may never have to worry about that, or at least in the situations where you have good players, I don't think they're going to worry about it nearly as much because, Dana's even come out and said, look, from my time in Atlanta, when we knew we had good players, we tried to wrap them up early, tried to get deals done where you avoid this. So I think maybe some people still have PTSD from the Springer situation or some of the past, but I'm not as concerned about it. And look, if he can play and he's playing at this level, which is, again, people are getting a little overly enamored, but it's great to watch. I think that you would like to have him on your roster at some point this year. I just don't think he's going to start the season.
Yeah, I don't know how much of this service time manipulation and Cam Smith really correlates a whole lot. I think it's if the Astros start Cam Smith, and I predict that they will in the minors. Whether it doesn't really matter if it's AA or AAA, it doesn't matter. They're developing the player. He's not in the big league, so you're manipulating his service time. If Cam Smith is sit down to the minors, they're in no way is that service time. I don't care if he hits 1,000 in spring training. I don't care if his slugging percentage is 4,000 in spring training, which would be pretty impressive. But he's only had 5 games above the single A level. He played 15 games in A ball. He played 12 games in A+ ball. He played 5 games above that with the AA, the Tennessee Smokies. 5 games. He's had 20 plate appearances above A ball. If the Astros send him down, regardless of what he does during spring training, in no way is that manipulating Cam Smith's service time. So that's the first thing. The second thing is manipulating service time is smart. It's a smart thing to do. Do you want Cam Smith here for an extra year? He's currently 22 years old, right? And let's make the assumption he makes his debut this year. I think it's a fair assumption to make. I don't think it's a guarantee, but let's say it's a fair assumption to make that he makes his big league debut this year at the age of 22. Cool. If you save a year, that means he's here all the way into his late 20s. You get him for his 22nd year and then 6 years on top of that, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, as opposed to losing him when he's 27. So do you want an extra year out of Cam Smith if you had to make the decision right now? I think we would all say yes. People always point back to the George Springer saga, and some people think that had an influence in him leaving. I don't really think that. I'm not saying that I'm right, but I think it was more about the Astros not giving Springer the contract or beating the contract that he got with Toronto. Would you have rather had George Springer in all of 2014 when the Astros won 70 games, or would you rather him be on the 2020 team that went to the ALCS? The answer is obvious here. So, one, it's stupid to even throw out the word service time manipulation with Cam Smith when the dude has 5 games above A ball. And then secondly, I am a fan of service time manipulation. I know that's anti-player, that's pro-team. A lot of people don't like that because now you're pro-owner. I'm sorry. I want an extra year of Cam Smith.
No, and you're right. Look, I think it's a business. We keep saying this in a variety of different ways. It's a business. You hate to think about it as a fan, but it's a business. And at the end of the day, if you got a guy that is a talent, I think that you have to make smart business decisions until there's a time when you have to face what we've already faced with a lot of these guys that are talented when they walk out the door, or in the case now with Kyle Tucker, where you decided you had to trade him because you weren't going to re-sign him. And I think to your point earlier, the thing that I would point to too is, look, you took a guy like Luis Garcia that had never been over A ball, and suddenly he got to the major leagues. But it's easier as a pitcher because as a pitcher, the entire major leagues hasn't seen you, but you can kind of get in there and find a niche. And we've seen a lot of Astros pitchers be able to do that. But when you talk about a hitter, and you talk about a hitter that's going to be playing every day, it's the fielding, it's the hitting, it's seeing pitching at that level consistently every single day. And it's so much more difficult, I think, than trying to do it as a pitcher too. And so with limited experience in the minor leagues, the kids, it's impressive what he's doing, but you also don't want to push him too fast to where it can have a negative effect on the rest of his career.
I think it's possible. I've never really put a whole lot of thought on, is it easier for a pitcher or hitter to go? I've never really thought about that. I imagine both things are very difficult. let's not forget that 2020 was the COVID year. Like Luis Garcia, if COVID didn't happen, Luis Garcia doesn't pitch in 2020. Like that was the COVID year where they had zero depth. Like they couldn't sign free agents. They had to bring everybody into camp if they wanted to be like on the team or the taxi squad. They were bringing in a bunch of randos, and it is. I'm not taking away what Luis Garcia did. That was very, very impressive. But he wouldn't have been on that path that 2020 would have been normal. Like we kind of lose sight of that a little bit. And what he did was incredibly impressive. There's no doubt about that. Texter, so he is the guy. Cam is a star. He's about to light the majors up. Boy, I hope so. I really do. I hope that he's USS Cam Smith and he's the best baseball player ever. I hope he turns into Albert Pujols. I don't want to use that word. Some of the like putting him on a pedestal that we've seen this early in a career kind of worries me. Like it scares me a little bit. Not that I think he's a bad player. He's not going to, live up to the hype. I just hate being the type of person that oversells and underdelivers. So everybody's talking Cam Smith's going to be this star. He's going to be better than Kyle Tucker. Like, what if he's just big league average? Like, it makes me a little uncomfortable. Makes me a little uncomfortable putting him on this pedestal with playing 5 games above single A.
I think it's a very, very delicate line to tiptoe when you're trying to say that because a guy's off to a start like this, that he is destined for stardom. And I think that, yeah, you can find guys, and look, Milwaukee's trying to do it, and you might get burned by it. When you see a guy get off to a start like this, Milwaukee has a small market team. They're now trying to lock these guys down to 10-year deals right away at pretty significant money. And all it takes is one or two of those things to go south and a guy not live up to it. And then you could find yourself in some trouble. But I think that, yeah, there's always going to be, the success stories, but there's also going to be a chance for failure. And you've got to be careful when you kind of toe that line, because that's why I don't want to see him accelerated too fast, too quickly. This kid is barely out of, his high school or his Florida State days, right? We're talking about, he's handling this and he's such a good disposition. He's a good kid, but he hasn't hardly felt what it's going to be like, whether if you have a bad night and the media comes at you, or, you're facing these pitchers that you've never seen before that are the best pitchers on the planet.
Right.
There's a lot still to be figured out with him.
Yeah, he does meditate before games. I meditate before shows, so I do love that about him. He listens to Bob Marley, so we know that he's mellow. Like that's something that's really, really nice and really, really good from Cam Smith. Eric brings up a good point on YouTube. If the Astros were in a playoff race, Springer would have come up, in my opinion. It is not an apples-to-apples comparison, comparing George Springer's – it wasn't even his rookie year, but that first year where he came up 2014 to 2025, because the Astros are in much different spots. Like they were a team that lost 92 games that year. We're expecting them to contend, if not win, the AL West this year. So it is a bit of an apples-to-orange comparison. Another texter says, I'd rather have Cam now with Yordan, Altuve, good pitching, a team that can contend. We don't know what the future holds. Here's the thing, though. You can have both. Like, you wait till the summer, then you call up Cam, you get the additional year, and you still have Cam with those guys. You still have Cam with the 2025 Astros. So it's not even sacrificing the full year. It's sacrificing 3 months to gain an additional year of club control. Would you sacrifice 3 months of Cam Smith, who's played 5 games above the single A level, for an extra year of club control? How is the answer to that not yes?
Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest thing. You can still have him this year. You can have your cake and eat it too. He can still contribute to this club. Nothing is going to be decided in April or and May, to where you could still find a way if you need him to get him here. But look, let's be smart all the way around, and for all the things that we just mentioned, realize that there is no big rush. This team still has enough talent, and they should have enough offensive talent to where they can make it work until there's a time for him to be called up.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Texter, remember when everyone thought Correa was going to be the next A-Rod? Yeah, I did. He was still a good player, but did Carlos Correa live up to his hype? Probably not. Probably not.
Well, but again, I think sometimes you have to also kind of factor in that they were trying to save some money in when they took Correa too, because there was options at the number 1 overall pick, and
Brian Buxton.
Yeah, but part of the reason why that they made the pick with Correa was he was willing to work with them to get the contract done at a more favorable rate for them.
Sure, but he was still a very highly touted prospect.
Oh, yeah, he was.
People thought that Carlos Correa just because he did business to go number 1 as opposed to like number 3 or 4, he was a highly touted prospect that people were putting that A-Rod label on him. They thought he had top shortstop in the game potential. They thought he was going to be an MVP winner. He finished 5th in MVP his last year in Houston, 17th in MVP in his 3rd year. He finished 24th in MVP in his rookie year in 15. Did Carlos Correa live up to the hype? I don't think that he did. And Carlos Correa was my favorite player. Carlos Correa is still very, very good. Was he as good as the hype? I have to go no. I have to go no on that.
I think it was close. I think the fact that he was such a key contributor in so many ways to this golden era, I would say it was close. I was, because again, it could go south. We've seen a lot of high picks that have failed. So I would say it was closer than that. I think that he was close to living up to expectations.
That's an interesting question. I'm curious what the hype thinks. 713-780-3776. Cam Smith, when is too soon to call him up? Maybe you're already on that train. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Hopefully Cam turns into Gunnar Henderson. See, this is the stuff I feel a little uncomfortable with. Start making these comps, like anybody comping them to Albert Pujols after a few spring training games. Caleb, I agree with you. Branham, all the hype around Cam Smith needs to cool down. We don't know diddly squat about what kind of big league player he'll be yet. Whenever you hear people that know the game, though, like, Blank and Branham, no, I'm just kidding. Like, you hear players, like people talk about Cam Smith, and they do think very highly of him. But there have been tons of prospects where the talking heads think highly of a guy, and he just never lives up to the hype. Not saying he won't do that. Because I would bet that he has a good career. But it is within the realm of possibility that he doesn't.
It's definitely in the possibility. It's in the realm of possibilities. And we know this. We've seen this. We've seen the Mark Appels of the world. We've seen top draft picks and guys that when their top draft picks get moved, and there's plenty of guys that you can point to and say they never reached their full potential. They never panned out. Some hopefully at least are serviceable and a little better major league players, but it's possible. It absolutely is. And, thankfully, because of the fact that it was such a big trade for the Astros, trading away a guy like Kyle Tucker, thankfully, aside from just the years of service that you acquired in the deal, it looks like you have the potential to get a guy that might be kind of one of your cornerstones in the future.
Yeah. Hopefully that is the case. 713-780-ESPN. Eric on YouTube says he loves the show. Come on, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Keep the compliments to yourself, man. Like, we don't need our tails kissed. Texter 713-780-3776. I would rather see him go down for 3 months and see what he does than to have him start in the bigs and see what he can do. Adam Spolane, which they took him down to spring training and then they sacked him. He had a conversation with Gavin Dickey, who's that minor league director. I forget his exact title, but he's the head of the minor leagues for the Astros. Spolane asked him about having a guy called up the big, and he said that their philosophy is that they feel comfortable calling up a guy when they think that he's just going to stick there for the rest of his career. Which let's have the other side of this conversation, because every time we have a Cam Smith conversation, it's always about how great he is, right? And we all think he's going to be great. Don't get it twisted. But what if he goes through a Bregman slump? He's only played 5 games above single A. Now you're in a spot where you're thinking about sending him back down. So I like reading the tea leaves on that, putting 2 to 2 together. I don't think that there's any chance that Cam Smith is on the opening day roster.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to kind of what I was referring to, which is you don't want to, as much as this has done a ton for his confidence and for the belief, not just from the fans, but from the organization and everybody else, not that they didn't already see the potential, that this kid has big things ahead of him. But what I was concerned with is if you do push him too fast, too quickly, and he doesn't succeed, what could that do to his psyche? What could that do to his confidence? What could that do to the performance because of the fact that he's thinking too much? And we've seen guys that get to that point, and then the reality of, hey, a guy that maybe got promoted too quickly, but now you have to demote him. And now is he, how does he handle that? And is he ticked off at the organization?
Yeah. I don't think that they're really worried about
that. The last part, right? That's way down the road if he gets mad at the organization, because if you're not playing well, then your agent or somebody's going to have to give you the cold hard truth. But the rest of it, we know confidence is a very, very, very valuable thing. And when you got it, you have a little extra. When you don't, you can screw up even more.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't realize the cutoff was during the season. When exactly is the cutoff? It's an inexact science. They're called, I forget what they're called. Super fives. I think they're called super fives or super arb or super five. Forget the exact term. But basically it's the top 18% of rookies have a year shaven off of their final year. So if he's one of the first 18% of rookies in a given season, then he hits arbitration and he hits free agency sooner. But if he's after that 18%, again, it's an inexact science. It's not the exact date. Usually they cut off somewhere in the summer. Usually like the average date somewhere around June, July. But it's really the top 18% of rookies. So if you hold him off to the summer, usually you're pretty safe there. But if you call him up before the summer, usually he's going to be one of those super 18, and he's going to hit arbitration a year early. He's going to hit free agency a year early. Now, the counterpoint to that is with the new CBA is that if he's up and he wins Rookie of the Year, then you get an additional draft pick at the end of the first round. They threw that in there trying to, help service time manipulation. But I think I would play it safe and start him in the minors. Texture, it's not time. Need to see AA and AAA pitching daily. Yeah, I think that's true. Plus, let's see where the roster's at. Like, maybe he's playing some outfield too. Like, I saw a couple of his ground balls at third base, and I don't know if he's a third baseman.
Well, that's why,
by the way.
That's why I said when we had the conversation about we were all in agreement that he wasn't going to start the season with the big league club. That's why I said maybe he goes the path of guys in the past like Lo Perfido, just from the standpoint of playing first base again, where they play him some significant innings in the outfield to see if he can play right field and become a guy, because there's a spot of need possibly that he could be, fast tracked for that reason.
Like, I'm probably overreacting to a couple of spring training ground balls, but his lateral movement ain't great.
No, I thought the same thing. It's like, look, I know we were kind of on Paredes going at third base. He's got to be quick. He's got to be agile and mobile. But when you look at him, I mean, they're calling this kid the aircraft carrier. He's a big mountain of a human being. You can't expect him to be, diving all over the place and being rangy.
Yeah, I think he's a first baseman that's athletic enough to play third. He's athletic enough to play the corners. You would like him to play one of those spots because you'd like to reserve first base for another bat. I think his future is probably in the outfield, and then eventually it's at first base. Key from LA, if he's good enough to make the opening day roster, then do it. Who else do the Astros have, and what do they got to lose? You are projected to finish third in the AL West. Key from LA, you sit back and go root for the Angels. Okay, they'll be in the cellar by May. All right, you keep the big league baseball talk to us here in Houston. Where Correa fell short of expectations is power. Never got to that 40-plus homer type player. Injuries also played a part. Yeah, I thought he'd have more power too. Joel is great. Jeremy's terrible. There you go. I appreciate you. 0612. Speaking my love language. That's what I like to hear. Hopefully Cam Smith is less like the Wheelhouse and more like the Killer Bees. We need him to stick around and actually be good. Come on now. We're not going to bang on the Wheelhouse. 713-780-3776. And we don't like the Blankers likes the good text. I like the mean text. Texter actually said what happened to mean text. The suits upstairs didn't like it a whole lot. They're like, hey, the mean stuff. We don't like mean stuff on the air. The suits upstairs. Didn't Tucker struggle when they brought him up? I think he did. I don't know if he went back down to the minors. Did he go back down to the minors, Tucker? I think he did.
I don't recall. I know Bregman struggled his first go up too.
Did they send him down, though? Did they send him back to the minors, or did they let him play through it?
Bregman played through it.
Yeah, I don't think he got sent back down.
But he started off was 3 for 28 or something like that.
It was 1 for 29.
But yeah, it was something pretty terrible.
But I think he stayed up. Yeah, I believe he did. It's hard to tell on.
I think I wanted Tucker sent down multiple times. I don't know if he ever did.
Did you ever want him traded for anybody?
I might have.
Yeah, I don't remember. No, they did, because Tucker played in 28 games with the Astros in 18. That could have been a September call-up, though. And then he played in AAA most of the next year. So I think he did go back and forth a little bit. I don't remember. That's too long ago. I barely remember what happened yesterday. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to who said it. Everybody, well, it's not everybody's favorite game. It's Brian's favorite game. That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, tax time is here. When you get that refund, if you want to do something that upgrades your house, both in the appearance and the way that it looks with the curb appeal, but more importantly, the way that it works for you all year long by saving you money on your energy bills and basically conserving as much energy as possible, then I'm here to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows, because they love ESPN listeners and they love taking care of them, because they've been with us for a long time. They've been in Houston for over 50 years, and they want to be the company that you go to for siding, windows, doors, and so much more. So they're doing it again. 30% off of windows, $2,500 off of a siding job. And if you mention ESPN 97.5 and me or Lance, you're going to get an added bonus when you call them and when you do business with them. 832-204-1936. That's a free estimate. They come to you. They tell you all the ways they can help. They tell you with your architecture, the year that your house was built. These are the products that we offer that would be best suited for your casa and how that they are going to help you. And then you make the decisions from there. You may not choose to go with them at all, but the benefit is you don't have to worry about any money out of pocket if you don't. But if you do, they're going to take care of you every step of the way. You mentioned ESPN 97.5. You're going to get a little extra bonus on top of that. and you're going to get the best in the business when it comes to the products, but more importantly, the service and the expertise that comes with it. 832-204-1936. Set up that free consultation today. Check out all their products at allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Well, I don't think anybody likes this segment. Oh, we're back. 713-780-ESPN if you want to play along, you want to give us some help, although we're not supposed to be on the text line. All right, Brian's going to give it to us 5 quotes. He'll play those quotes. Killer Bees guess who said it right. All right, let's get started, Brian.
You sound so enthusiastic.
I hate
about
this
every
game.
week.
I hate this game. I have a sore throat, a little grumpy today. And
What does the sore throat have to do with this segment?
Because I feel a little under the weather. When I'm a little under the weather, I'm a little bit more grumpy. So things that are like, I don't like as much, they become less tolerable.
Do you buy that, Joel?
Nope.
You don't buy that? That's a fact. When people are under the weather and they're not in good moods, things that normally wouldn't bother them, but they don't really like them, become more bothering.
I just like to commend Joel for being more of a gamer than you. Like, Joel's under the weather all the time. He still looks forward to this segment.
All the time.
Maybe much less when he loses, but he still looks forward to it.
I hate losing. Yes, I'm competitive.
I'm not sure anybody looks forward to this segment, Brian. I think you're overselling it, but let's go ahead.
Okay.
Quote 1.
All right. Here we go. Quote number 1. If Altuve can play left field, why can't Cam Smith play right? Like, give me the best hitters possible, okay? The defense can figure itself out. These, if you play baseball at any level, you should be reasonably competent as a defensive player. I feel like outfield should not be that hard.
Sounds like someone that's never played, but
it does sound like a little bit like a casual take, but it's
yeah.
not a bad one though. I think it's a fine take. Plus, Cam Smith is capable of playing right. I think he played there in the Cape.
Paulie or Lance right off the top, but
yeah, that's kind of I was leaning more Lance, but I could certainly hear Paul there too.
Okay.
Yeah, so you call it. We always start with you because you're better at this game than me. I'm willing to admit that. Maybe because it's our desire to play it.
I don't know, man. One more time, Brian.
If Altuve can play left field, why can't Cam Smith play right? Like, give me the best hitters possible, okay? The defense can figure itself out. These, if you play baseball at any level, you should be reasonably competent as a defensive player. I feel like outfield should not be that hard.
Now, the one thing, Jeremy, that caught me is the okay, because that's a Granado staple. Otherwise, I hear Lance, and I could hear the casualness of Paul.
Your call.
I know it is. Wow. John.
If Altuve can play left field, why can't Cam Smith play right? Like, give me the best hitters possible, okay? The defense can figure itself out. These, you know, if you played baseball at any level, you should be reasonably competent as a defensive player. I feel like outfield should not be that hard.
Is that edited funny? I thought it was a woman at first.
It was a little quick.
No, that's just the way Paul talks sometimes.
Play the first 3 seconds of that clip again.
If Altuve can play left field,
that sounds like an automated woman.
I thought you took it from the Boston the Gloss.
Is that when they were is that Tuesday when they were at the golf tournament?
Yes, it was.
Okay, it's okay. I'm not losing my mind then. That's why it sounds a little different.
Yeah, exactly. All right, quote number 2. Elvis would be mad dead by now. There's no chance he'd still be alive. That man does not look like somebody who would live to 90. He died when he died on a toilet, eating fried peanut butter sandwiches. That guy had death all over him.
Mad dead?
Was that Lance?
Would he say mad dead?
Well, who knows how Elvis died?
Everyone?
I think everyone knows Elvis is dead.
No, how he died.
I think everyone would. I think it's a pretty popular story.
I don't think Dell would, and I don't think Paul would.
Oh, I disagree. I think Dell and Paul both know that he died eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the toilet. Plus, there was a movie recently.
What a way to go, though, right?
On the movie, I'll get.
It's one of the happiest ways to go. I hope I die while I'm eating. Not anytime soon.
I could think of worse ways to go.
You'd rather meditate?
No. I'd like to be doing something I enjoy doing when I die.
Okay. Meditating, right?
So definitely not doing this show. Definitely not doing Who Said It.
There it is.
Oh, the show comment was we're spot on, too.
I was joking about the show comment. I was not joking about the segment comment. Who are you thinking?
I thought Lance.
Do it.
Lance.
Elvis would be mad dead by now.
He sounds high.
No chance he'd still be alive.
This golf
that man
tournament
does not look like somebody who would live to 90.
I believe it was.
He died when he died on a toilet.
He sounds high.
Peanut butter sandwiches. that guy had death all over him.
Were these
actually no? This was
down
yesterday.
And sped up? Like play the first 3 seconds of that.
Okay.
He sounds high.
Elvis would be mad.
Elvis would be like.
No chance he'd still be alive.
He sounds hammered, doesn't he? Elvis, we sound like a little Harry Carey.
Yeah, I can hear the Harry Carey there. Yeah. If the moon was made of cheese,
what is wrong with our equipment?
Holy cow!
You got Paul sound like Rachel Maddow, and you have Lance
he
sounding
looks like
high.
Rachel Maddow.
All right, 1 for 2. Good job, Blankers, by the way. All
right, quote number 3. I bet it's better for your mentals to hear D'Amico say swarm or to hear Liam Cohen say this.
Duval.
Which one's better for your mentals? I'm going to go with swarm. Hearing him butcher and bastardize Duval and say it the wrong way, I think it could. I think it can't help.
I think it's Dell.
Really?
No, I don't. I don't know it's Dell. I hear a lot of Dell in there, and I could hear Dell using bastardize.
Oh yeah, you could. I was thinking Dell, Lance, or Paul, but if you feel strong about Dell, let's do it.
I don't know that I feel strong. I heard Dell, and the other one would be Paul.
If you feel stronger about Dell than Paul or Lance, let's do it.
Do you want it again?
Sure.
I bet it's better for your mentals to hear D'Amico say swarm or to hear Liam Cohen say this.
Duval.
Which one's better for your mentals? I'm going to go with swarm. Hearing him butcher and bastardize Duval and say it the wrong way, I think it can't help.
I think it's Dell.
All right.
I bet it's better for your mentals to hear D'Amico say swarm or to hear Liam Cohen say this.
Duval.
Which one's better for your mentals? I'm gonna go with swarm.
All right.
I think it's a great take. I couldn't play for a coach that went Duval.
Yeah, that was obviously in regards to Christian Kirk if you hadn't figured it out. But Dell was just talking about like if he's going to be in a better mental place now.
Do you want to run through a wall for that guy?
No, absolutely not. Duval.
You know what creeps me out about that little clip too? His eyebrows. Man.
Yes.
His eyebrows are like moving up and down like somebody's reading a heartbeat on a little computer.
They're like
you know
Adam,
what I mean?
Adam Gaze's eyes.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's like you're
different type of creepy, but yeah.
Yeah, because Adam Gaze's eyes were really creepy.
Yeah, Adam Gase was something else.
Eyebrows creep me out.
All right. Quote number 4 for the win. Well, I mean, they've been wearing slides with socks. That's kind of but now it's like a Birkenstock sandals with socks. Like it's weak as ice water. This is a thing that they aspire to. That's why they can't get laid. I'm just being real.
I mean, it screams Paul.
I was thinking Paul or Lance.
Okay.
Read it again, please, sir.
All right. Well, I mean, they've been wearing slides with socks. That's kind of but now it's like a Birkenstock sandals with socks. Like it's weak as ice water. This is the thing that they aspire to. That's why they can't get laid. I'm just being real.
Who's doing that? What's this in context to? Who's wearing Birkenstocks? Does Paul know what Birkenstocks
Sam,
are?
It's Birkenstocks are making another comeback, unfortunately.
So who wears Birkenstocks?
Samantha
with
here
socks?
at our station does.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Who says weak as ice water?
Anybody?
Do they? I don't think Dell or Paul do.
Okay. So that would push you towards Lance.
Yep.
I'm cool with that.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, they've been wearing slides with socks. That's kind of but now it's like Birkenstock sandals with socks. Like it's weak as ice water.
I would like to point out
that they aspire to.
How great I've been at this game
today. That's why they can't get laid. Just being real.
You know who I feel like Jalen Green last night, just dishing out, assists,
Just going triple,
dropping
single, and passing the
dimes,
ball.
not shooting at all.
As
My
good as
teammates involved.
You were as good at that as you were drinking out of that mug at the start of the segment.
Did you notice that?
I did. I saw the facial
no,
expression.
I missed that one.
The facial expression was priceless.
He dribbled a little bit.
I have a drinking problem.
Keeping it in your mouth.
Yeah, hitting my face.
All right.
Number 5.
All right, let's see if you guys go 4 for 5 today. All right, quote 5. To be fair, she was responsible for that death. Move your ass over and let Jack get on too. And then you come back years later and throw that stupid jewel into the sea and meet Jack again?
What?
The Titanic.
Oh. I never saw the movie. And I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
And what was her name? I forget the actual
Rose.
Rose. Yeah, like Rose had
Rose.
like a piece of. It wasn't even a full like ship, was it, or a boat? Wasn't it just like
it was just like a
wooden board.
No, it's like a door, like a door going into a room. Yeah.
Yeah. And then she like laid on it and like didn't let Jack on the board, and then people have like
he like falls off and dies. Yeah.
And then people have like reinvented the door. Like you could fit 5 people here, and they have like TikToks with like all the ways you could fit multiple people on this big door. And Rose just let them die in the frigid ocean after the Titanic struck the
iceberg.
What are you thinking here, Blankers?
Well, I think
think it's like Paul, probably.
I was going to say Dell or Paul, but
doesn't matter
because Dell talks about it a lot of movies and stuff with both. He has Michael on, and then he also talks.
But maybe he's trying to throw us off there, though. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Let's go, Paulie.
Yeah.
To be fair,
she
was.
That's how much of a heater you were on.
Oh,
move your ass
Have
over
you
and
seen?
let
There's
Jack
this
get
one
onto it.
place. There's this one place. You can turn off Dale. There's this one place where they have like how cold the water is, and they have people stick their hand in the water and like to give you an idea of what the water was like that night when the Titanic fatally struck the iceberg in the middle of the ocean. And people can't do it for like more than like 30 seconds. That's how cold the water was. Yeah. The more you know. Good job today, Blankers. Way to lift us and carry us. You were like Kerr. I was like Jordan, passing the ball, letting Steve Kerr hit some game
Kerr
winners.
had value, though.
He did. Yeah. But I still wouldn't be happy.
Finally had I know.
Finally had a good
That's what I
career.
was trying to get to. Yes, you'd give Kerr a little nod.
That was a nice softball there. Look at that. Look at that chemistry. And they say we don't have chemistry. All right, NFL, top stuff going on around the league. What are the Browns doing with Myles Garrett? Trey Hendrickson? What are they going to do with him? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
As the Hive likes Who Said It. I don't know if you should be speaking for the entire Hive, Texter. 713-780-3776. Do you like Who Says It? Who said it?
I was trying to remember when we were talking about the spilled coffee. And there was a story recently of I was like, someone spilled something on there. And there was an NHL game before, or it was probably right up before the USA Canada thing. And he was the sideline guy, and he got hit in the eye with the puck, and he started bleeding.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so they were feeling sorry for him, and they were like, "Look at you! You're a gamer. You're still doing it. You got blood on your half zip." And he looks down, and he goes, "Yeah, that's not blood. I spilled coffee during dinner."
Oh, dang, really?
It's and you love the honesty of a guy that goes, "Yeah, I'm not the tough guy for the blood part. That's coffee."
I do admire that honesty. I'm very messy. I will not hide it. They say that people that make messes are geniuses, though. Not my words. Not my words.
My wife will tell you I'm messy too. So.
Yeah, I am very messy. I spill things all the time. Just a little splatter of coffee is nothing. I will smell like coffee the rest of the day, though. That ain't great. I was going to say something, but I forgot. What were you talking about? Hockey, coffee,
the coffee spill, gamers. The honesty.
I can't remember. He'll come to me. Can't wait for the Texans to move to Sugar Land and we can all change Fort Bend. How would we? It's so cheesy. It's funny. It's hilarious. But they're gonna move to Fort Bend. They're gonna move to Sugar Land. Fort Bend. The Woodlands.
Duval.
The Woodlands. That's not a bad.
Do we have a county near here that we could actually make the Duval with? Like Harris doesn't work.
No, I mean we have
Montgomery.
That
doesn't flow. That doesn't flow. San Jacinto doesn't work. San Jacinto, no, it doesn't work.
Galveston doesn't work.
Galveston, no, I can't. It doesn't work.
No, we don't have that. The closest we have to it is Dobie. Move the Texans down to South Houston and go Dobie.
Dobie. There you go. Okay, we can get there.
Duval.
Fort Bend.
Yeah, I don't think we can make that a thing with Fort Bend.
Kingwood.
Deer Park. There we go.
I know what it would be if you consider Richmond Rosenberg. They call it Rich Rose. Rich Rose.
That sounds pretentious.
Oh, well.
Yeah, the way you did it sounded like you had a pinky up all
I've never heard of that before until we started doing all this softball stuff. And they're like, oh, my daughter plays in Rich Rose. I was like, huh?
Yeah, let's go have high tea in Rich Rose.
Rich Rose.
Yeah.
Bring it out to Sealy and do Waller County. Waller.
Waller. Okay.
Brazoria. Brazoria doesn't really roll off the Lamarck.
No, not Brazoria.
Lamarck. No, I don't think so. Kirby. That means 2 syllables.
Yeah, but you're getting the inflection wrong.
Yeah, I know. I can't do it as good as
Duval.
Deer Park.
There you go.
That's the closest thing.
Dobie.
Way to go, Alex.
I can't put emphasis in the middle of words like that. What's wrong with that, sicko? It's hard to do. Kind of strains my throat a little bit.
Duval.
You got a sore throat. You got to call some games. So you just take it easy.
Can you work that into a call this weekend?
Dobie. Duval?
Well, just anything said in that tone.
No. I'm nothing but a professional that shows up to work late.
Cougs. Just throw it in.
What they call it when your defense, they had the nickname for your defense, and then the defense wasn't good a couple years ago?
The football?
Yeah, third ward.
Oh, third ward D.
Just go third ward.
Third ward.
Get a block. Third ward. I can't do it.
You can't.
I need to listen to him.
It's completely off.
I need to listen to him on repeat in order to say it.
Duval.
Third ward.
There you go.
That's not. I have to hear it before I say it. Baytown, Chambers County, Conroe.
Chambers. That works.
Oh, Baytown works.
That's not bad. Let's move on.
I don't want to talk about Baytown.
I don't either. And I've never met myself.
The guy. Texter says you've never seen Titanic.
I have not.
I mean,
there's a lot of popular
we shouldn't be surprised by that with Joel, though.
But I used to go to a movies, concerts. I told you this before. But
I know. It just didn't. That movie doesn't strike me as your thing, though.
It's a sap fest that's over 3 hours.
Like
Nothing
I said, it doesn't
go
strike
see
me as
that
your
movie.
thing.
You don't like to cry?
And I just didn't feel like
You're not in touch with that side of yourself, Joel?
3+ hours for a movie? That's a lot.
So you saying okay, wait, you've never seen a 3-hour movie?
But if it was like an action adventure movie or something like that, maybe, or a suspense. But
was it that long?
Oh, Sap Fest for
Titanic
3+?
was like 3 hours.
I never saw what's the Notebook. Never saw that.
It's a good movie. Notebook's not bad. Like, what are your favorite sappy
Sensitive Branham
movies? 713-780-3776. I'm very much in touch with my sensitive side. It's just it stays inside and you never see it. I liked the Notebook. The Notebook was good. That was a banger of a movie.
I don't think anyone's ever called it a banger.
It's a banger.
That's the first. That's the first time in history thing.
They're holding their hands as they go sit on the bench. What's not to love about that? It's a banger. My mom took me to watch Titanic in the movies.
How uncomfortable was that scene?
I mean, she made me do earmuffs over my eyes. I was
earmuffs over my eyes.
I was 12.
Ooh.
Is that too young for me for somebody to be watching the Titanic? Did my mother fail me?
She didn't fail you. I just think it'd be unreasonable to think a 12-year-old would sit through a sappy 3-hour movie.
Well, I mean,
except for that one scene, which
she was
would be
selfish. She wanted to watch her movies, and there you go. Here comes Branham boy. You can tag along. Shut your eyes for the best scene. I mean, my oldest kid right now is 11. There's no way I would take him to see Titanic. I mean, it's PG-13. That's not bad.
I don't
That's
think
not
that's
bad.
like,
That's
other than
okay.
the one scene, it's not bad. It's just unrealistic for a kid of that age to sit through a movie like that.
I'm sure I fell asleep. I had to have. There's no way. I don't remember like actually too much from the movie.
Is that the one and only time you've seen it?
Titanic? No, I think I've seen it like on like when they show it again, but never all the way through. Never all the way through again. Because Blankers is right. That's way too long.
Yeah.
3:15.
I never saw the Tom Hanks one with the volleyball either.
Oh, Castaway?
Oh, that's a good movie. I like Castaway. I enjoy Castaway a great deal. All right, from Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet to Myles Garrett.
Natural segue.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of a lot of people that are alike, you think.
Oh, here we go.
Leo,
Actually, let me take a stab
Myles
at this.
Garrett.
The Browns are about to cast away Myles Garrett.
That wasn't Kate.
And he's going to go near, far, wherever you are.
No, they're
And
with
his
the
heart will
Bears.
go on.
The Bears are like Rose, and they're not going to give a piece of the door to Miles like Rose wouldn't for Jack. I think that's the segue.
A little wordy.
It is wordy. You are right. We'll have to workshop that
Dear
post.
Park.
Browns reportedly have declined to meet with Myles Garrett, refusing his trade request. What do you think is going to end up go down here? How ugly do you think it's going to get?
Oh, I think he's all but gone. It's just what are the, can they get the best offer they possibly can? This is Jimmy Haslett move. Jimmy Haslett, the owner, who we all know from the Deshaun debacle that turned out, thankfully, in the Texans' favor. Jimmy Haslett's the one that turned down the meeting with Myles Garrett and his rep. So I think it's already done. I think the divorce is all but final. They just got to find a home for him, and Myles Garrett's going to be playing elsewhere.
He's the Flying J guy, right?
Yes.
Because I've been boycotting the Flying J ever since they traded for Deshaun. I'm not even sure I've seen a Flying J, but I've been boycotting them ever since. They're dumb. Like, what are they doing? Like, what state are they in? Like, are they trying to win
Ohio.
games? Like, are they trying to win games? Are they trying to rebuild? Like, it seems like they should be rebuilding, but they're not accepting their fate in life. Like, you should be trading Myles Garrett for as much as you can get.
How do you not even
especially
meet
their
with them?
contract spot? Yeah, it's dumb.
Like now the other part of the story is Jimmy Haslam that's refusing to meet with him. He's passing it all to the general managers. Like, if you want to talk, go talk to Andrew Berry. But like, how do you big time your best player who's meant so that much to your with all the bleep that you've gone through as a franchise? Myles Garrett's been the one bright spot. And you, as the owner, refuse to meet with them?
And you know what this could do, too, is it could bring down the trade return.
Boom, that's where I was at.
Yes.
Like, keep them, like, happy, kind of like, Blankers gives Casario a lot of credit for, like, keeping it nice and cordial with Deshaun, which is fair. You should be doing that with Myles, too. And, like, also, they're not good. So, like, get as much as you can for him. I was watching something the other day, though. They're willing to, like, take this past the draft. But it could be kind of shrewd because this year's draft's kind of mid, and next year's draft's supposed to be a lot better. So they're like, okay with getting picks in next year's class. It might actually set up with their timeline a little bit better too, like the whole Watson contract deal.
Yeah, it's just when you look at it, like you said, I mean, the biggest thing to me was if you piss him off, then every team in the league knows they got to do something because he ain't going back there and he ain't playing for that franchise and with the way everything is set up, and they're not going to win. as opposed to, hey, we can get a couple of first-round picks or some good haul for this guy. Let's just be patient. I think it's a bad message overall to not even meet with the guy.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, I think it'd be bad if they don't trade him too. Ultimately, I think they answer his request and greet his request. Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson given permission to seek a trade. There's 8 teams according to NFL.com that are possible landing spots. Detroit, which would be interesting with Aiden. Tampa, the Chargers, Falcons, Commanders, Bears, Packers, Colts. How much do you want Trey Hendrickson, Blankers?
No, look, he had a good year last year.
Fan.
Yeah, I'm not
more than just last year though.
Yeah,
it wasn't. He's not a 1-year wonder.
I get it. I just don't think I'd be more interested in Myles Garrett than I would be if I'm Green Bay. Than I would.
And I'd be more interested in $1 billion than $1 million.
Okay, yeah. I just Hendrickson's good. I mean, he's going to want probably a pretty substantial contract too. If I'm the Packers, I'm all right.
Yeah, I like him. I'm a fan of him. I don't think he's top tier pass rusher, but I think he's pretty like he's second tier. I'm gonna go second tier. It's also JJ Watt got lucky that dude didn't get a clean sheet for the rest of
never
going to
go to
season.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, but he sure did try and sell it yesterday.
He was looking up rental property.
It.
I mean, he was doing it for the farming engagement
aspect
of it, but it was kind of funny. But that was a funny storyline to watch. Seahawks have talked to a ton of teams about a DK trade. Where do we think he goes?
Green Bay.
You still think so?
Yeah.
Now is that wishful thinking or is that
both?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that
they certainly have the receivers.
Well,
to
but
offer.
we already know the rumors were out there a week or so ago that they were having conversations. So they were trying to get it as their first this year and one of their young receivers. If you want Watson, you could have taken him as quick as you can have him. But
he's hurt, though.
That's exactly right. Take him as quick as you can get him. But if they've already had some conversation, I think Green Bay realizes that as good as their receiver room is, they need a go-to guy. I think he's the go-to guy. I think they're not paying anybody right now, really, where they could pay a number one receiver. I just think it makes a ton of sense.
I kind of see two other teams as being in the run. I agree that Green Bay's near the top, but I would throw out the Raiders to reunite with Pete Carroll. They obviously need a number one wide receiver to go alongside Brock Bowers at tight end. And then we've seen the Chargers shed a ton of salary this offseason. Obviously, letting Joey Bosa go. I'm thinking
Khalil Mack is free.
Yeah, Khalil Mack is right now an unrestricted free agent. I could see them getting the true number one outside alpha wide receiver in DK to go along with Ladd McConkey in the slot.
He'd be really good there. But I'm concerned about how much salary they're shedding. Like, you're going to have to rebuild. You lost your two best pass rushers. I get they're shedding salary right now, but how do you replace those so that your defense is decent?
Yeah, I would love the reunion with Pete Carroll. That'd be funny. Then bring in Tyler Lockett, then bring back Russell Wilson, then bring back the Legion of Boom.
I can see the majority of that happen.
What's Cam Chancellor doing?
Yeah.
Well, we know Bobby Wagner's
going. Yeah, he's resigning with Washington.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the high with the bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. I just want to say before I jump into my NFL point, yesterday's 2-segment burger and fast food Lance McCullers parlay was unbelievable. Some of the best radio I've ever heard in my life. Like Lance McCullers eating Burger King Junior Whoppers and chicken fries was unbelievable yesterday.
How many did you send?
My
Keith?
NFL point.
How many of those were yours? How many of those were yours?
How many of those were mine?
Yeah.
I probably sent in about 15.
It's not surprising.
15.
You hit the over,
I spent in
not
about
by much.
15.
He went for quantity
My
and quality.
NFL point is Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup wants back. He's age 29. Is he not a perfect fit for the Packers, Ravens, or Texans?
Keith always likes the dudes who were good 3 years ago.
He sure does, or more. And then my bad. I'll bring up a guy from further back that in the past that happens to not be with us anymore, and then I get drilled for that. So.
Yeah, Keith likes to build the all-time. Whatever happened to that guy team?
Yeah.
No, I'm out on that guy. I'm out on Gallup. I think he'll get a job though. Like he'll get a job somewhere. He'll get a camp invite. I don't think it makes sense with the Texans. Like their room, to me, it needs to be completed out with a rookie. So I'm good on Gallup.
I agree. I think it's going to be a rookie. Gallup. I mean, look.
He'd cost you nothing.
I could see him in Tampa.
Assuming Chris Godwin doesn't go back. I think Godwin goes back.
That role. but we'll see.
Yeah, I think he gets a gig somewhere. Like, I just don't think it's going to be like a significant contract. I think it's a 1 year, maybe even just a camp invite type of deal. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's make mock drafts great again. Let's do it. Dane Brogler's latest mock. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Making mock drafts great again with the Killer Bees, 713-780-3776. Our last mock draft, we had the option of Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle, Texas, tight end, Tyler Warren, Penn State, Matthew Golden, receiver from Houston, and James Pierce, edge from Tennessee. Kelvin Banks won the vote. He beat Tyler Warren and Houston great Matthew
voted
Golden
56 times.
Yeah. Kelvin Banks took 36% of the vote.
Golden from Houston.
Matthew Golden took 35% of the vote. He is from Houston. Went to Klein Kane. And Tyler Warren took 27% of the vote. So that one actually surprises me a bit.
I think the main reason why. Well, I think the main reason why is just because I think people need to realize what we've been saying, which is I don't think I need Nick taking any more offensive linemen high in the draft for it a little bit.
Does it change your mind at all because of the addition of Kirk and no addition of receiver yet?
No, because I think you get a cheap receiver that can still be your third best receiver, which is all you need him to be. So I think no, it doesn't.
Okay. It doesn't really for mine either. I just wanted to see where your mind was at.
Mm-hmm.
So Dane Brugler from The Athletic, his latest mock, he actually has a projected trade. Giants trading to 1 for the great Cam Ward. Bill Carter goes 2 to Cleveland. Tennessee traded down to 3. They go Travis Hunter. Anything else of note? Raiders go Genty at 6. Pretty
That's high.
Let's scroll down. Tyler Warren 9 to the Saints. He was on the board there last mock for the Texans. McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, goes 12 to Dallas. Loveland, tight end Michigan, goes to Indy at 14. Did I say Shadur Sanders yet? Oh, okay. Marion Hampton 20 to Denver. Pretty high for running back. A lot of love from him though is growing. Shadur Sanders slips to 21, goes to Pittsburgh. That'd be an interesting fit.
Coup for the Steelers.
That'd be a fun fit too.
Yep.
Chargers go Matthew Golden at 22, so he's off the board. Kelvin Banks goes the pick before the Texans, so he's off the board. So the 4 guys that we have the option of choosing as we make mock drafts great again. Greg Zabel, the guard center from North Dakota State, the football power of North Dakota State. Rams go Emeka Egbuka to 26, so we can pick him. Is it Jahdae Barron? Jahdae Barron, Duval. Jahdae Barron goes 27 to Baltimore, corner from Texas, and Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle, 28 to Michigan. So, Blankers, you don't want offensive linemen here.
Nope.
Zabel, Egbuka, Barron, or Grant, who are you taking?
Egbuka, because that's what I've been consistent with all along. Like, if he's there when they pick, that's the guy that I want, because I just got done saying I think that if you're drafting there, you're just drafting for your third best receiver at most in his first year. I think that when you read the scouting report on him and you know he's a good route runner and he's got speed, but he's a smart receiver, I think he can be that Tank Dell for you this year with the chance to develop into more, and that's exactly where I would go.
I'm going to go away from receiver here. Corner intrigues me next year whenever Jalen Petrie, I think, will be off the team and you can slide Kamari inside. So I'm not ready to take a corner. I think I want a receiver in the 2nd or the 3rd round. And there are 2 players here that I think would be really good. Zabel, I'm a little scared because of the Caserio thing and offensive lineman. But what if Zabel turns into Linderbaum? Like, okay, all right. That would really help this football team. But I'm also really intrigued by Kenneth Grant. I've read a lot about him, and a lot of people love Kenneth Grant. I think the Texans are, whenever they draft defenders, I think they're going to be very good just, because they're coached by DeMeco Ryans. So I'm trying to decide between Zabel and Grant. And my bias against Caserio drafting an offensive lineman in the 1st round, is that flawed, Brian? Yes, it is flawed, but it is my bias. I'm going to go Kenneth Grant. Give me Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan, to boost this defensive line in the interior and to put them there with Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, and the Texans have the best defensive line in the NFL.
I mean, look, if you're going to lose Foley, you don't know that you are, but he's free. And you have the potential to lose more than that at D tackle, then I understand where there's a need there. But I just, for me, I've been hell-bent on a receiver. So,
yeah, fair enough, Brian.
Yeah, I totally I like the idea of taking Kenneth Grant, but I just, we went through this a little bit last year with T'Vondre Sweat. Now, Grant's not as big as Sweat by 30 pounds, but everything we've seen from DeMeco is that he doesn't like the oversized defensive lineman, even at tackle. He likes guys that are a little bit sleeker, get up the field. Maybe he changes his preferences, but I don't expect him to go there.
Can I push back real quick on that?
Please.
I don't think it's the size. I think it's the agility. And, of course, that can be a correlation. I hear you. But I don't think he's opposed to a massive man that has a smaller man agility. I don't think it's so much about the size. I think he wants a certain skill set there when it comes to quickness and agility and, the ability to get off the ball, all of that. I think he would be very intrigued by a big man who is capable of doing that.
Yeah, if it was someone that was viewed as someone that could get up the field and be a pass rusher despite being of a larger size, I think he would be open to that. But that's just kind of the
maybe
push.
Grant's not that guy, Brian. Maybe you could be 100% right. I don't want to block my idea of thinking that DeMeco is anti 6'4", 330 at the defensive tackle. I think it's more he doesn't want these sloth-like men that can't move.
Yeah, I agree with that overall. It's not necessarily what is the scale say when he steps on it. It's more so, can he get up the field and be a penetrator? And obviously remains to be seen with Kenneth Grant. I would pause there. Okay. I would also go away from the offensive lineman because I don't know, maybe this is my own mindset, but whenever I see, because this write-up from Dane Brugler, all the language screams to me like late riser, and whenever I see these guys are late risers, like, okay, is this guy just rising up the boards because he lifted the weights a bunch of times and ran real fast? Like, I just don't like the idea of those guys. If it's not something that's on tape, then I don't like it as much. So I'm actually going to go Jahdae Barron, which maybe homer take, but I do think Jahdae Barron, I know they still have their nickel corner, but I like the idea of sliding Lassiter inside and having a true outside corner to play on the other side of Stingley. If you have Stingley, Jahdae Barron, and Lassiter as your two outsides in your nickel, obviously you have to find a spot for Jalen Petrie, and I trust D'Amico to do that. I think you're walking away with a dangerous secondary, which makes sense to me because obviously the league gets more and more pass happy every year.
So I think they're a year away from making a move like that.
Maybe because I get the Jalen Petrie thing. I just I wouldn't shy. I would take the best talent and find a place to fit Petrie rather than shy away from the best talent and then go somewhere else.
I wonder how willing they would be to bounce Petrie back to safety after moving him to nickel just a year ago.
I don't know. I think I would rather just take the best talent, which in my mind is Jahdae.
What if he
find
sits
a
for a
spot
year?
for Petrie?
Like, what if he's just your backup corner for a year and he doesn't really play unless there's injury? Could you live with that?
I don't like that as a first round pick, but I wouldn't crush it.
I mean, it's what they did with Blake Fisher, right?
Yeah, that was second round pick, so it's a little different.
Right.
I don't hate it, but a first round pick for a team that's trying to get to obviously a Super Bowl, I don't love it since they do have needs. But I wouldn't crush it.
Is this the first time we picked three different people?
I think it is.
I think so.
I think it is.
Zabel's the guy that, I mean, he obviously played at a smaller school, but they said that he killed it at the Senior Bowl.
Oh yeah, he's been killing it. He's been killing it Senior Day,
Combine,
Junior Day, all the days. Greg Zabel's
Pro
been
Day,
destroying the days.
I said bowl, by the way, not day.
Oh, my bad. Well, that's even better for me. He's been controlling all the bowls, the Senior Bowls, the dinner bowls. Oh, okay, I stopped. The early that used to be a real bowl.
I know.
The early returns, because we used to think that skill position was going to win this all the time, and then all of a sudden we got dealt a curveball by Kelvin Banks. Early returns. It's already got 400 views. My goodness, look at me creating content. Emeka Egbuka. 36% of the vote. Zabel's got 33.
Ooh.
Grant's got 23, and Barron's got 9. I think I rounded up on all of those, so that equals like 102. That's my bad. But Brian's guys dead last. No love for Barron.
I think corner is a tough spot to say this is a fit. So I get that it's probably not going to win the poll. I go best talent and find a way to make it work.
It is. It would be a tough sell to the fan base. I would agree, but I don't really hate the logic though. I think you're a year away. But I like it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The duel that no one saw coming. LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins in the round mound of rebound got into it a little bit too. The drama going on in the NBA. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's not the size of the linemen, it's the motion of them. I think that's true when it comes to D'Amico and his defensive linemen. Texans need a true center. They need to go talk to Martin to come back for one more year. Yeah,
Zach.
good luck.
There you go.
I wonder what Juice will look like in the new scheme. But yeah, he's talking about Zach Martin.
Yeah, I think Zach Martin's gone. I really do. I hope they find a center.
Yeah, same. Kendrick Perkins versus Chuck or LeBron versus Stephen A. Which duel do you want first? Which is the undercard and which is the main event?
Damn, I mean, I think they're both pretty saucy.
Let's start with Perk.
Okay.
Kendrick Perkins saved the league. You probably heard it, but here it is as a reminder.
The Los Angeles Lakers are saving the NBA. A month ago, let me ask you a question.
We're all dressed like we're going to church, so they're saving the NBA.
How excited were y'all a month ago before the Luka trade about the NBA final?
I mean, I saw headlines. Always excited.
Okay.
I saw headlines that said the NBA stole the Super Bowl because that was the headline that week.
So now y'all can honestly say that y'all more excited. Why? Because we could possibly get Boston versus Lakers with the superstar power.
All right, so that was Perkins.
Mm-hmm.
Here was the rebuttal from the Chuck Wagon, the mound round of rebound, Charles Barkley.
I saw a fool idiot on TV talking about the Lakers save the NBA.
Save the NBA?
Yeah. He's an idiot and a fool, but he know who he is. What's his name, Shaq?
Which one are you talking about?
Kendrick Perkins.
Which one?
Oh, he said the Lakers, first of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're going to be working for next year, that's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Right.
I like that.
Hey, man,
I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great. Got a long way to go. But the reason the season's been going great for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But y'all are idiots because y'all talk about the Lakers and the Warriors all the time.
I think Charles nailed it. I think he nailed it here, Blinkers.
I do too. Look, I think ESPN pushes NBA narratives. There's no doubt. And ESPN has tried to oversell in the last several weeks the Warriors and the Lakers. Honestly, to me, Jeremy, and you may feel differently, I don't give the Warriors a chance to win it all. I don't give the Warriors a chance to get to the Western Conference Finals. The Lakers, I really don't feel that much stronger about because I think that they have a real need for a front line that they don't have. I think that adding Luka, obviously you add a guy that almost single-handedly took his team to the finals a year ago to LeBron James. Yeah, it's exciting, and they made themselves a better team. But I don't necessarily pencil them into the finals or pencil them even to the Western Conference Finals because they're less than up front. So I think that Perk basically was perking up his own network to say that they have been overselling those two teams.
He's an idiot and a fool.
I think not only we just need to say that for the Twitchers. I also think that they're also in the take business, ESPN. Like ESPN's gotten into the take business a lot recently. And I think that they like it too whenever it's a big market, right? Like LA, it's way better to have a take that the Lakers saved the league than it is Oklahoma City saved the league, right? Like if you say the Lakers saved the league, that's going to get response everywhere. We're talking about Kendrick Perkins today. Mm-hmm. Charles Barkley's talking about Kendrick Perkins.
He's an idiot and a fool.
If he said that about Oklahoma City, no one's talking about Kendrick Perkins. So like I think ESPN's very aware of that. It's kind of one of the reasons I don't love ESPN because I think they do a lot of takey stuff as opposed to just like wholesome, honest, this is my thoughts on what is happening, where I think Charles Barkley and the Inside the NBA crew do a fantastic job with. So I'm definitely Team Chuck in this fight between these two. And yeah.
Then Perk took it personal, man. Yeah. I mean, he was looking for Charles. He was putting the area code on it. He was talking about next time they're in person.
He went a little too far there, I think. Like, he's just responding to your take, man. Like, he called you an idiot. Like, stop being so
He's an idiot and a fool.
Like, that's fine. Like, that's
but those are Charlesisms. He uses those all the time.
We get called worse than that every day.
Yeah, we do.
Like, chill. Like, it's not a big deal, Kendrick. I love you, Kendrick. Beaumont Ozen, what's up? I love you. But let's have some thick skin there a little bit. All right, LeBron James, Stephen A. What'd you make of LeBron confronting Stephen A. Smith?
I thought from a LeBron perspective, look, you can do whatever you want. I think from a Stephen A perspective, it actually ticked me off. Here's a guy that constantly wants to talk tough, that says that he wants all the smoke, that isn't afraid to bash anyone and everyone. He got confronted and he looked scared. And then when he had the chance the next day on his own show to sell his own platforms, not only his network show on ESPN, but trying to push his podcast and everything else, and then, kind of promoted it so that everybody would be waiting for it. The response that he gave was weak sauce to me, and it annoyed the hell out of me because of the fact that all he did was say, look, LeBron wasn't coming to me as LeBron the player. LeBron was coming to me as Bronny's dad. And so I respect that from LeBron coming at me at his dad. But then he goes on to say that they've never had a good relationship. But then he goes on to say that Rich Paul, LeBron's agent and buddy, and and Maverick Carter, LeBron's buddy, have his numbers, and he would have flown right out if LeBron had a problem. Well, what the hell are you doing? You don't need to fly right out and see anybody. Say what you see that we've all said because we've all saw it. Bronny wasn't worthy of a second-round pick. Bronny should not be in the league right now, and the only reason he is his dad. And if he got a two-way from someplace just so that he could try and prove himself, it would be because he's still LeBron's dad and he's young enough to where maybe he has a future. But the fact that he didn't even get a two-way because his agent and his dad made sure that he didn't get it. Call it out, stand behind it, say what you mean, and then back it up. Don't sit there and backpedal it now because LeBron came to you and had a few choice words for you while you also name dropped who you were with and how it was kind of embarrassing. Bottom line is, we all saw it too, and I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you that that Bronny James is exactly who we thought he was, not who his dad thinks he is.
See, I thought this was soft by LeBron. And I don't disagree with your points about Stephen A. I agree with all those points. But, if you go to the genesis of the disagreement, LeBron, your son's a professional basketball player. Professional basketball players, and you should know this, are going to get criticized. So, even though you're his father, you're stepping up to the guy who was critical of your professional basketball playing son. That, to me, was softer than anything Stephen A. did.
Well, I think both sides can be soft because I think that LeBron, the things that I was pointing out too, LeBron already oversold his son. LeBron already got him from a 4-star to a 5-star because he called out people when they didn't rate him high enough. And then he made the McDonald's All-American game. And then suddenly he was on everybody's draft boards. And the fact is that the same way when LeBron came into this league and he was open for criticism because as a professional player, you're going to get the smoke and you're going to have to deal with it, then his son should fight his own battles and be able to handle it too.
Yeah, I would agree that they're both soft. I just feel like it should have never gotten to this point. LeBron, you're going to have your son talked poorly about, especially whenever he's in the G League and he's only in the G League because of nepotism. That's going to happen, man. Sorry.
Exactly. And part of it is understand you created all half of this or more of this. You were the driving force behind. Look at my son. Look at my son. My son should be rated higher. My son is, going to make the league, and I want to play with my son. And if he doesn't say the biggest thing too was he said, I want to play with my son, which made teams consider getting his son so that there was a chance to get LeBron James. Let him rest on his own merits.
Yeah, I thought that was the softest thing. But I agree with you about Stephen A's points. Ocho, I get LeBron protecting his son, but he was completely out of line there. Stephen A fairly criticized his son and never disrespected him. Bronny is an above reproach. He can get it just like every other subpar player. I agree there. Nether texture, Chuck would slap Perk, and Stephen A would have a Chris Rock moment when LeBron slaps him.
He's an idiot and a fool.
That's probably true. Only ESPN puts a headline because Bronny made his first 3. It's also true. I think Laker Matt Madsen is better than Bronny. What do y'all think? Sure. I don't even know who Matt Madsen is. But
I don't even know who that is either, to be honest with you. But I just know that Bronny James does not belong in the NBA. And if he does in any way, shape, or form, it's on a 2-way deal, which because of the people he knows, made sure didn't happen.
Even if he was if he wasn't LeBron's son and he was just like the run-of-the-mill player, didn't have famous parents, I don't think he's playing in the G League.
He's not a second-round pick for sure. And you're probably right. Unless someone sees because of his age the possibility of him developing into something. But even still, most teams would say, hey, go play in Europe for a year or two. We'll get a better look at you. You play against some grown men, and we'll see what we got.
People are sending in players that are better than Bronny. Don't you do this. Don't let this snowball out of hand. 713-780-3776. Do not send us bad basketball players that are better than Bronny. Texter says Jeremy Lin is better than Bronny.
Oh, no doubt.
Right now. Well, I don't know about right now. He definitely was in
I
his
would
heyday.
take Lin right now.
Right now, this second?
Now?
I would take Lin right now.
Have you seen
What's
him?
he even up to? I don't even know what he's up to.
What is he up
I
to,
saw
Joel?
somebody interview him like a week or two ago, and he had the highlighted tips, the blonde highlighted tips. And
he's 36.
I don't think he's playing.
If he's
anywhere.
under 40, I'm taking him.
Yeah. How about Jimmer Fredette? You taking Jimmer Fredette right now?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Jimmer was in the Olympics. You kidding me?
The 3-on-3.
Yeah.
I don't care. He's in the Olympics. Bronny's not making any Olympic teams.
He wasn't in the Olympics for long. Brian Scalabrine is better than Bronny.
Scal's
you guys
doing
stop
Celtics
this.
games.
Y'all stop. Y'all don't do this.
Now, did you hear this somewhere? Did you guys hear this? Someone said
Bad
today that LeBron was adamant, and someone else backed it up, that they thought Bronny was better than at least half the NBA. Get the hell out of here.
What?
Like
Who said
Bronny,
that?
I think someone tried to associate it that LeBron said it first, that Bronny was as good as at least or better than half of the NBA. There's no way, shape, or form that's accurate.
Well, if Daddy says that, I mean, take a grain of salt.
Jag definitely would not have floated on that piece of wood if Kenneth Grant was on it. That's a good point. Do not send us basketball players
See,
like
they
Mark
could have just
Madsen.
floated on Kenneth Grant, and then both of them could have been fine.
Is he buoyant?
Now, Mark Madsen was back in the
pounds,
day,
I think
right?
he's going to be.
I think it'd be tough to be buoyant if you're that heavy.
Mark Madsen's a coach. He the former Laker, right?
Utah State, maybe?
Yeah, maybe that's right.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. I expect all of you to stop sending us basketball players who were bad and that are better than Bronny. Also, our car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Not bad basketball players that are better than Bronny. We're not going to read these texts like Pete Chilcutt is better than Bronny. We're certainly not going to read that Stephen A. is better than Bronny. Jackie Moon, Keith. No, we're not reading that on the air. 713-780-3776.
Your boy got a mention. Ryan Elvin.
Yeah, Ryan Elvin's way better. The little E. He's way better.
Human victory cigar?
A human victory cigar. Joanna Mann is better than LeBron. We're not going to read that stuff. You know we're not going to read that. 713-780-3776.
Be like Mike, what was it, Little Bow Wow? I would take him.
I'm not going to read that. Brian, don't encourage these people. Woody Harrelson's character in White Man Can't Jump is better than Bronny. He was pretty good. Airbud the dog is better than Bronny.
Oh, 100%.
Says Ryan. Come on. We're not
Airbud
reading
can
this
play
stuff.
multiple sports. Are you kidding me?
Blank is better than Bronny. Certainly has a better jump shot.
I think so.
You got a better jump shot than Bronny, no doubt about it. Aaron, give me Matt Maloney over Bronny.
Ooh.
Matt Maloney, I mean, his career will be way better than Bronny's.
He's coaching high school basketball right now.
Where?
He's an assistant here in Houston, and I want to say St. Thomas, maybe.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean he'll have a better pro career than Bronny. I'll bet anybody a bunch of money.
I agree with that. Yep.
Yeah, I mean he had a pretty solid career.
You mean Royce White over Bronny?
Who?
Royce White, hashtag be well.
Be well. He's in politics now.
He's trying to be, yeah, right? He was running for the Senate or something.
Did he not get elected? I thought he got elected.
I didn't know. I didn't think he won.
Oh, okay. Bronny couldn't get a job at Whataburger right now. Neither he wouldn't need one. Chubby from Teen Wolf was better than Bronny. Come on. How about Charlton from from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Remember that basketball episode?
Hold on, Jeremy. Say the name again.
Carlton.
There you
Fresh
go.
Prince of
There
Bel-Air.
you Charlton.
I added an H. Bury me in it. Tropic Thunder. Will Ferrell is better.
Wait, Will Ferrell's not in Tropic Thunder.
He meant
He meant
the basketball.
minor league basketball movie.
He meant semi-pro.
Jackie Moon.
Yeah, Jackie Moon. Yeah.
Kelvin Cato, Adam Sandler, Little Penny.
I bet Adam Sandler actually is a little better.
Little penny.
Seymour Hoffman in Along Came Polly.
Yes.
Master P better than Bronny. There's no doubt about that.
Master P actually legit may be better, yeah.
He's got good genes, too. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What do you have, Blankers?
First one for me is Draymond Green. Draymond Green calling out Karl Anthony Towns for running from and skipping the matchup between the Warriors and the Knicks because he was afraid of Jimmy Butler. It turns out Karl Anthony Towns was at a funeral supporting a friend and their family. And then Draymond, when he found out, doubled down and said, "That's not what I heard."
How close was he to the dead, though?
It was I believe it was his girlfriend's aunt.
That's a pretty far separation.
Girlfriend,
that's like a
your current
excuse.
girlfriend's like family member?
Kind of a convenient excuse.
Okay, well then the fact is that when he was still he's with the Knicks and Jimmy was still with the Heat, Karl Anthony Towns played in that game.
Huh.
This year.
Yeah, that kind of makes that seem obsolete then.
Yeah.
LeBron, he gets it for his softness, and Kendrick Perkins for his softness as well, Brian.
Stephen A. too.
Yeah, no, I'll just group it up together as NBA drama.
Zach says me for showing up late. That's fair. Another person said the suit's upstairs for canceling mean text. Also, car wreck of the day. All right, what are y'all picking here?
Let's just go with the entire
NBA drama.
NBA drama.
NBA drama. That saved the NBA, though. The drama did. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. College basketball, number 18, Purdue and Illinois at the top of the hour right here on ESPN 97.5. Have a great weekend, everybody.
He's an idiot and a fool, but he know who he is.